DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters wrote in vain, breathing every now and then, getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's like. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what
met you in the club that night. The moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight. Feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for
We don't stop till the
more.
morning light. We together make me feel alright.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? We want it all, we cannot fake it. We're standing tall, it's time to break it. We go for the cups, we do the kingship. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hasty. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and snow and the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette. Hush, hush, to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We're sure that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. Of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know
語だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モール始めようもう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイメンフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよか ひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not.
Keeping dreams real here in the LPL. As always, we welcome you to another glorious day. Another day of 3 series as myself and Kitty, of course, will be taking you through the first one, if I speak properly. Pleasure to have you back, especially since I feel like today is, going to be hot and tempered. I don't know. It could be messy.
Well, both of these teams, well, I wouldn't say both of these teams, we're not going into the games just quite yet, but a lot of unpredictable results to say the least, because we've had a couple of chaotic weeks going into week 5. I mean, we have top teams losing to people that they shouldn't be losing to, and we have games going to 3. We have 40-minute games and just games being thrown everywhere. So I don't know what to expect anymore, but I'm happy to be casting with you again, Hysterix.
Yeah, look, again, it is a pleasure because I think that not knowing what to expect, I mean, you can even say that about yesterday, right? Like, we started with BLG versus LGD. BLG tested a little bit, especially in the second game, but let's be real, like, this team is looking like a top 2 by far right now in the LPL.
Yeah, and BLG, the most significant thing that kind of appears to me is how fast they adapt, right? Because if we throw it all the way back to MSI play-ins, they were struggling a little bit, but with only days to kind of adapt to the meta, they did just that, and we kind of see this trend ongoing into summer, and they have been the most consistent team so far into this split.
Now, speaking of explosive power that we were saying before, let's be real, OMG showed us that yesterday. Game 2 and Game 3, there were moments like this throughout. Absolute cleanly behavior from FPX Game 1. Then OMG took it away. And Nymira and I were saying, this team, like, they're on theme, Kitty. They go to Game 3 consistently.
I mean, we all love Game 3s, but something that I do want to appreciate as well is we have been getting a resurgence of Kiana into the meta. I think it is only through Care, though. So, talking about the last series, though, this one was absolutely crazy. I mean, we have to just talk about Gala on the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa champion in general for the LPL has been kind of a bait pick, air quotation marks, because she's only been played by, 2 players have only won on it. It was Uzi and Ruler, but Gala being the person that defines 1v5ing in League of Legends, like you said, even gets the pentakill through this fight in particular, I mean, shows us why this champion has been so popular for our LPL players. But I mean, WE, they're also trying to find their footing after the Asia Games as well, so I'm gonna give them a couple more days to adjust.
Yeah, look, I mean, they are versing top teams as well. Like, their schedule's getting harder, so I don't blame WE for the loss against LNG, especially that second game. As you were saying, with Gala popping off on the pick. 2-0 to end it out. That's what happened yesterday. Note that OMG found themselves a reverse sweep against FPX after a very promising start from the Phoenix. And of course, we already mentioned BLG kicked it off against LGD in very successful fashion, getting themselves first to 10. And Kitty, we know in the LPL, 9 and 10, they're the safe numbers. As we look at standings, JDG, BLG, in my mind, they've already made it. We know that. We know they're going to get even more wins on the board. But we know that these teams are 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, no one is kind of surprised by the fact that BLG and JDG are sitting at the top, but I also do want to highlight that we have some teams at the middle of the table kind of creeping up. I mean, no one expected NIP to be 5-5 right now, even coming off 2 series losses, and they're still sitting comfortably at that 10th position. But I also have my eyes out for RA, FPX, having massive upsets in the previous weeks, so definitely don't underestimate any of these teams, because I feel like there could be a huge shift in the remaining 2 weeks that we have in the summer.
The fact that the middle of the pack is so meaty again, it's great to see. Like LGD, IG, TT right now are the ones who should be fearing. You could extend that to FPX, AL, but let's be real. The fact that RA, Ultra Prime, NIP, even EDG are fighting their way up is a big deal. As we talk about today, some of those teams in the middle of the pack are going to be trying to make a run for it yet again. Kitty alluded to it just before. We only have 2.5 weeks left remaining here, and that's why every game counts. It's a bit of a fallacy, but let's be real, it matters here in the LPL. Kitty, that's what's happening today, but you and I are starting with Weibo versus NIP, which is strangely close because I don't trust Weibo as a team. I'm not sure the fans trust Weibo as a team. Like, what is this team?
Well, I don't know what else you have anymore, Hysterics, if you don't trust in Weibo, because I feel like for this first game, it's going to be spicy. It's going to go to probably 3, given their recent form coming out of both of these players. But obviously, we have 2 banger matches waiting for us in Shanghai, as the first one will be in NIP's home arena in Shenzhen. But it is going to be a mystery box, a box of chocolates. You don't know what version of Weibo game you're going to be getting today.
Yeah, bring out the Forest Gump for sure. Well, today, look, at least, still Shadow, Invincible topside, Angel, Photic, Draw. So we are getting the roster that we've been expecting. Again, it was the change of Angel coming in. They were kind of hyped up to see. And I guess Shadow coming in as well, or rather, coming in over the top of Shalom Bao is something worth mentioning too.
Yeah, I've been loving the addition of both Shadow and Angel working together in this summer split, but we also have to kind of talk about their current situation where they are trying to bounce back from a 2 series loss streak, and it's been pretty rough. 0-2s across the board against WE and JDG. I believe I casted the JDG series as well, and JDG managed to break their own record 2 games in a row with the fastest game time sitting at 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yep.
But I do also want to highlight that I think Angel, once you kind of set him up for success, he is the player that kind of shines the most to me, because champions like the Ari and the Nico, so much playmaking potential that allows to bounce off Shadow's crazy early game is the way to go for NIP.
Well, again, we're looking forward to seeing what Shadow will bring out, because he's already played the Ivan before. No success there, but still with the changing meta in 13-12, worth mentioning is the Shy, Weiwei, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp coming back onto the split. Rather the Rift. As Kitty, I was kind of expecting a different roster. I saw Weiwei added on to this new Weibo roster, and I thought, oh no way. Do Weibo not run with Casa, right? But the whole split, Casa has been on the bench. Weiwei has been the addition that, at least early on, we were really excited about. But now we're just kind of wondering how he fits into the roster and what we're going to see coming out today.
I mean, to be fair, everyone was super excited with Weiwei's addition to Weibo Gaming's roster, because they took a clean 2-0 up against MSI winners JDG in week 1 without any problem. And we really thought that Weibo Gaming, they were prepared for summer, but we kind of see the ongoing trends that continue from spring, where a bit of inconsistency here and there, where they are also trying to really bounce back and redeem themselves as that super roster. And I feel like today we have a really interesting matchup, specifically in the mid lane, where Angel, of course, facing off against his old Weibo Gaming teammate in the Shy. And they weren't able to kind of get great results together, unfortunately, in 2022. But Key players for today. I think both of these players share very similar play styles right now, but Angel, he has kind of stepped up as that carry player. He's been experimenting a little bit more with the Tristanas, with the Jaces, while on the other hand, Xiaohu, the same case where a lot of Gragas, a lot of Annie in his champion pool. However, I think Weibo Gaming, given their current state, they're much more safer with Xiaohu kind of playing as that second carry alongside Light.
Yeah, a lot of those games that we've seen, like the Azir game from memory as well, even the LeBlanc that's come through. It's kind of exciting to talk about Xiao as a carry because he has been quite consistent so far. I feel like a couple of games here and there we can criticize, but like he's had some insane pop-off games. And it's exciting when you talk about Xiao as a carry because, Kitty, throw your mind back. It was RNG top lane when Xiao won MSI a second time, but in a different role, where he was one of the best in the league, but he was the carry of that roster as well. The same can be applied towards mid. Xiaohu in carry is just a good thing to talk about, as Angel versus him is going to be the highlight for today's matchup. We're about to get over to the arena. As you said, Shenzhen, the home arena of NIP, and everyone's phones came out like clockwork as we introduced the rosters.
Talking about just phones and being at live events, something that I do really want to experience at least once in my life is a Japanese concert, because you're not allowed to bring iPhones or phones into those types of places.
Really?
They just only let you bring light sticks and you enjoy the moment. So that's the only kind of situation you get to escape from technology. But of course, Weibo Gaming up against NIP today. Both of these teams have a lot of redeeming to do, and NIP, their roster for this week 5 is extremely tough. This is kind of the last hurdle as they just came off that JDG series loss. But I also want to talk about someone else that has been a very big factor for Weibo Gaming's success is Light. I mean, Light was the most valuable AD carry player from week 4, and it's continuing into week 5 because he is the most stable player. I feel like the second one is probably Weiwei in the jungle, but unfortunately, we also need to criticize Weibo Gaming about how the inconsistency out of the solo laners has been a very big problem, about how it restricts Weiwei and Crisp's synergy when it comes to that early game, and it really stops Light from being that super carry that they rely on.
Yeah, I think we can kind of highlight that in the FPX loss, their last series that really hurt them. BLG was a loss there as well, so Weibo on a bit of a loss streak on the number of 2. But a quick note, as you mentioned, Light, Light has been super consistent. I was up here talking about Xiaohu, where he has had some games that have been back and forth, some real tilters. But I guess I'm just swayed by the fact that there's also been some recent carry performances as well. But as you mentioned, that man in the bot side has been a shining light, no pun intended. While on the other side, let's just quickly look at the home arena, which is NIP. Already mentioned it before, but Invincible, Shadow, Angel, Photic, and Dwar. A team that is 5-5. I mean, this is a much better result, Kitty, considering this team is middle of the table. They are kind of the benchmark at the moment. They beat all the teams below them, and they lose to all the ones above them from 9th above.
Hey, at least NIP is kind of delivering on expectations, but yeah, NIP coming into summer has been definitely a bit more impressive compared to their spring results. I mean, I was just looking at the spring regular split, and they only managed to wrap up 5 wins in total with 11 losses, and they're currently already sitting at 5-5 in that 10th position, so they're doing so much better, and I really want to credit that to the addition of Angel and Shadow, where they're able to kind of pull off all of these crazy early game plays, especially with Shadow playing something like the Poppy. I believe it was his game on the Poppy where he died around 3 times at 3 minutes, and he just brings so much chaos. But I also want to highlight just the entirety of the top side of NIP. Invincible has always been a player that has stood out to me a lot, but maybe in a good way, maybe in a bad way, because I feel like he is the perfect representation of a coin, as he has off days and he has on days. And you know who has on days and off days? The Shy.
Pretty much, I will say, a lot of people in both these teams. Like, if we're talking about coins, man, we got a money bags full. Work on both NIP and Weibo. A lot of flipping and a lot of excitement coming forward, because this series should be exciting nevertheless. Guys, it ain't going to be clean League of Legends. It's not going to be sublime, but it is going to be entertaining to watch. And as we get closer and closer to getting pick banned, Kitty, I want to talk about some of those priority picks that we hovered over before coming into today. And especially starting with the bot lane. Like, we've seen additions in AD carry like the Kaisers, the Zayas, the Varuses as well. Even the Tristanas inching their way in. But Light and Photic are Aphelios mains through and through. It is their champion throughout this split. And I feel like even though the meta's shifting, we might just get a heightened priority on the old OP in the bottom side just because of how Photic and Light have liked to play.
I mean, first of all, God bless that Zeri has finally fallen in priority where that ban has been taken over by the LeBlanc or something alongside the Static Shiv, and Kai'Sa has been reintroduced into that bottom side meta where you can go both the Kraken or the Static Shiv AP build, however you want to kind of mold into your team composition. But let's talk about the priority picks. Like you said, I feel like Renekton has been a champion that Weibo Gaming has been enjoying quite a lot, and the matchup for top lane is going to be very important because the Shy, he finds a lot of success on champions that can draw in a lot of pressure for those side lanes, while on the other hand, Invincible, I mean, he's the exact same case where I feel like he in particular really gets exposed when he is in a losing matchup in the top lane, so we'll have to wait and see who gets the red counter pick. But something like the Jax where they're going to play for the late game and kind of force these 1-4 compositions is the way to go for NIP. But I think jungles was a very interesting situation because Weiwei, he is great on bruises where they have setup, they have frontline, and they also bring that tempo to Weibo Gaming that can allow Chris to bounce off that. And Weiwei, I mean, we have seen his Viego. It didn't impress me, honestly. I feel like Viego in LPL, not the biggest fan unless your name's Tarzan. So, Jie, and alongside Xiaohu, of course, allow him to play the carry champions and kind of just go with something more standard for this game one.
You forgot the prime time TN on Viego as well. Just because he's, not playing the best League of Legends, like TN on Viego in the past. Absolute banger, but I agree. It's something that, again, maybe needs to be discussed as champion pools here heavily looked at way with things like the Nocturne, the Kha'Zix has popped in. As you said, the Poppies come through a little bit for Shadow too. Even for Weiwei, it's found its mark. But, guys, we're so close to getting in pick and ban, and I just want to see who's on red side. Because as you were saying, counterpick is going to be massive, considering that we have top lane champions or top lane players that do have a wide champion pool, that do have carries within it. Like Invincible and the Shy, both big Renekton players. The Shy and Invincible, both Cassante players. We've even had a couple of games of Jax from the Shy, which, if anyone knows the Shy historically, he's actually not the biggest Jax player. It is quite foreign to him. You go to his career, and you're like, where is Jax for the Shy? 4 games in total, including those 2 this split. The Shy has doubled his Jax priority for his entire career in 1 split. And that's just hilarious, considering I never thought I'd see him play the champ. But that's aside from the point, Kitty. Weibo are on blue. So it is NIP who get counterpick for topside if they choose this game, as we go and start the bans off with cheeky LeBlanc.
Yeah, I've been looking at the previous Weibo Gaming drafts, and I feel like all of their drafts have been relatively decent, but something that does stand out to me like a sore thumb is we've had a couple of instances where the opposing team would often save that counter pick for the support position, and there's been a couple of trap incidences where Chris would blind something like the Nautilus, and it really gets countered by champions like that Braum and restricts how Weibo and Chris are able to link up in that early game. So I'm kind of looking out for that, as well as the Ivern gets taken away by NIP themselves. Ivern receiving a slight adjustment coming into patch 13.12 where he can be the carry out of the 2 in the mid lane. But I really enjoy this LeBlanc ban away from Weibo Gaming because that's definitely something that Xiaohu has been finding a lot of comfort with, especially bringing in that macro where they do play towards those side lanes, or Weibo Gaming definitely struggling in those 5v5s. Tristana, also a very interesting champion coming into this new patch because I feel like Aphilos is the tier 180 carry, Tristana is just the straight up counter where you shut him down straight up in the early game.
And to pull it against Azir as well, interesting move here from NIP. A lot of mid laners find this as a simple matchup, to say the least, especially when that first item comes on board. So we'll see where Weibo put it in the end, as I will say the Shy in the past. Tristana has been something he's actually played towards topside, but
you're cooking too hard.
Well, with the Shy, you can never know. At the very least, though, wherever Tristana goes, NIP take that Poppy we were mentioning before the draft, Kitty. And already we know that is just going to be hard to play, as Weibo just look for other S-tier picks.
I'm so sorry to ruin your dreams, Asterix, but that does seem like a Renekton getting locked in blind for the Shy, where we do have champions like the Jax still up and available for Invincibles, so he can take that, but I'm assuming they do want to secure their AD carry like the Aphelios before we go into the second phase of banning. But I do also want to talk about how this Tristana blind is quite the confident move, like you said, into Azir, where the Tristana is a double flex. But I'm getting a little bit worried already because I remember their single win up against FPX that they are bouncing off from that series. It was through Lai, and it was through his proactive gameplay where he had to be the engage. So hopefully we'll have to see that once again for this series, and it is going to be the Jax naturally getting locked in for NIP.
Yeah, taking the matchup in top side, we didn't expect anything less as Invincible, one of his most played. So both top laners going into comfort here as we'll assume and just wait that gets locked in. But now we need to talk about bot side, Kitty, because even though Tristana's there, even though, you know, again, can play the flex, we have no bot laners otherwise outside of that possibility. And things like Rel, a huge priority at the moment in the meta. Kai'Sa, Varus, we've even seen Ezreal, Xayah, Rakan, still a duo. There is a lot on the bot side that right now needs to be looked at.
I wouldn't be too mad if NIP put some priority on the Kai'Sa, because I feel like when you do introduce Kai'Sa with the AP Shiv build as that first item, she can't be the sole carrier of the team. You can't play like 4 utility alongside the Kai'Sa. That would work much better with the Kraken. There's a reason why she has a significantly low win rate in the LPL, and that's because a lot of people haven't really adapted to this Kai'Sa, where she isn't as strong in that early game, relying on that 3-item spike. But as we talk about the support matchup, I mean, we have Crisp, who I think is very flexible, whichever direction he wants to take. But it's most likely going to be something like the Tristana that can force things early on in this game, as they also have that Renekton locked in for them, right? But once again, we have champions like Braum Open and NIP. They can just wait for that as that 5th pick.
We can indeed, as you said, wait for the support counter, because it's the Aphelios that both have played to a massive extent, and it just goes back to comfort, doesn't it? Well, there you go. Locked in, and as mentioned by Kitty, we're going to wait for that 5th pick to come through, as this was seen yesterday by Gala. Game 1, outside of his Kai'Sa, it was the Ziggs that he locked into a very, I guess, passive bottom lane, and Ziggs returns again, adding that AP damage that the team didn't otherwise have. No ways at Yumi. Put that in the bin. Kitty, is it going to be a takeaway, or is it an engage option?
It would make sense if Nautilus or Leona gets locked in, just to have that extra bit of synergy alongside the Ziggs. You just double ult the Aphelios, and how does he survive in those team fights? But it's going to be the Blitzcrank instead of that Nautilus. Extra bit of threat onto Photic for this game 1, and I would like to see some more protective support that we can. But no, it's going to be the Nautilus lock-in, so fighting fire with fire. But I honestly would much rather be the Blitzcrank in this 2v2 matchup. But talking about the overall game plan of Weibo Gaming, like you said, Gala introduced us with that Ziggs, and it is because we have the Tristana getting locked in for that mid lane. Most likely going to be the Shiv, where they have so much range to work off with, but they really need to also work off early game macro and just securing those towers very, very early on. But NIP, very standard in my opinion. You have really decent scaling in the Jax, the Azir, and the Aphelios, so it's all about surviving that early game. But Shadow, on the other hand, on the Poppy, he's gonna be invading your jungle, that's for sure.
Okay, well, I mean, you'd expect nothing less, but obviously on the other side as well, Aphelios, Jax, think about the side lane, think about the game state, elongating, especially with the Azir, Kitty. It feels like if we get to late game, it's gonna be a lot harder, rather, for Weibo to pull off their execution, where NIP, the consistency in their fight seems pretty solid, but we'll wait and see as we get into game number 1. Weibo sitting in a very uncomfortable spot. The reason is because they've taken a couple of losses, maybe where they shouldn't have. They beat JDG, they beat LNG at the start of the season, but Weibo have recently lost to FPX. Weibo took a game off BLG, but took a loss there as well. Almost lost to RA earlier on. This team is an enigma, and it's just crazy watching them go. As NIP have only beaten teams below them, can they finally break that trend and beat one above them? 7th versus 10th, 5-4 versus 5-5, as we're 2.5 weeks before we get into playoffs. It's already so soon, which is why these games matter more.
I really like that little tree that was alongside the crisp
But
LED
why?
fan sign.
Why was there a tree? What does Crisp have to do with a tree? What?
I
what? I don't
think
get.
it's because his full name in Chinese is Liu Qing and song is a type of
Song.
tree. I'm theorizing here, but that could potentially. I haven't looked too much into it, but that could be the
Sounds
lore.
legit.
Yeah, sounds pretty
That's-
legit.
Very good, Kitty. Very, very good. I'll take that at the very least. But hey, look, Chris got a big role this game as well. Look at the peak potential. Look at the burst of damage. And as you were saying, I feel like if Light is able to get that burst off, I mean, turrets are going to fall down as we saw yesterday with Gala Ziggs. Weibo are going to get early push here. And it could be a really big deal in this early game, Kitty, to just see them all in and knock down a couple of members of NIP before they can get off the ground.
And talking about knocking players out, Xiaohu starts the W and just jumps straight onto Angel's face. So playing very aggressive and most likely going to get a visit from the jungler of Weibo Gaming. But I do also want to talk about the Ziggs alongside this Blitzcrank. Once the Lost Chapter comes in, once that first item really settles in for Light, it allows Chris to work alongside Weiwei and really... That hook was so close, but they don't have the damage to finish off Photic, unfortunately. But early game tempo is going to be key for Weibo Gaming, especially around that level 6 when Weiwei does eventually get there. And I would love to see them playing for Xiaohu in this game 1.
It does make sense if we're looking at what Weiwei wants to do, to play towards the melee lane. He's only got one of them, and it's up towards his top side. But so far, the Shy taking unfavorable trades, Invincible getting the shove in, and that's going to enable a bit of deep ward coverage as well from this top duo. But having said that, the Shy's already done his due diligence. Shadow spotted on a ward crossing into enemy terrain. It's going to be the invader, Kitty, but Weiwei is running straight for it to see if he can catch him out.
Does seem like we're going to get a 1v1 for this blue buff, but Xiaohu does spot this. He gets there first.
Shadow just stood here. He just stood there waiting against the Sejuani. Xiaohu waiting over the side as now he's just so deep. And there's a Tristana here. It looks difficult. He's going to flash. But Xiaohu has W. He can W auto flash himself. This is first blood. Shadow, well, now trying to get his way out. But honestly, we know he's dead. I mean, honestly, Shadow, that's a little bit in for first blood over to Xiaohu. What the hell was that?
You know what? Being someone that's costed NIP in recent weeks, I expect nothing less from Shadow invading level 3, and it's either gonna do great things for NIP or give first blood to the Tristana, who you definitely don't want fed at this early game. I mean, he already has that fleet, now getting extra bit of gold for that static shift spike. We saw a really good example of this where it was the JDG versus Top Esports series, where it was also the static shift versus static shift in the mid lane, but the best way to counter this is to camp the static shift builder, and Xiaohu getting this early lead, not the best.
Yeah, not at all. I will say, yesterday we also got Kraken coming through first out of our mid Tristana, which was, holy brain, let's work. Scout? Scout on the Tristana, yeah. So I like that there's variations in build, but you're right. It has been the usual path, and that's what we expect here in this game, especially with less tanks on the roster that they're going up against. I also know Xiaohu with that kill, he was able to go back to the wave.
Oh, we get a replay.
Oh,
the
God.
ward spotted out Shadow walking towards that blue buff. I believe it was planted by the Shy, so of course Xiaohu did rotate there first, but red buff for this Tristana as well now. Natural push for this Sejuani to work off, and the TP also getting committed by Light. But I think by this point, once Chris backs and get his mobility boots, they can really start securing some topside priority and work along the Shy and Xiaohu, where they have so much damage just inbuilt into this kit.
But talking about the early game, ward coverage is doing wonders. This ward spotted out Dwarf. I mean, Xiaohu pinged it. He's standing back. Shadow now spending some time here as he's got Hex Flash available. Lens might catch out Xiaohu. But Shadow is alone for the time being. Look at where Dwarf is, quite far away as he moves to the wave. Just going to help get the shove for Angel here, but Xiaohu will wrap around. He'll be able to catch it and be able to catch up some of that CS that he lost, of course, when he picked up that first blood.
And this ward continues to spot out Shadow's entire pathing, and I feel like a champion like Poppy, you need to be aggressive early. Weibo Gaming know this very well, and they're just trying to shut down Shadow as much as possible. The hook hits.
Well, melee, both melee, might have to get the flash. Dwarf over the wall, he finds himself as Photic is satchel charged away. Meanwhile, the Shy! Oh! But Invincible thought he had the range. It's going to be a trade in the end, but remember the Shy just TP'd to lane. Still a big dub for Invincible on this Jax.
Shadow also hovering towards this top side, so there's ain't no way that the Shy is going to get that 3 waves stacked up under this tower. Also a play going into this Jax's pocket. Not the best start for this Renekton, but all Weibo Gaming need to do is to just be stable for this early game.
Well, this might not be another stable moment. Ulti Shadow away. Well played by Xiaohu. Didn't have the flash available as Hook connects. Meanwhile, there's a flash on the bottom side. Satchel again, but Photic is not going to be damaged out. Light not enough as the bouncing bomb a little bit to the left. And Weibo with their attempt. In the end, they'll only take the summoner out, but maybe that's enough to open up bot side and give Light a bit of free time.
And we do look at the replay for this top side. It was just the slow building wave up to the Shy. I mean, he did use some of his abilities on the way, so he couldn't really fight back, but a really good trade out of Invincible. Definitely explaining why his most played this split is that Jax. But I feel like Wei parting towards his bottom side, you don't really have as much damage as a traditional AD carry. Your Ziggs kind of just wants to push in the wave and look for those tower plates very early on in the game, so very interesting approach to say the least. I mean, he even said that Wei he can work off the synergy alongside the Shy.
As Ult is going to be burning top side, Shadow's coming in, the Shy in a bit of trouble. He knows that, and he's just trying to thin the wave, but you don't want to take a 1v2 versus a level 6 Renekton, especially when Invincible hasn't popped the ulti yet. I mean, that's just a threat on the Shadow that he has to respect, and the wave still gets shoved in regardless.
That does allow Weibo Gaming to have some time to clear out this first drag and going over to Wei. But NIP's bottom lane, they're consistently pushed in, so that does deny a lot of mid-jungle synergy coming out of the side of this roster. But so far, so good. I mean, Xiaohu picking up that first blood. He is going to go the Kraken Slayer build, so no Shiv abusers so far into this game. And that makes my day just a little bit better, Hysterics.
Yeah, because it's a rubbish item. Great in the game, but rubbish at what it does. We all know it's so good. You know what I'm saying. There is no way that people who listened yesterday didn't get the message about both Cassante and Static Shiv in that broadcast. Like, there is an emote out there. There's a Papega Shiv emote. I love it.
There's a Papega I need to see that emote. Who made it?
It is literally everything about this item. It is just like, Static Shiv. The worst. I'm glad again. We're not going to get it from Xiaohu, as you already said. Just to note, he is 10 CS behind, but that kill makes up for it. Hence, the items feeling pretty good right now as NIP have started this Herald at 8.5. This is Weibo moving up though. Kitty, Light wants to nuke him with his ulti. Crisp up as well. Weibo looking for a fight.
Photic does have really good guns though. The red and white, no flash available though, so he has to be very careful.
Ulti's early. Onto Shadow, just trying. There's Herald. Flash Shadow gets it.
How does he get out?
As Angel now flash Rocket Grab and Shadow's back in, but it might be to his detriment. He's already burnt his flash. I mean, Shadow in a crazy place this game.
How does the
As
Shy
Invincible-
keep living?
Oh, I don't know, but he's going to die. Invincible's going to die for this, isn't he? He leap strikes away, but Rocket Jump over. There it is. Flash match. Rocket Grab connects, but Crisp almost dies for it. Ulti burnt by Xiaohu, and he got 2 kills in that trade. The Shy is just the king of baits this game.
I'm convinced, Hysterics, that all of these 1v1 trades from this Renekton are calculated to the single digit that he lives on every single time. And like you said, a 3-0 Tristana and also getting 2 plates in this top side. Although NIP secured that Rift Herald, I don't know if they can shut down this Tristana anytime soon.
Look, this is what we said. Getting turret plating, getting a good push in lane, Kitty. Like, it's everything for this game. That's 3 plates to Xiaohu. This Tristana's massive. We're about to see it after the replays. First we look, because it was Wei delaying this Herald and Weibo converging.
Yeah, and Shadow flashes to secure that Rift Herald, but he doesn't have a flash to get out anymore. So maybe he could have played a little bit differently where he just walks towards that Rift Herald buff. But obviously, trying to secure it is the way to go, as we have the Shy in a very sticky situation.
Yeah, the whole team's here. He's trying to get the Fury. Ulti's up. Photic cleanses, but nothing you can do. There's enough damage and enough CC for Photic to get his first kill.
Look, if there's a way, the Shy can always find it. But like you said, I'm expecting this Rift Herald being dropped for Photic. He's always been that hyper carry that NIP rely on so much, and something that I do want to kind of praise NIP, as I feel like they are a great front to back team they've played these front-to-back team competitions very well, and alongside Draw as well on this Nautilus. I mean, all they have to do is pretty much lock down Xiaohu before he gets out of control, but the Shy can't be giving these little kills over to Photic, who has that Kraken Slayer in mind.
Yeah, already picked up so early on as we're looking at replay bottom right. The Shy just walked into lane.
Flanked by the Aphelios.
But he always does. I mean, he gets flanked by everyone. The Shy, what a classic. This guy, I mean, it doesn't matter if he overextends or if he plays at the wrong time. Everyone has heat-seeking missiles just waiting to kill this man. It's like he asked for it, you know, he wants the attention. He doesn't really. He's actually quite a humble person, but people put respect on him, and he always gets ganked.
Look, I think those two previous deaths were exchanges not resulting in a death. The Hex Slash does show up by Shadow, but he doesn't commit to it as Dro isn't in lane just quite yet. But really big reason why Ziggs has been reappearing into the meta is he's just such a great answer into hyper carries like the Jinx and the Aphelios, just shutting them down early on and being a great lane pusher where it will kind of close down how Dro is able to roam around the map. And this Ziggs will also pick up the Haunting Guy. Not Haunting Guys, the Liandries.
Nice.
God, every time I call it Haunting Guys, I need to stop
Guys,
this.
the old precursor to Liandries. Wow. I mean, we were talking about Brutalizer yesterday, and I think even going back a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about Wriggle's Lantern on Warwick. Those were the days. Close light. Trying to cancel the back on Photic. But those are flashbacks, especially when, I don't know if you've seen, Kitty, new 2v2 mode, of course, announced. I was watching Pedro yesterday play it after broadcast. I gotta say, it looks so much fun. It looks OP, but it looks so good. I hope there's full on ranked and everything.
You know, Mr. Riot's going to create ranked mode for that 2v2v2, but my question is, who am I going to play the game with? Am I going to be the sandbag, or is my duo going to be the sandbag? Is what I'm trying to theorize.
Are you playing
here.
with me or not? I've been bagging sand for years. I'm still in gold. Season 3, I start ranked. I think I was bronze or silver. Season 4, gold. I have been gold for almost 10 years. My career is nothing. As the Shy.
Not again, Shy.
God, he's playing about as well as wait. Never mind. What? Again? Angel gets over. Holy dooly diddly dudley. The Shadow's going to get out as well, but the Shy just has this tendency to almost get out. That was almost the third time.
Look, I'm gonna give a gold medal to the Shy. I mean, he is just consistently baiting NIP out. I think that could have been a 2-for-1 trade, but fortunately, Dro using that stopwatch perfectly for the tower aggro does mean Photic falls as a result, but that buys so much tempo for Xiaohu and Light to work with. You already see the mid and top tier 1 towers are getting destroyed right now, and they're opening up the map straight away.
It's just all about Xiaohu, isn't it? Remember we talked about, the solo lanes and consistency here? The Shy obviously been caught out a couple of times. The dive there not respected. But Xiaohu, meanwhile, keeps capitalizing. As we look at the replay, I'm sorry for the testy pop. He did TP to this. The Shy did teleport to this. You naughty, naughty boy.
And just looking at the map, Wei isn't here, Chris isn't here, but talking about consistency, the Shy is an absolute mad lad living on 1 HP every single time. Angel is very lucky to get that kill, by the way. He had to go in between tier 1 and tier 2 towers to collect that, but we already talked about how NIP, their team composition is relatively standard. They need to slow down the game as much as possible. No dragons in their pockets so far, only picking up that Rift Herald where it did break open that bottom lane tower, but Weibo Gaming in a very comfortable position so far with the Navori getting picked up by Tristana.
Holy crap. He's a full item over Angel. He is in line with Light, who has been picking up turrets as well, excuse me. I think got quite a bit of plating. And between those two, while the Shy is getting absolutely rocket grabbed, and I'm not talking about Blitzcrank, these two members are carrying up Weibo right now. The damage kitty is going to be insane. And let's remember, even though they've got strong lanes and a lot of pushing power, they also scale really, really well. So there's always that pick potential. There's always that burst and I guess all in that you got to start fearing from Xiaohu and Light as they get more of these levels.
And you see Wei just consistently hovering towards his top side as Light, he is under no threat whatsoever with that flash available as well. Chris also having that mobility boot. I mean, Angel has to be very careful here. Great vision set up by NIP, but it kind of just feels like they're matching this 1-3-1 composition coming out of Weibo Gaming, but Invincible, he only has a Sunder and not too much presence in that bottom side. They're gonna force the top tier too.
It's dead. I mean, Xiaohu will make short work of that, even does some
Oh,
damage
the
on the
TP
way
from
out against
Invincible?
Swore. Is big. He's got flash and ulti available as well. Xiaohu's walking into a trap, tries the W, but caught out in the end. His ulti does nothing. Norse's Weiwei as he even flashes a bit of death charge, follows him maybe to his death. Here's Angel. He's got flash, won't need it, gets a range, and a kill for NIP. Weibo, too hypey for the inner turret, and it costs him big.
Great TP out of Invincible, catches Xiaohu way too overpushed. I mean, that just goes back to NIP's vision setup that they had in this top side. 3 pink ones that you see on the map as well. Shadow secures this blue buff, taken away from Lai, who will just kind of restrict his ability to push these waves in mid lane. But NIP, they got the kills they needed. They slowed down the game. Invincible on this Jax now, a bit of a problem for Weibo Gaming to deal with. They need 2 members to really shut this guy down. He has so much escape as well. Did have to burn the flash though, so that's kind of good because Xiaohu didn't exchange his. But like you said, looking at this top side, that TP ward from the control over the Baron pit was such a long flank where he didn't expect it. The Tristana had the flash as well, but not burning it, trying to save it for next time, as everything pretty much goes wide. But NIP, this is the chance that they needed. This is the way back into this game from such a scrappy start.
Yeah, look, again, I feel like scrappy start can be said, especially about Shadow and what happened in enemy jungle. That's what really hurt NIP here on this Poppy, but now with the recovery, Angel quite large, Invincible, as you said, in a good spot, now with Black Cleaver too. NIP have clawed back some of the gold lead. It was about 4,000 before that play, now only about 2. The only thing is, Weibo are dragon stacking here, Kitty, and we know it's going to be an early Infernal Assault if this keeps up with the pace, as Weibo now set up again, 15 seconds till it spawns.
Logic does not have flash here either, so it's going to be really hard trying to walk into this jungle, as we have a bit of an exchange, but Angel isn't here. He's extremely pushed in that mid lane, so it's going to be really hard trying to fight off the front line. The TP gets exchanged from Angel.
Yeah, so he's coming in red hot. Xiao's just taking the red buff, ready to erupt as well, as I'm waiting for the Shy to come in on a flank as Invincible's
Spots him
there.
out.
The top laner is going to battle it out, so it's a 4v4, but make that 3v4, but Xiao has evened it up with one fell burst. The range is massive as now they jump on Invincible. Left side of your screen, this Hockey Jax is taking the 1v2. As the Blast Cone's taken as well, the Shy just needs to come in for the stun, finds it, and Dragon is found as well. And Weibo have found their merit here in game number 1 as more success follows.
Luckily for NIP, the Baron is still 1 minute away, but like you said, Inferno Soul Point for Tristana and Ziggs. If they do manage to get that Inferno, this is going to be such pain for Photic to deal with, not having any lifesteal in his build, working towards that Gale Force as that second item. But I feel like Joe played it a little bit too fast, and they weren't really able to play off the poke that Angel has to do with his Sand Soldiers before they approach those 5v5s. But like you said, and like we've been highlighting, this Jax is slowly becoming a problem where Weibo Gaming, they played it very well. They spotted out the Jax, and they called way over the wall. While Weibo Gaming, they were just fighting a 3v3 frontline, but the 2-item Tristana is a very big problem to deal with for the side of NIP.
Just realized Weiwei got knocked right into the red buff to pick it up. That's nice. That's a nice addition. As Weibo lose the top laner on the Shy as well, by the way. Just a quick mention. Had to get away from Invincible as Counter-Strike was not up towards the end of this play. A good kill for the Shy to finally get on the board, but as we said, Dragon was taken. That's the biggest objective here. Kitty, it's Infernal Soul in 345. Infernal Soul for a Renekton Ziggs Tristana. Think about that all-in. That's already hurting a lot against NIP and some of their squishier targets. It will get worse if Weibo are allowed to pick up this early soul in this game 1.
And it's so scary trying to kind of fight off Weibo Gaming, contesting for this vision, because Crisp on this Blitzcrank, it doesn't matter that you don't find those hooks in the laning phase. All that matters is that 1Q connecting onto the carries of NIP. Flashes are available, and we do have the Azir Tower getting placed, but I feel like they really need to play of either Invincible finding a nasty flash stun onto Weibo Gaming for Xiaohu and Light, or it's going to be really tough trying to fight it front to back.
Maybe something with Shadow as well. I mean, getting numbers advantage with that Poppy ulti that we've seldom hardly seen. Xiaohu and Weiwei thinking about starting this one up, but they got wards in the back of the pit. at least to threaten it for the time being. They will start it, and they do it so quickly. I mean, Xiao is like a whole item up.
He is, and the Tristana, Kraken Slayer, also the Ziggs with that Leandri is burning this down straight away. Shadow does have the flash, but the
Can he get a steal?
there's a pink one
Can
on
he get
it.
a steal?
He sees
oh,
it.
Dear Lord. Okay, Weiwei's ulti not the best, but still Barrett is just taken under their nose. Crisp is willing to die for the Brotherhood. And with that, the Shy also, wow, Photic out with the Gale Force. I think the Shy, did he get solo killed by Invincible because he is dead again?
Yes, I will take that as a yes, because there's a Jax in the bottom lane taking that tier 2 as NIP. They did manage to at least get something back from that Baron, but Weiwei's ultimate's on the Sejuani, not the best. A flank from Angel, it's not gonna hit.
Well, he's still trying to go in on top of Light. This Zig's not going to find out as the ulti is still there. Angel's slowed on down. Bouncing bombs not connecting from Light, but Xiaohu now over the wall. The ulti
He's dead.
auto. What a beautiful buffer. Shadow even hurt a little bit on the way out as he has to flash from Weiwei. Teleport from the Shy. He's pissed off. He's not had a very fun game, and now he wants to tell them all about it, but what can he do? Satchel Charge doesn't connect, and he's just there to make the rest of Weibo look more buff.
Angel biting off more than he can chew. I mean, I kind of see the angle. It is just Photic 1v1ing the Shy, and it was the Renekton having that vision, but the cleanse getting poked, getting kind of used from the Sephiroth, and dodging out on that final Zigzag was a huge highlight play by Photic, but I feel like that was an overplay from this Azir, and now Tristan in hand Baron buff as well. How do they defend this?
Oh, they don't. Tristana and Ziggs, by the way, I just realized that combo is
It's
gnarly
disgusting.
on turrets. Like, turrets do not stand a chance, and especially when plating goes down as well, especially for those tier 1s, like, they disappear in an instant. Satchel Charge, press E, Yordle power. There's something going on in Bandle City. Bandle? Yeah, Bandle City that we're not aware of. Yordles can, for some reason, push turrets really fast.
Did you know that the portal to Bandle City it spawns in random areas, so you'll never be able to catch a Yordle in the wild? They just kind
Holy
of
crap.
blip in and out.
Did Riot copy Narnia or what? Isn't that the whole thing with Narnia? Like, the door is never the same?
Don't say that.
Oh my god, Riot Games, hey.
Found the loophole.
Narnia wants a word with you. I swear to God, it's the same thing. Narnia, the doors change all the time. You can't get in the same way into Narnia as you did before.
Okay, Inferno Soul
So-
point, and we don't have any flashes for Angel, but Photic, he needs to pop off in this team fight.
Yeah, let's get back on track. Good one, Kitty, as Dredgeline starts it off onto Weiwei. He's frontlining for the time being, but the ulti in return as the Shy wants an angle. He's got flash available, but right now they're utilizing the poke from Light, from Xiaohu, the main damage sources. Infernal Soul for Weibo as everything is hooked, doesn't connect. Jungler's
Weibo's
out of
out.
there. Weibo move away as Invincible jumps in, but doesn't find the targets he was after. They are not the droids you were looking for. As back on in, Weiwei returns and gets the soul. The nuke finds its mark as Crisp does not. The Shy is still holding onto that TP. No one's died yet, but Invincible is about to change that as Schwar. Dredge lines to save the rest of his team, but I don't even think it will. Shadow's getting shredded like no tomorrow as Angel. His heart was in it, but the game was not going to let him struggle any longer. The Shy somehow with a triple kill all of a sudden and a bounty, but we all know that Light and Xiaohu were just firing away.
That was an absolutely insane team fight coming out of Weibo Gaming, suffocating NIP even in a 4v5 situation, and waiting for Weiwei to make his way back into the Dragon Pit, and of course sealing the deal by getting that smite onto the final dragon, securing themselves this Infernal Soul and double inhibitors. Now they're just going to reset and work towards that third one, and NIP, it's over.
Really is. I mean, 8k gold lead, Infernal Soul. Look at the replay here, Kitty. I just want to know how Weiwei got back in time on this dragon. I guess NIP was so scared to walk in because of the zoning from Light.
Yeah, I
and
mean, the
Xiao.
carries of Weibo Gaming, they just pulled Invincible so nicely in this entire team fight. And you see that the Shy is also kind of threatening on that side as well, where at the end, it was a 50-50 flip. And the Ziggs zoning in these team fights is just absolutely insane, and the Inferno, of course, doing so much damage. They have to play these team fights slow as NIP. They have to play front to back, but look at the positioning of everyone. How do you really escape when that hook lands finally onto Photic?
Isn't it crazy with Blitzcrank? Is yeah, the Shy got a triple. Let's be real, it was definitely feels like a Xiaohu fight to watch. Chris missed 3 out of 4 of those hooks.
Hey! It's the one that matter.
That's what I'm saying. The one that matters, you know, onto Fotik in the end, a clutch hook. That's the one people will remember. Crispus hit some pretty gnarly ones this game as well. I'm not sure why that's in the repertoire for today, but I feel like a surfer boy. The same words like gnarly, and I'll say wiped out soon. Because let's be real, NIP are going to get wiped out pretty soon. All it takes is top lane turret kitty, then all 3 inhibitors will be down. And with the pushing power that we have talked about over and over in this game, let's just get ready to see it in action. Oh, was that a mistake? That was a mistake. Yeah, you yeet Xiaohu out, but, well, excuse me, not even Xiaohu, Light, but he's here now for another angle on top of Invincible. Has to get out of there himself. Flash hook and, oh no! He's dead too. Weibo with 2 quick kills, and top is now broken.
Invincible, he was trying to look for that final flank, but like you said, NIP running out of options as Crisp lands 2 extremely nice hooks onto both the support and top laner. It's not about the ones you miss, it's about the ones that hit. And by the 20-minute mark, man is making the difference in these team fights. As he's looking for another one, but it misses. Okay, never mind, I'm cursing him.
I mean, Angel gets out. It was close, though. Teleport going to come through from Xiaohu. Weibo looking to end it right here for game 1, 27 minutes in. And this team has played so well. Xiaohu on this Tristana. Oh my god! Xiaohu almost solo killed under turret. It may as well have been as he picks up a double. I know who my MVP is. From start to finish, this guy's been fed a couple of meals. And Xiaohu on this Tristana needs to be respected in game 1.
We asked for consistency out of this Weibo Gaming roster, and Xiaohu delivering us with this lovely Tristana for game 1. And like you said, MVP-worthy experience for the audience as well. But still, I mean, it was always Weibo Gaming's game to win ever since minute 1, with that first blood going into this Tristana's pocket.
You know, Kitty, that game from Weibo was almost as good as the super schooner that's been unveiled in Australia that helps people carry 4 beers to their table. There's a really exciting development in science for people that do like drinking beer. That's what my revelation is here for game number 1, considering that Weibo, you know, are a team that have had a lot of troubles in the past. Like against FPX, that was a great example. I will say, this was a really nice touch, and even though there were some moments from people like the Shy, from Xiaohu, from Weiwei, we saw a really clean game.
Yeah, I mean, ever since picking that first blood up for Xiaohu, he was able to utilize that lane party that he was able to gain up against Angel, shutting down this Azir pretty much the entire game. I didn't feel a presence from this Azir, and that is because Weibo Gaming fastened up the tempo. They were just taking every single tower down, where this Azir wasn't able to farm until that 3-item spike. But another huge point that I wanted to talk about, this is the Weibo Gaming that I wanted to see for game 1. Xiaohu on a carry where he was a little bit on and off on champions like the Annie and Gragas, and just finding that stability is definitely key. But the Shy redeeming himself with a triple kill. Of course, we also have to highlight that, as I know someone's definitely very happy with the end KDA.
Yeah, hell yeah, they should be. I mean, look, again, the Shy getting a positive KDA after that game is hilarious with how much it hurt him in the early parts, especially. Invincible almost getting a solo kill. It looked good for him on this Jax, but Kitty, I think with Angel having, you know, a bit of gold himself on this Azir, needed a bit more time. I think Shadow, realistically, hurt this game so much for NIP. If we're looking for one player that needs to improve for game 2, it has to be Shadow. Like, getting caught out in jungle, he moved outside of brush. Like, he stood outside of brush for a bit. It's like he didn't realize he was not hidden. I don't know, man. Oh, God, it was just
We've
so
seen the same
cold.
performance out of Shadow in a previous series where he was on the poppy once again. He was consistently trying to invade. I believe it was topside as well, but the difference is from that game, I believe it was a NIP win, is that Angel was on a champion like Ari, where he was able to kind of follow up with your craziness and kind of help you cheat tempo with those dashes. But unfortunately, this game, he had to really not give any opportunity over to the enemy team, especially into the Tristana, where no one could match her side lane presence. And I just felt really bad because Photic, I mean, he did obviously luck in the Aphelios and it was countered by the Ziggs where he was consistently getting pushed into his own lane. So it kind of just felt like all of these lanes by NIP in this game 1 was a bit of a silent early game. And we have to kind of just hopefully see that they do lock in strong 2v2s onwards.
Yeah, maybe a complete direction change. I mean, look, from what we saw in game number 1, NIP maybe changing direction would be a good idea. That Aphelios that we talked about has been a favorite of both these 80 carries, but in that game 1, I mean, Photic wasn't able to do anything. And going up against a team like Weibo Gaming that can sometimes throw Hail Marys, that we can sometimes get picks like Ziggs out that can stale the lane a little bit, which is so good at doing, then maybe Photic and Draw need to go something a little bit more aggressive, maybe put priority in things like the Rel. Samira has been popping up. The Varus got banned away in second rotation, but maybe that needs to come out earlier. Add some range into the lane so that they can win that 2v2. That'd be exciting to see. As Kitty, I am not sure what we're waiting for, but I will say, overall, Weibo are looking good. We just need to see what happens in the top side. Like, Weibo do look a lot better since the FX series.
They just need to consistently stay this good all the way until the end of playoffs, and hopefully we won't really get a repeat of spring, but we will get to see the damage chart shared, or at least the damage delta champions. And just looking at this overall graph, I do want to highlight Invincible on his most played champion, or second most played champion, the Jax, was a bit of a threat in that side lane, and we saw that NIP was able to find some kills back into the game onto Xiaohu, onto Weiwei, and it did give Weibo Gaming a bit of a hiccup. Fortunately, we still had Shadow kind of getting caught in sticky situations where dragon stacking did become a very big problem at that 25-minute mark. So it just didn't allow this Jackson, Nazir, and Aphelios to play to their game. But I still feel like keep your eyes out for the top lane because the Shy is still a little bit unreliable. And
I think with Weibo, like that objective stacking was always so prevalent because of how quickly they took it down with people like Xiaohu, people like Light. Weiwei used that advantage on the Baron as well. You turn your head for an instant and the Baron's already gone because of how quickly it goes down with this team. So I think Weibo used their fog of war, their vision clearing very, very well to set themselves up on some of these priority neutrals. But overall, we know Xiaohu's MVP. Even though Weiwei, great supportive player on the Sejuani, had some good moments, it was Xiao who picks up MVP. We're going to go to a break in literally 5 seconds. When you return, Xiaohu's name is going to be across the screen. Otherwise, I'm not casting the second game because it's Xiaohu's MVP. Break time, and see you for that.
A Mining, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio el sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento de Horus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está el Magna Gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của BJ và BJ đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tông biến. Người tới ở phía sau là cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai và xả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấp máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogan cộng với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Rory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt bên phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết lòng kill và đây sẽ là nó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt well.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians and who he might lose it. Boogie goes to the back.
with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who
Watch
flashes
Turtle.
on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good.
Turtle.
Licorice coming out. Stixay manages to blast one down. No Turtle here for no more damage. Stixay one into lock eyes with Gory.
Oh, no.
Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro body. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill.
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, o round ultimate.
Meu Deus!
O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que
Olha o
iniciante
round.
maravilhosa
Olha o
do
round.
House. Conseguiu pegar todo mundo. Logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate. Triple kill pro Brains, que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps.
Back Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it's
Just stands there hitting them. Look at him go. What the hell, Caps? Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
The sun keeps shining as we go nowhere. There is something missing. I can't get any air. Take me to the edge and leave me there. You're just teasing me, baby, but I couldn't care. I get a rush, get a buzz, get a thrill from you. All this stuff, it's too much. Ah, yes, it's true. I keep coming back just for something to do. I can't help but think, baby, you're so cool. Good for me, you're no good for me. Good for me, you're no good for me. We're having too much fun to leave it alone. But you're no good for me, you're no good. Keep on driving, won't you take me somewhere? I want to see what you see. I'll go anywhere. Take me to the edge and leave me there. You're just teasing me, baby, but I couldn't care. I get a rush, get a buzz, get a thrill from you. All this stuff is too much. Oh, yes, it's true. I keep coming back just for something to do. I can't help but think, baby, you're so cool. Good for me, you're no good for me. Good for me, you're no good for me. We're having too much fun to leave it alone. But you're no good for me, you're no good. Good for me, you're no good for me. Good for me, you're no good for me.
我们相对春季赛来说，我觉得目前的成长是比春季赛多了更多的阵容体系，然后运营方面也是做得好了一些，然后就是要把这些东西再完善的更加多一些。 我觉得我们队伍之所以最近比赛打得比较艰难，我感觉是阵容组合方面都是选择的，还是需要再去多了解一下。因为这个版本有电刀这个装备的话，还是要比较去在意边线的一个控制跟管理的，不然的话可能为了去打一个龙团会丢失比较多的线或者比较多的防御塔，是比较亏的。我觉得这个版本的话还挺适合安觉的，因为有了电刀这个装备，并且像妖姬、卡帕、阿克丽这些英雄出了电刀之后，也是可以更快的前沿去做更多的事情，所以说他的这些英雄的话是需要注意一下。
Thank you to Xiaohu. Interesting interview there as we get you back into game number 2 with Weibo picking up 1 to open things up. I'm Hysterics. This is Kitty. Xiaohu's MVP, by the way. I don't care if it's someone else. If it's someone else, again, Kitty, you're solo casting this. Has to be the Tristana, and there is no logical reason otherwise. Pick up MVP. Pull it up. I didn't hear it. I know in my heart. There we go. Any other result would be ludicrous, especially with how well he played.
Yeah, Mr. Hu himself getting that MVP for the game 1. And like you said, through the macro play, through the early aggression that this Tristana was able to provide, Weibo Gaming sealing the deal and giving the audience a lot of hope and confidence approaching this series. But of course, I also want to highlight a point where Xiaohu was very proficient on this champion. I mean, it is Xiaohu's Tristana. He's really good on this champion. But you see a lot of instances where Shadow and Invincible were desperately trying to shut down this Tristana, but man was buffering every single CC when it came to those engages and kind of just denying NIP any way of kind of seeping back into this game.
His spacing sick on this Tristana. The ulti's beautiful as well. The aggression was there all game long, and I feel like Xiaohu, it's very well deserved here with Weiwei playing a very close role. I mean, we talked about, you know, the highlights in this team, Kitty. Light was solid this game. Light wasn't a star. We still got that consistency, but we kind of got more out of the members that we wanted to see more out of. Members like Weiwei, members like Xiaohu. And I feel like game 2, it's on the emphasis of NIP to change up their draft, considering how passive they were and how little opportunities they were, I guess, given or afforded in the game.
I feel like Shadow needs to kind of chill out with his playstyle, especially when you take in consideration that the Tristana will have natural first move compared to a Nazir in that early game. But I feel like back for this game too, I mean, Xiaohu was emphasizing how Weibo Gaming, they've been experimenting with a lot of drafts, and I really enjoy the addition of Light being able to flex to something like that Ziggs, where he is kind of a secondary carry and he isn't as relied on as that Aphelios that we see in a lot of those instances. But of course, coming into game 2, we have to reconsider the fact that it was the mid lane that did suffer the most. So I'm assuming NIP on the red side, once again, they are going to look for a much stronger 2v2 coming into this game 2.
Yeah, because with side selection staying the same, I mean, again, you're right, the emphasis should be there and maybe towards counterpick in a solo lane if they want to switch towards playing like that as well. For game 2, Kitty, Ivan's banned away again, but this is surprising that they would give away and that they would handshake on this matchup again when we know that Xiaohu did so well. I mean, that to me just seems kind of, I don't know.
You know, I do enjoy the Sejuani getting taken away from Weiwei. That does mean Weiwei, he has to pick something like the Maokai to make up for that lack of AP, unless they're going to default back to the Ziggs as that AP carry in the bottom lane once again. So we do see Weiwei kind of hovering through those choices that he's given. Yes, it is going to be the Maokai lock-in. Perhaps. I don't care anymore. Okay, let's talk about the next one. So Renekton and Cassante are both... Renekton is still up and available. And I feel like the Shy has been prioritizing this champion quite a lot in recent drafts, where it is just getting blinded. And it does provide a lot of that early aggression once again, especially when it comes to that laning phase. However, you can't be getting caught out because NIP with the Azir and Sejuani, they have a lot of lockdown to secure those mid-game skirmishes.
So a little bit more emphasis there. Weibo on the other hand though, Maokai is still S tier. I mean, this is still a top tier jungler. Weiwei maybe flexing towards what Karsa has loved in the past, but still no, it's that Maokai. So Kitty, we do have a good CC chain, and again, emphasis on how much setup there is for his solo lane so far.
Yeah, and we also do have to consider the fact that this time around the Sejuani is in NIP's pockets, and I would expect a lot of attention being thrown towards Invincible on this Jax for game 2. But with the remaining picks being the bottom lane of both sides of these teams, something like the Xayah and Rakan have been seeping back into priority where they are becoming S-tier champions, especially Rakan. A lot of the top tier teams that we have in the LPL, they're more than happy to just break up that combo and take the Rakan themselves. But considering this game, perhaps NIP can also consider that due to how much kind of short-range champions that Weibo Gaming have so far in their composition.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rakan on 4 here, so that's what I'm getting, especially with Ziggs taken away. Maybe for Weibo, their direction would be more towards the Xayah Rakan, which we haven't seen yet in this series, but the Ziggs we have taken away from Light's hands when he was just so solid within the lane, helped with the pushing power that Weibo did so well. As speaking of that all-in and to punish the short-range kitty, Weibo get rid of NIP, getting any option of that rel in bot.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get a trade between the Xayah and Jinx for the 2 ADCs. I mean, Aphelios is still up and available. It could potentially just be the classic Aphelios versus Jinx in the bottom lane, but support counter matchup is going to be very important. We saw the Nautilus coming out of draw for the game 2, but I would have much preferred something that could have provided extra bit appeal considering how aggressive Weibo Gaming played in that game 1. I'm expecting the same going into this game 2, so we'll have to wait and see what Photic picks up here, because they are going to try and secure that bottom lane duo that can have a strong presence in the 2v2.
Don't do Aphelios. Oh my god, I'm so sick of Aphelios. I thought we moved on. We moved on to better days. Kitty, you know what's Pog against this team? You know what's not too bad? Things like the Kai'Sa. Things like the Xayah. Especially against Jackson Azir. Actually, Xayah, no kappa. Not the worst option here, right?
I mean, we still have to remind the audience that this Tristana is a double flex, but Ashe getting hovered right now. Don't get me excited. Yes, it's going to get locked in for Light. We have a bit of a glacial synergy coming into this bottom lane, but Ashe has received slight adjustments to her abilities where she has so much damage now in that laning phase, especially just making up for her lack of presence in that early game before she hits 6. So I'm really excited, especially denying that Braum counterpick away from Joe. So I would expect a Yuumi perhaps for this final pick, or at least an Enchanter to steal the deal.
It's a shame that it has to be the Yuumi, but you're right. An Enchanter feels right here with engage options already present. So draw locks in the cat. Kitty, it feels similar though to last game, right? Like there is still range on Weibo. There's a lot of pick potential. We talked about that last time. NIP just building the front to back once more.
Yeah, but this time around, Weibo Gaming just as much setup, even more CC, might I say, with the Ashe getting locked in this time around. Utility bottom lane to allow Xiaohu to shine once again. And I'm expecting kind of the same repeat of game 1, especially when it comes to that early game. But we also have to remind the audience that NIP locking in a relatively similar composition, very standard, very front to back, especially with the Jax and the Azir late game win con. But Yuumi and Sejuani, they're not going to have as much of a loud voice when it comes to that early game. So they just need to fend off Weibo Gaming as best they can.
Well, keep the game stagnant. NIP, the early game last time was where the mistake was made. It was Shadow on the Poppy, which of course hasn't been shown here. He's on the Sedge this time. Biggest question is, how is Shadow going to perform coming into this game? Kitty, he's got a melee top laner. He can play towards that lane. Invincible did so well in the same matchup in game number 1. The options are there, even more so here for game 2 for NIP, to keep themselves subpar in the LPL, to keep themselves in a positive win rate. It takes this series, it takes this game at the very least. NIP versus Weibo. It would also be a good rejuvenation for WBG as well. Remembering that they lost to FPX, BLG recently. They need a win in the column as we get ever so close to approaching playoffs in our 7-week split. Was that the shyest Buzz Lightyear? There was someone in the audience. The Shy was on Buzz Lightyear's armor. What an edit!
I wouldn't be surprised. We've gotten a few cute, I would say, fan signs in the NIP arena. I believe the last one I saw was with Mazel, and it was Angel with like just a head and 4 limbs coming out of his head, and it looked like a little bit of a goofball. It was really cute though because the limbs were like kind of moving and everything. Anyways, but coming to this game, Weibo Gaming, they decided to take away this Braum to deny any counter pick for NIP, especially when Dro has shown that preference towards those melee supports. But the problem is the Braum and Ashe not going to have as much of a presence in that 2v2, where they're not going to be able to force that much unless they get their hands for Weiwei to get onto this Aphelios.
Or unless it's something at level 1, right, as well. Xiaohu, by the way, doing the exact same thing as he did last game. He starts W, he jumps on your head, he literally Goomba stomps you, and then just walks out with a beneficial trade. As Kitty, this is what I'm talking about. A level 1 with lethal tempo Ashe. Not too shabby, but nothing going to come out of that Winter's Bite in the end. So trading from Photic and Draw, completely fine.
The most annoying thing about versing Yuumi is that she has double combat summoners. So you have to consider the fact, yes, you can fight level 1, but they do have the extra heal in their pockets where you don't really have the Ignite to cut that out. So it is going to be extra health. And most likely you need to look for that re-engage from the Braum, as Invincible...
Ooh.
As aggressive as ever.
I mean, but this time the Shy gets a better trade because Counter-Strike doesn't connect. So good news there as we look at the top side with a bit of a CS advantage once more for Invincible. We shift back down to bot, but yeah, I mean, this is the matchup, isn't it? Wait, the Shy will have Flash available to jump on his head, but Fury's not there. Kitty, you want at least 50%. Get that empowered W with he's on Conqueror. I was going to say with PTA, you kill there. But still with Conqueror, Invincible has to pay respect as this is a completely different lane this time.
Yeah, the wave is slowly building towards Invincible, and the junglers are going to meet here at the Tri-Bush.
What year is it? I mean, this is just like the start of the split. Weiwei covering top. Dude, what a different world we're in. The Shy probably crying this split every time a jungler comes top for him.
Hey, from memory, the reason why Weibo Gaming found so much success in their series win up against JDG was because Weiwei had great counter 2v2s for the Shy in this top side, and they came out on top with 2 kills into their pockets every single time, and I really enjoy this, especially when you have the Ashe and Braum, which is a relatively safe lane. You just have to stop the Shy from kind of flip-flopping around in that early game. As the Xiaohu going in for a bit of a poke, but we do have
Xiaohu.
The Xiaohu.
Everyone is the... I mean, look, honestly, I feel like if I ever became a pro player, I said this the other day, I'd be the Shy too. That's what I'd name myself. I'd have to ask for his permission, but surely he'd say yes. The Shy's he's a nice guy.
You know, that reminds me of... I've always wondered why players have numbers in their names, or at least League of Legends ID, because think of 1xN. Why isn't he called LXN? Because we know that his gamer tag is a shortened version of his Chinese name, Li Xiunan, but it's a 1.
Deng Yixia. All right, Crisp is just going to get caught out here. Thought Shadow was going to envelop that a little bit. Xiaohu's still bullying through the lane. God, man. This Tristana, they left this open, Kitty. They decided to play this once again, this same matchup, where, you know, Xiaohu's happy to first pick Tristana. Angel got the priority of his Azir, but it didn't look so great last time. Xiaohu came out with a kill lead and was keeping up with CS the whole game. In fact, was so much more relevant here on this pick as well.
Yeah, exactly. But this time around, no explosions happening around that 3-minute mark. So it is a relatively even lane matchup for now, although we do have no pots available. Chris going in for the auto is not too much of a trade, but I also want to talk about how Shadow is consistently hovering towards his bottom side. Photic has that Gravitum available, but it's not going to result into too much. I really would much prefer these two junglers focusing heavily on this top side, as we have both of these players most likely looking for a reset, but once they reset, junglers are going to be there.
Invincible needs Counter-Strike, but Fury used the Shy playing with fire. Honestly, that empowered W, again, is just so powerful. But the Shy is not going to pull it off. Instead, we move away from top side because bot is shifting gears. On a ward now, bottom lane 2v2 will take it out. But Weiwei, I guess he's spotted out in the end, isn't he? His draw blocks and no Winter's Bite on top of Photic.
Man, that's the support that I want. Blocking abilities as Yuumi is something that people don't do enough, but We do have a reset coming out of the NIP bottom lane as Dragon does get started by Weiwei, but I need to keep consistently saying that we do have a slow wave building towards this top side now. Potentially a dive onto this Renekton could be the way, calling Angel
Again.
up there as well, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Shadow's definitely cooking something.
Always. I mean, that's what you'd expect from Shadow. This same brush that hurt him last time, but this time he's okay. As you said, though, I mean, the dive building, but nothing with the wave is building in that fact. So Shadow not able to do anything. He's wasted time here, Kitty. He's got his Raptors up and available. He's got the setup, the top side with the push. And yeah, as you said, but the Shy has ulti. This is the difference. Shadow does not. And he can't do too much. So again, so much wasted time here for this jungler while Weiwei's just picked up first Dragon at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, Dragon for Scuttle trade, not the best in my opinion, but we do have resets coming in for both of these teams. A very slow start to this game too, and that's exactly what NIP is kind of preying on. So as Shadow works towards that level 6, the only hard CC that is reliable for NIP's roster in these early skirmishes is the way to go. We also have to consider the fact that Light is also nearing that level 6, and they have so much CC for Photic to kind of cleanse off, so he has to use that cleanse very late to really get rid of everything.
I mean, yeah, as you said, the arrows where you start, but other things like Twisted Advance, the Shy's W, like it compiles that Photic will need to worry about. And until he gets that bell, of course, and what I mean is Dwarf picking up Mikhail's bell, going to be a priority, as most Yumis do first anyway in pro play. But Kitty, gold is even. It's only the drag separating the two for the time being. CS is pretty much even in lanes as well. And this time around, there's no early window for Weibo Gaming like they were given last time with Xiaohu's First Blood. Like with bot finding CS leads. There's no real transaction from NIP in that top side yet either. The Shy has played the lane a lot better. So Kitty, walk me through what's up next. What should we be looking towards? Is it just the 6 point you're talking about before, especially for Light to really switch on?
I mean, you already see Xiaohu utilizing this mid priority and placing that vision down towards the top side as the Rift Child does get started by Weiwei. He is level 6. Shadow just hit level 6, but they have no right whatsoever trying to contest for this as Invincible is pushed into that top side. But Weibo Gaming, they're securing all the early objectives once again, and Shadow on the Sejuani a little bit invincible. Invisible.
Invincible, I get it. Okay, Shadow's invincible. All right, Kitty, I see what you did there. But as ultis fly out in the bottom side, Dwar and Light going to handshake a bit. Shadow now coming down. He's definitely not invincible right now. He's still Shadow, as Kitty, I've got to mention. His ulti was held onto. Didn't throw it out at Xiaohu in that mid lane play. So Shadow has threat, and Weibo Gaming are paying massive respect. Well, Herald play for Xiaohu mid. Ulti's coming out. Angel's out of there. It's a big one as well. Over to their carry again. Okay, Xiaohu goes over the top. Angel flashes. Shadow's here, but meanwhile, he's abandoned bot. The door is up, whole door, as Photic has to flash away, but guess what? It's going to be matched, like going to be ulted, but to no avail. One more auto, Winter's Bite times out on the concussive blows. But Light with First Blood, and Weibo is still hard-hitting mid.
Weibo's just getting everything on the map, even getting those flashes out from the entirety of this bot side, but I'm assuming Photic was a little bit overstepped as we didn't really have the Ashe ultimate available from Light, so it must have just been a mistake coming out of the bottom lane of NIP. Now double kills, plates going into both the Ashe and Tristana. Great early game once again.
Oh man, Xiaohu getting funneled the gold again. This Tristana pick, need I say again, it was first pick for a reason. I mean, Weiwei too, having a nice field day with his mid laner. As we look at bot Kitty, this is a different story. As Crisp, oh, this was clutch.
This was beautiful from Chris, Wing to the minion, closing the gap and just autoing Photic to death pretty much. And even if you do have the flash, this Ashe passive is such a sticky, not ability, passive to really escape from. And also, we already talked about how the cleanse wasn't available, so that is just the expectation of the bottom lane 2v2 as Photic was just overstepped. But now, I mean, they have the 2k gold lead. They also use that Rift Child into Tristana's pockets. Kraken Slayer is in Xiaohu's pockets, and we already know what this man can do.
Oh, he was up an item in a bit by the end against Angel last game. This Tristana won MVP. Xiaohu set up for success again. And Kitty, let's be real, this time, it's a much more solid early game. It's a lot calmer. as it's only 1-0, but the point I'm trying to make is the fact it's not like Invincible's trading on the other side of the map. It's not like NIP have a win condition yet. We know it's a very slow composition as we talked about, but Weibo played a very fast-paced comp, again, that had massive pushing power. And look, speaking of pushing power, thanks so much. Xiao gets first turret blood by himself. He's 1,400 gold over his counterpart. And this time around, Weibo's early game lead is without any liability on the other side of the map.
And the problem is even if you do try to look for an angle onto this Tristana, she has the flash. She can buffer your CC from NIP as well. So Shadow in this game too, definitely suffocating from these choices. But I need to see more proactiveness, at least burn the flashes to deny Weibo Gaming from making those aggressive plays is the first step. Work alongside this Gravitum that is available in Photic's pockets, or maybe look for a dive onto the Shy as you give away the second dragon.
This little Tiger massive, as you were saying though, helping picking up that second dragon. Kitty, last game, this duo soloed out a couple of dragons and a Baron in the end as well as, again, Crisp layering on the CC. Winter's Bite sets up for the concussive blows. Photic is exhausted. Beautiful layering from the 2v2. And Photic and Dwar have been outclassed a second time.
Try to move, impossible challenge for Photic in this bottom lane, but Angel TPing towards his bottom side now. Luckily, no way for Xiao to work off, or that would have been a half HP tower for that middle tier 2. But this is how potent the Ashe and Braum are, especially when you don't have that cleanse available. I mean, great synergy coming out of Light, and he's making a utility AD carry work.
Really, really well. I mean, Light so far has had a pretty solid early game in both games. We know that last time it was on the Ziggs where he found a bit of a CS lead as Xiao, who is trying something, but he's on a ward. But this game, Kitty, Light is now the one set up to carry as Static Shiv has been complete. So we're going to get a hell of a bit of a wave clear. But I will say, not seeing Static Shiv on a LeBlanc, anything else, I'm kind of okay with cooking, you know? Like, I'm a vegetarian in this game, and I'm okay looking at Light as, okay, 1v2. Are they going to try for this? Crisp going melee, and the Shy follows up. There's the ulti popped and Dominus Sue. Invincible trying to get out there. The Shy now without a flash himself. Winter's Bite. It was an attempt, but it does open up that top lane turret just for him, and Xiao might be in a bit of trouble with Shadow coming in. He's got ulti, he's got flash, and Xiao's going to burn his first.
I mean, that's 3 waves lost for topside, and the Shy picks up 2 plates for himself on this Renekton, and that's just every carry for Weibo Gaming getting early gold. And going back to the fact that we have a Shiv Ashe for this game too, honestly, I prefer Shiv on AD champions. At least you're not getting that disgusting AP ratio where you can still go AP on an AD item and it one-shots waves on like Ahri and LeBlanc. But once again, highlighting that we have so much rotation and pressure being placed onto an Invincible, and from game 1, he really was the only ray of hope in those side lanes. But NIP, they don't have anyone hovering this guy.
They don't, and look on the other side of the map. Arrow, whoa! Angel is just dead! Light Yakame! What a guy, what an arrow. And Angel's gonna be hating himself for that.
Angel had that flash available as well, but Crisp, he's a little bit caught out of position. I think he will have to fall as a result. Flash is committed from Shadow as well, but NIP trying to scramble any kill they can get in this bottom side. Give it to Photic, man, starving.
Surely, yeah. I mean, he needs something, right? He needs something. Gets the first kill for NIP here in this game, but Kitty, blink, and you still see a 4K gold lead and a second Herald for Weibo Gaming. They picked up 2 dragons. This early game is even better than the last, despite Chris finally giving over something.
You see Weibo Gaming securing that top tier 1 tower as well. Now, most likely going to work towards his bottom side. Photic has double summoners. The Shy can't connect here.
Alright, it's like going to Bunnings on a Saturday. It's all joy here for NIP as they finally get an opportunity to get that snag onto the Shy. He teleported in again. Kitty, he teleported in, just like last game, to his death. I mean, this man has got some flavor. That's what we'll leave it as.
At least the Shy is keeping the fans entertained at home, because this time it's different, Hysterics. He's 30 CS up in this matchup in top side. He was dominating the lane until that TP. Maybe we should just take TP away from the Shy. Anyways, we should also just talk about how Weibo Gaming, they're now going to work towards this bottom side. The dragon spawning in 1 minute. This time it's a Hex Soul. And Hex Soul and Inferno Souls, I think Weibo Gaming, they're high rolling with what dragons are spawning for this series. Go, take it away. Narrate me this arrow from hitting.
Look at the beauty. The DRX skin in full pursuit. And all you need to say about that is just hitting the mark. I said DRX, didn't I?
Yeah,
Am I correct, Kitty? Is it DRX?
It is DRX, yeah. DRX
It
ash
is.
skin.
I'm glad I saw that. But ultimately, the Shy, take it away, Kitty. Go for that one. Explain that one to us.
I mean, the Shy looking for a kill opportunity onto Photic, but not burning any summoners. He didn't have the flash himself. And unfortunately, exhausted and praying for a hope, he wasn't able to escape from that one.
The Shy is a different kind of player. He's just, again, using the word flavor is so perfect as NIP getting at least another kill in this game. And Kitty, it's going to the right player. It's going to Photic. So NIP have the gold in the place that they want the most, which means he is able to keep up with Light here in this game. And speaking of which, a bit of power back into NIP, and they're going to try and start this third Drake.
The Shy does have that TP available, though. There is a nice control ward at the back. They want to contest as its sole point for them.
But Invincible is here as well. He can counter-strike. This is the Maokai ult. He gets everything in the steal as well. Xiao, once again, is unleashed as the Shy is taken on the Jax. Now the world. Photic left by his team as Xiao hop, skips, and bloody jumps. The arrow at melee range, really, as Invincible will try and succeed onto Xiaohu. But NIP have been classed again.
And Weiwei securing the Hex Soul point for Weibo Gaming. I mean, this is an exact replica of how Game 1 went, but this time around, you do have Photic with that slight gold lead. But if we take a look at that team fight in a second, Weibo Gaming, both carries committed their summoners and just jumped over the wall and killed Photic off. It's so hard to survive in these team fights. As the Aphelios, I mean, Weibo Gaming, they are trying to just close this game out by the 25-minute mark again.
They'll be on pretty good pace at this point. I'm really going to stop using that word as Kitty. It's the Dragon Steal from Weiwei. Again, it's just like Game 1.
I mean, Shadow was there, but he's just getting focused down with the amount of CC and just front to back by Weibo Gaming. Lovely stuff. Photic's cat left him mid-fight. And this Aphelios, poor AD carry. At least Invincible got a return kill onto Xiao, who did have that bounty into his pocket. So that's going to at least give them a little bit back in terms of this game. But Baron spawning in 1 minute now, and they have no outer towers to work off with. It is such a tough situation, with especially Angel only sitting on that Shadow Crown.
Well, like last game, I mean, Angel not having much impact in this game. It's Xiaohu again to talk about. It's Light on this Ashe. Both players having stellar series. Weiwei as well has just been superb. First on Sedge, even though there were a couple of misses with the ultis last game. But on this Maokai too. Kitty, it's a really good look when they flopped a bit to FPX. There were some questionable games, to say the least. Against NIP, it's good to see Weibo back and, I guess, playing towards some of their stars. People like Light, who we talked about being the consistent linchpin that gets Weibo over the line.
You know, I am finding a common trend, Hysterix, with Weibo Gaming games. Before that, I think there's going to be an engage.
Maybe. That's Photic you want to look towards. Weiwei going to be ultied by 2 members, as he just has to burn his to get away. But for Weibo Gaming, disengage is not the problem. Baron now spawning, though. NIP in front of it.
1v1 in the bottom lane.
Is it advancing Eddie? Well, actually, Invincible's low. Hang on. The Shy needs revenge desperately as he's got flash available. W there. Invincible leap strikes away, but Counter-Strike comes back in as Q is so close. Is he going to burn him with the ulti? It runs out of range. The Shy, a bit of a head slant there. Looking towards Invincible, he was close.
I just broke my voice. I can't believe Invincible lived. The Angels now towards his bottom side, but Weibo Gaming, they're going to try to bait this idea of Baron. Shadow's in a bit of a sticky situation. The Q doesn't connect.
Whoa.
Oh, nothing's hitting.
God, that arrow looks so sexy. I mean, again, that skin is so nice. Like the arrow up close and personal. Got so many layers to it. More layers than my brain, honestly. Is Weibo do try and get Shadow on the way out. It's Baron left standing, though, as NIP are trying to dissuade them, Kitty, because they've got hardly any vision around the area. In fact, none. With this 6k gold deficit, NIP are scared that Weibo are going to steal this from under them.
I mean, the only person that can face check is Photic. He has the cleanse available. Everyone else, once that CC sticks onto you, it's going to be so difficult to try and get out, because in these compositions with double 80 carry and Maokai Braum, I mean, do you go the Merc Treads or the Ninja Tabbies? Well, Shadow has decided to go with the Ninja Tabby just to deny a bit of damage from this Fed Tristana. As we get a replay of this bottom lane, I mean, it was just so sad we didn't get a kill into the Shy's pocket. He really deserved it with the bounty on his head as well, but this game going swiftly for the side of Weibo Gaming, also planting so much vision down for this bottom side, where I think NIP, they just have to force the flip.
God, I mean, Invincible, though, did play that well. I mean, waiting his time is out. Lucky to survive, but still, I think overall well played. As 2 items on the Shy, rather, this game. Still without one himself. Weibo holding that firm gold lead, and Kitty. This is the thing about being on Soul Point. You can flex around towards Baron because you know that NIP want to take Soul away from you, but Weibo have the flexibility to play between either.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just have one person soloing the dragon while the rest kind of bait this Baron in. As NIP, no vision to work of whatsoever, trying to regain that wave control in the mid lane. But we need to talk about how there are no flashes available for Weiwei. So it's going to be a little bit hard trying to force something on this Maokai unless he just uses his Twisted Advance straight away.
True. Has been using it off of cooldown towards his objective zone. As Light now moves into position. Arrows up and available, as you'd expect for this 2.5 item Ash. As Weibo moving into this choke. NIP happily matching. It's a 4v4 for now. Light over the wall starts poking out with the volley as the Shy, remember, has the teleport available, but so does Invincible to match. So this can become a 5v5 in an instant, as no one has touched that Baron until now, because guess what they're doing again?
They do have a blue ward on us, so they spot Weibo Gaming starting this, but the Shy, he's going for the long arrow hits.
As Chris flashes forward, down goes the Fisher, and Photic burns both summoners. The Shy now in as Invincible, in a tricky spot as well. Counter-Strike connects, but the Shy gets the stun up as over the wall, NIP try and help out. A couple of summoners burn from Weibo as well, but Photic is now down for the count if he gets caught again.
No flashes, no summoners on this Aphelios, and Weibo Gaming, they're just gonna secure themselves as Hex Soul. NIP need to fight this.
They're trying to jump onto Chris, but how much is that going to do? Hex Soul taken. NIP in the river. You don't want to be here. Again, Photic running into the Shy. A Shadow now flashes. He was caught out too. Weibo trying to chase this one up as Angel has the range, but all it takes is Crisp, a Q, a lockdown, a concussive blow, a dive in, a jump in. As good ulti coming through from Photic. Even Gale forces forward. A Shadow wants to finish the blow, but he can't. Photic still trying his heart out on top of Light and Crisp, and somehow the flashless Aphelios actually came in clutch.
The problem here is that NIP, they need to regain this vision control in the top side, but that pink ward still stands, so Weibo Gaming not under any threat whatsoever for this Baron. I mean, Photic is trying his damn hardest to stay in this game, but there's just not enough damage until he picks up that Lord Doms. So Weibo Gaming gonna just walk away with the Hex Soul.
Look, souls are forever. Class from Photic might only be temporary. It's a 6k gold lead still there. But I will say for NIP, Kitty, for this team that we know eventually in maybe 15, 20 minutes should have the hard 5v5, at least they'll have an Elder within the game. Let's see if that's positive as the Shy is just trying to get away from Invincible, who has the cooldowns now. Oh, Dominus time as Invincible just counter-strikes, and he should be winning this. Arrow trying to help out, but the Shy, what has he got? Did I speak too soon? I did! He doesn't even bat an eyelid, the Shy! I am sorry, Senpai!
We are all classed by the Shy on Renekton, but Weibo Gaming utilizing this 4v5. They're gonna now start threatening this Baron as the Shy continues to pressure towards that bottom side. NIP, they're suffocating.
I mean, honestly, unable to breathe after that one. Holy moly, I was so wrong. You think at this point, Kitty, you think the Jax with 2 items, surely he's got an edge. But the Shy, well played. The solo kill coming out. And now he's got a bounty. Now he's got control bot side. He's also got an angle while Baron's being done. He's running at them. He's got flash available. Photic, remember, is summonerless, but at least keeping them away from the Baron while that's just being done as Maokai ulti locks down 2 off the side. Weiwei looking for a clutch follow, but they've already picked up the objective in the exact same way they did in game 1 as Photic, playing ever so dangerously.
And Light has that arrow once available, and it's going to be so rough trying to fend off this tower because you have Tristana pressuring that top side as they gain 2 towers into their pockets.
Just like that, 10,000 gold. Shadow jumping in while the Shy has found Angel. Arrow so close as now with the Emperor's Divide, the Shy flashes back on over. Dominance time onto Angel. Solo kills him in front of all of his followers. Take that, dictatorship, as Invincible meanwhile is in the middle of the whole team. Weibo can still follow this though as Xiaohu is just ending the game.
He doesn't want to play this game anymore. He's just going to straight up finish it. Working on the Nexus Towers as well. NIP, they do have what it takes. Photic has that Gale Force. Get on him, buddy. He's out.
He's out for the time being, but does he want to jump back in? Onto Shadow is the biggest question. The base is broken. Xiaohu's done the dirty work. Baron was taken. Kills were taken. A 12k gold lead now taken into consideration as Weibo continue to show us this is looking like a 2-0.
Very convincing manner as well. I mean, you see that Weibo Gaming, they just have so much great setup to shut down the carries of NIP. Angel trying to look for a flank, but instantly shut down by the Shy with that flash over the wall as well. But Weibo Gaming, with this Tristana as well, they can just straight up win a 4v5, I feel like. They don't even need Tristana in the whole conversation anymore, as they're going to work towards the mid and bottom.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Emperor falling in such convincing fashion. Again, shows you a lot. I've got to say, one thing importantly enough. Angel is not doing too much on this Azir. Hence the comment there. The Shy is a level 17 Croc. And for a guy that we haven't been talking about too much this game, Kitty, he's now got GA. I already mentioned the level advantage. He's huge. This is a massive game for him, as Invincible still can't stand up to the Croc, while the rest of the team might be ending here. Ulti used. Angel is dead. Forward go Weibo, even under turret, they don't care with the Brahmin. Xiao is getting reset after reset. Meanwhile, big Croc in the top side dealing with Invincible. Photic's ulti clutch, but not enough. A triple kill for Xiao, a quadra. The Shy looking to set him up on his Tristana. He doesn't have anything available. Invincible is taunting him in the base. A pentakill for this man would be so justified. Xiao, who has made this pick look even more broken, as first picking in both games, Weibo have carried the hell out of it with it. Invincible sits at the base, Penta's denied, but Weibo's 2-0 is definitely not. 6-4, a much needed win for this team coming off the back of losing to FBX.
What a redemption for Xiaohu coming from that series loss up against FPX, and he 2 Tristana games in a row. Absolutely insane and just suffocating NIP on the macro game. And NIP for today, they didn't put up any fight.
Not at all. And I think that's what fans would have expected if they came fresh off of not watching any LPL for a couple of weeks, that Weibo would outmatch NIP. There was no doubt in my mind, Kitty, that Weibo should have been winning this series, but in the manner that they did, I think is a good sign, right? Xiaohu in back in form, or rather showing us some of those great games that he's shown us all split long. Some of the split long, if I can get my words together. Weiwei the same, really good solidarity for the team. The Shy even having a good second game. I mean, when Weibo work together like that, it's just kind of showing what this team is capable of.
I mean, you're talking about the top side. I want to highlight Light's Ash in this game too, because he was hitting probably 80% of those arrows onto Angel, onto Angel twice, I think. Angel just catching all of the arrow shots, but it's great to see that Xiaohu coming into today's series, they wanted to emphasize that they can play different compositions, and we really see that through the bottom lane of Weibo Gaming, where they are able to kind of have the limelight onto Xiaohu once again. And Tristana 2 games in a row now, definitely a huge pick for future teams to look out for. And Weibo Gaming, they also highlighted that they wanted to work on their macro. Well, there you go, 2-0.
2-0 in convincing fashion. And I think that today they did show us a bit of a macro difference as well, which was nice to see from a team that can kind of flounder around a little bit. Let's just quickly go through what Weibo have left standing in their way. WE, Ultra Prime, AL, IG, RNG, EDG. This team can win all of that. I think convincingly they can win all of that. So with this win here, Kitty, they have the chance of making it to, 12-4. Weibo can be a top 4 team. It's just kind of how they go from here on, because I don't think we're going to get this convincing fashion of Weibo for the rest of the split every single game.
I just got reminded of something that I wanted to say during the cast, but I believe we had a skirmish ensue. So Weibo Gaming, very interesting fact is that they always seem to fumble it in the third game. I mean, we kind of can throw it back to FPX, the BLG game. It was all up to 3. And Weibo Gaming, they had the early game lead. They had the entire game in their control. But unfortunately, one mistake led to another where these tiny, unnecessary deaths happened for them. So at the end, I feel like execution was key. And today, they didn't really give any options over to NIP to work off, especially when NIP depended on those mistakes to get to that late game.
So what do NIP need to do to I guess, kind of adapt from this? Because they are a mid-tier team. I was saying coming into it that they've lost to everyone above them. They beat everyone below them. They are a 10th place team right now and feel like they should be holding the spot. What gets NIP, I guess, over that line, Kitty, or at least into a higher spot?
I mean, you kind of can tell that NIP, their comfort is just invincible into something that is Bruiser. He can play the laning phase, but I would love to see more from Dro plus Shadow together, where they can work around that vision control and allow Shadow to really play towards himself. We also need to consider the fact that it was a 0-2 games in a row where something like the Ahri could have worked better. At the end, I think drafting, especially in game 2, became a huge problem for the side of NIP, because you want to be forcing these at least flashes out of Weibo Gaming to deny them from any kill threat, but we just didn't see as much of a voice from Shadow on the Sejuani, where I believe it was a denial away from Weiwei. But looking back, NIP, they drafted standard 2 games in a row, and they just need to have more of an initiative when it comes to the early game, especially when we have Sejuani and Jax, which are great synergy champions in that early game, but we didn't see anything, unfortunately.
No, I mean, again, the one lane you can play towards. And I feel like for Shadow, he was so concerned with what's happening in bot side, how to approach mid. But Xiaohu always playing towards his jungler, always spacing himself out well. And I think for Weibo this series, we can say that the wards are what won it for them. In most cases as well, they had good vision of Shadow throughout. They were always tracking enemy movement. Weibo, especially in that game 1, Kitty, that's what got them first blood. That's what got them a big lead as well. The Shy on Renekton just had a field day, apparently.
I mean, with the amount of fighting between Invincible and the Shy, I am not surprised. Even the Jax out-damaged Photic, who did make it to his Lord Dom sitting on that 3rd item. But this is quite the surprise. But to be fair, Xiaohu, not as much of an explosive game for the second one, and he was just playing the macro and getting those side lane towers. Well, I mean, Angel on this Azir, it is something that he is relatively proficient on, but I don't think it fits NIP's identity, where you can have a lot of great scaling, but you also need at least a bit of stabilization when it comes to the early to mid game to get to that stage.
You do indeed. Again, just knowing your comp so much better here from Weibo's side. 39% damage on that top croc. I'm surprised. I thought Xiaohu Light would at least be there in the damage department, but I guess with that much trading, even the damage taken is huge. He had a game of it. It's surprising, Kitty. And in under 1 hour, Weibo dismantle NIP. What a performance for teams that were so closely linked at the moment. 7th versus 10th, you think would be closer. Not at all. Weibo now moving to 6, and they move above WE for the time being. How far can they go, though? That's the question. Are all these games going to be wins? Is it going to end up like FPX again, Kitty? Are they going to fall?
I mean, the best line to describe Weibo Gaming right now is please don't fumble the ball. Just don't drop it halfway, because the thing that stood out to me the most for this Weibo Gaming roster was back in spring. They had an excellent regular split where they did secure themselves. I believe it was that 6th position, but unfortunately falling short in the playoffs. And they just look like two completely different teams. So consistency is key for this roster. And I feel like when it comes to their regular season games, just keep experimenting so you have something to lean back on once something doesn't work, because that's definitely something they didn't have during spring.
Not at all, Kitty. We're not waiting for MVP. I know that we're actually getting an interview here.
Oh.
No, apparently we are. It did say in Shanghai, but I doubt that. That was Shenzhen.
Unless
that was NIP's
the
home
Shy
arena.
TPs to Shanghai, that would make sense. He was
Oh.
saving TP for the interview.
There's no way. There's no way. No, he wasn't saving it. He used it. Every chance to use it, he died. He used it all the time. So, I mean, that's why he can't TP to Shanghai. I'll wait and see about that one. Again, we were in Shenzhen from what we could see. As folks, we're pretty close to ending this one up. For now, all I can say to you is this. Weibo have got the mojo. Is it to Munchable's level of mojo? I don't bloody know. But I will say, Kitty, it is well deserving of praise for now. NIP going to make playoffs, though. Hang on. Let's quickly go through this. RNG, BLG, RA, FPX, LNG. They've got 3 matchups that they should realistically lose. But then, what else have they got? They've got 2 matchups. They would end on 7. Oh, boy. NIP have played so many games, and I actually think it's looking rough. They might only be able to get 7 for the rest of the split.
I mean, you also have to consider the fact, I believe you said RNG one of them, and RNG just came off a loss from AL. It was a very hard-fought series, and AL in that final game really seemed like the better team on that day. So NIP, they have to scrap every single win they can get, and I feel like form for a lot of these teams, I mean, on and off days, hot and cold, I'm not too sure what's kind of making the difference, especially for that RNG roster. When they're in an upwards trend, we all thought RNG were looking great, and then AL happened, and then we have LNG kind of fumbling in as well, and Top Esports fumbling in WE. I don't know what's going on in the LPL anymore. We're in a bit of a limbo, but I believe we have MVP for the Shy coming up very soon.
Hey, let's bring it up, folks, because honestly, unexpected. It's the Shy or Light. Like, I think Light's arrows were sick this game, despite not having the damage to go with it. MVP. It's Light. I will say, you know, damage is one thing, but I like that we don't always focus on just pure damage numbers. Light was exceptional on this Ashe. I honestly think...
The Shy did 39% damage share on Renekton in 2023, and Light, nah, I'm kidding. But this 2v2 coming out of the Ashe and Braum was absolutely nuts. Just catching Photic 1 millimeter out of position, and Chris W'ing onto the minion, closing the gap, and getting their CC onto this AD carry was key. And this Ashe, I mean, the arrows were, the stonks from Light's Ashe was through the roof, as Angel wasn't able to kind of want to have that silent pressure on this Azir trying to match the Tristana. So, I mean, at the end, Ashe is probably going to be played a lot more. I believe it was a commonly banned champion coming to 13.12. So I'm really excited to see the different alterations we have. I believe there's a Triforce build also getting cooked up by Munch, and he's trying to sell me on it, but I still think Kraken Slayer and maybe even Shiv is the way to go.
But I will say, while we are talking about bot lane, Crisp, a little bit robbed of praise at the very least, had a fantastic game on this Braum. Crisp was insane. His commitment to the cause was insane. Crisp definitely deserves a bit of a runner-up MVP as well. As people who watched that game surely would have to agree. But Kitty, that's all from us. NIP versus Weibo is gone. Weibo with a 2-0. I don't believe we're in Shanghai. I know that has to be Shenzhen. Surely, as of course it is with NIP's home arena. So folks, we're going to leave it there. Mazel Jamada going to be joining you after this for AL versus RA and IG versus Top B Sports for the rest of your Friday nights. Bye for now, but not forever. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here, and they will be able to get something going. And I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash.
Not going to come and steal plate gold. Just going to keep on mentioning that. Lien is Fofo. He's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill as Lien re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, Strive with a chain as well. Fofo the target for now. Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them. and Strive forced away. Assume now, under the tower, on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is surfing on RA. It is brutal.
Gonna pause though, because Forge in a bit of trouble. There's the flash. Oh my god! A level 2 solo kill. Scout does it again.
3k gold lead for FPX. They've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on. YSM, what? Just solo kill Jojo in front of the team and he's out.
Oh, they're just gonna pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off. That double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Blast is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's gonna be game.
常规赛仅剩3周，季后赛迫在眉睫。友情提醒一下，诸位剑指 S13的战队，兜里藏着的公交票、高铁票、飞机票和泳裤赶紧掏出吧！再不亮剑，怕是真没有机会了。哎，说的就是你 WBG。本周5的第1场比赛就是他们对阵目前排名中游的 NIP。在连续不敌 BLG 与 FPX 之后，被寄予厚望的银河战舰前往世界赛的机会已经略显渺茫。如果说战胜 JDG 让人们看见了这支 WBG 的上限，那么当翔哥不但守住，甚至反杀的那一刻，则让人们看到了他的下限。而本场比赛 WBG 又一次面对旧将 Angel， 哎，你说会不会是更棒的一天呢？莫道人川不销魂，同是巴黎沦落人。和 WBG 一样，队内选手荣誉等身的 TES 也在本周遭遇了2连败。回首春季赛，似乎又到了他们开启一场不输挺进季后赛的节点，甚至还早了几轮。这个周末 TES 将先后对战 IG 与 RA， 不知道届时的剧情是
我买了件很性感的泳衣，
还是
悠悠苍天和薄于我。
周6的焦点之战来自7点档 EDG 与 WE 的对决。如今的 EDG 并没有迎来人们预想中的柳暗花明，先是被启动的元神复刻了一波当年的 RP， 而面对排名靠后的 RA， 甚至先丢一局，只能说圣光尚未点亮，骑士仍需自强。反观 WE 则是一派欣欣向荣，本赛季在赛程的加持下，成为了保持不败金身最久的战队。若能保持这样的状态，
你相信他们今年不用去卖票吗？微信。
本周末的压轴大战将由 LNG 对阵 OMG， 两支队伍都是今年世界赛资格的有力竞争者。星球之光1年来的成长，大家有目共睹。而相比之下 ，LNG 近来的战绩则是有些起伏，尤其是0-2终结 IG 的连败，让人一度怀疑他们遭到了神罚。无论如何，本赛季的 LPL 已经来到了关键的节点，不知道大家对本赛季阿南的节目有什么宝贵的意见？在这里，我先统一回复一下。
你说的对，但这就是棺材指南，攻击力10+0的完梗摆烂节目，中间忘了啊，出院。
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything.
Welcome back to the LPL and welcome to Shanghai as we are jet setting yet again tonight as we do every night of the LPL. I am Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada, and we are about to have some back-to-back bangers. I have no doubt. First one, short and sweet, rip off the Band-Aid 2-0. The next ones, we'll see what kind of bloodbaths we get, Jamada. I am so excited to kick it off here.
Yeah, so am I. I feel like, you know, typically I've been saying over the last couple of casts I've been back, I tend to be the pessimist a lot of the time. You know, I don't really have a lot of hope
Glass half
sometimes
empty.
for team. You know, a lot of glass half empty stuff. For AL, the win streak continues tonight, right? Like, you know, it's the beginning of the comeback, right? They're going to the moon. They have to. Otherwise, things are looking a little bit bleak here against RA and the rest of the split for them.
Yeah, I think anyone's Legend versus RA presents an interesting task for both teams. RA still try to fiddle with their situation, try to make sure that they are in the running for a top 10 potentially. AL out of nowhere have won 2 in a row after having such tough times
right? Xiaohao was even in an interview in week 2 when they won their first game against TT and crying about the difficulties, right? Like there are a lot of stresses going on this team, but they've been able to take 2 in a row. It's actually insane the fact that they were able to beat RNG and FPX. It's something to say, but my question is it a fluke or does it continue?
Is it a fluke? Does it continue? I guess we'll have our answer by the end of this series. I'm hoping it's not a fluke. I think it would be very, very funny if AL could pull another win out here today, bring them up to 4-7, and then, you know, look, we will ignore the rest of their schedule, Marcel. We're not going to mention it.
Okay.
It's okay, you know, because if they can win today, that's when the hope really starts to swell for the Anyone's Legend.
Oh god, I thought I was the one that owned the Hopium store in the LPL. You were the guy with that glass half empty. We do see the 39% red side win rate. Definitely prefer that side, as I feel like some of our teams definitely have. But the thing is, this AL team, they have shown so much grit. They have taken games off of our top teams. While they haven't won the series, they are some of the only teams to have taken games off of BLG, off of JDG. And RA on the other side, this is a team, well, they have been in a bit of a roller coaster ride of a split. They've had individual performances that really have made splashes so far.
Yeah, they definitely have, right? I feel like the individual talent is certainly there. We're definitely going to focus a lot on Xiaoshu, right? But also the other big elephant in the room is just Assume, right? By hand, Assume is crazy. Like, it's always one of those things here where it feels like a bit of a given. You're in the LPL, you're going to talk about the AD carry of the team because they are so often so talented, but Assume is definitely one of the, you know, heavy carries here. For RA, I think it goes without saying, he was really, really powerful. Assume on his previous team, I've lost it off the top of my head for some reason, but I think it was LGD he was on, and even like when LGD was struggling, he still looked pretty damn good last year. So yeah, for RA, it's about Xiaoshu, it's about Assume, and how these guys can really take things into their own hands when it comes to some of these mid-game team fights.
And you know what? Both teams, maybe they get what they want. Blue side win rates really good for RA. Red side win rates decently okay for AL. We just get that the trades for the entire best of 3. That's probably not going to happen. But in actuality, what is going to happen is Xiaohao, Lian, they're going to be aggressive. They're going to try to find early advantages for both sides, supporting either the solo lanes, but more majority-wise, the ADC pool, and try to find a way for specifically iBoy and Assume to really find promise in this series. And we've talked a little bit about how the solo lanes affect all of this, but that is the brass tacks, right? It will come down, if we get to later parts of the game, to an iBoy versus Assume fight.
Yeah, no, I wholly agree, right? We are certainly in a meta where we speak a lot, especially, you know, on air about, you know, the AD carry role is kind of just the most important role right now in the mid game. If your AD carry dies, it feels like not necessarily that the team fight is finished, but I
haven't heard much hate from you.
Way harder,
CEO.
Yeah,
I haven't heard much hate from you, CEO.
Look. We haven't gotten into game yet, buddy. All right,
just we gotta wait till we get into game.
Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, it is. We're definitely in that kind of mirror, and I agree, right? For both these lineups here, from the side of Anyone's Legend, it's about setting up iBoy to a point as well, to ensure that not just the 2v2 is going well, but then, you know, you're giving him the space to perform. Assume same kind of deal, and I think a lot of that will come from the solo lanes. We had a brief mention of it.
Yeah.
I think for Anyone's Legend, ZDZ having strong matchups, lane matchups, importantly to me, is what kind of makes him ZDZ. I don't necessarily like it when he gets chucked on, you know, the you know, your Scions or the Orns or anything like that. Give this guy things like Gwen, give him the counter picks, right? Make sure that he's always on things with agency, so that he can take control of his lanes.
Yeah, so you see here our key players, Xiaohao and Lian. Again, they are what is going to be kindling the fire for both sides. I think Xiaohao, you see some of those stats there. Not too shabby, man. Although he won't have any wins on Wukong, that feels real bad because it's his most played champion.
Wow.
But it is when he is on these aggressive centered picks, when he has agency from his solo lanes to set up the rest of the team. That is where this guy shines, and that's where he really has to find success against Lian, who has had a little bit more consistency, but also the kind of same drive, right? Like, if you don't have stability or if you don't have any priority to play around Lian, it becomes very difficult for Ari to find wins.
Yeah, that's a nicely rounded shoulder, by the way, Lian. Pop off, kidding. But yeah, I definitely do agree.
Do you work out, Lian?
He looks like, I think he's definitely getting a little bit of shoulder, to be honest with you. A good showing, to be honest. But yeah, I feel like Lian a little more feast or famine kind of jungle pool, right? It doesn't necessarily even mean that he leans into the playstyle super hard, but that is certainly the champions that he likes to lean on as his comfort picks.
We are headed to the arena in Shanghai. It is as beautiful as ever. Every time we get to see this screen, every time we get to see this light show. But it's AL, we're going to need to put on a little bit of a light show tonight. They want to increase to 3 wins in a row. And yes, we were talking about a lot of the centralized carries, but also it's about expectations for both these two teams where, you know, this is a surprise for AL. You're sitting at 3-7. Like, it feels good to pick up wins. And the series don't get easier as the season ends. So right now is the momentum builder that AL really need to find what they want to look at moving forward for the organization. Whereas RA, they've been fighting tooth and nail to try to keep in the conversation here so far. And moving forward, it's not going to become any easier.
No, absolutely, it's not for both teams. I mentioned that we wouldn't bring up AL's schedule.
Oh, we're bringing it up, baby.
I lied. We're going to do it right now. Obviously, they're playing RA. After this is IG. Obviously, IG are, you know, not doing so great, but in the context of the table, they are kind of close to AL, of course. After IG, it's LNG into Weibo, into OMG, into Top Esports. They need the momentum from today and from the IG series. Or, yeah, those last couple of series are certainly going to go... You're going to go into them feeling rough, right? It's one thing going in as the underdogs into those series. It's another going in not only as the underdogs, but with little to no chance of making it to playoffs. So they need these next couple of wins. For RA, like you said, it's about that tooth and nail battle. They have been keeping up for the most part with, you know, the lower middle end of the pack. They need to dispatch an Anyone's Legend who could potentially find a brief swell before the toughest part of their schedule.
It's so difficult. And again, AL, while we're talking about underdog statuses, right? Like, they are a team that didn't necessarily solidify their roster until just like last week, two weeks ago, maybe, right? Like, iBoy and Zora hit consecutively, and I think it's interesting to see them try to kind of hone in on that, and that has found them success in the last 2 series. So maybe something is working for the side of AL in terms of the back structure.
Yeah, I'm hoping for them that it is, right? I kind of mentioned it whilst we was going on air. Like, it would be kind of sad for AL to like almost make it to playoffs last year in summer to then have 2 really stinky splits back to back. So hopefully now that they've found some kind of, you know, structure, as you mentioned, right? Some of that back-end stuff potentially starting to pull together a little bit. And again, I'll always be a little bit cautious. We are only 2 wins back-to-back, but for AL, that's huge.
Yeah.
You make this win today, then you've got IG in a couple of days who, look, they could get battered by Top Esports today, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, maybe the IG morale is feeling a little bit lower than usual. You go in, you take their scalp too. You're at 5-7. All of a sudden, you might, if you're lucky, only need 2 wins. And whilst that's 50-50 against basically the top
crazy,
6,
man.
I'm just saying, you know, like, it's near impossible.
It's tinfoil hat theory,
you know,
going
tinfoil
on,
hat.
but, you know,
I'm pretty sure it's nearly impossible, but certainly mathematically there for them to make it into the top 10 on 7 wins.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So I'm saying there's a chance. Exactly.
But that's the interesting thing with AL. There's no mincing words, right? This is an organization, formerly Rogue Warriors, who has not known success, right? Like, if anything, they've kind of known the opposite of the fact, at least in recent memory. And I think it's really cool to see them continuously trying to funnel pieces, figure out what's working. They adapted to a lot of newer pieces, developmental pieces called up from the LDL. But now they're solidifying with a strength that they know their kind of play style. They need to get something with agency for Xiaohao. And iBoy becomes a big part of the reason why they find a lot of successes, but also a lot of the reasons why they find a lot of losses. So I think that moving forward is very interesting. For Ari on the other side, though, right? Recently coming off the 2-0 victory for TT, or over TT, was actually a pretty big win because it was decently clean. I think still will fight you tooth and nail like we were saying RA does, but it was actually a pretty beneficial win. Maybe they can bring that momentum here.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope for their sake they can, because again, you know, it's AL to me that are on the up and up. Obviously, yes, RA slightly stronger team on paper, but you never really. I feel like sometimes when you have these middle to bottom of the table scuffles between teams, like paper doesn't really mean crap. Like you can come in on the day and all of a sudden, you know, your mid laner is playing like Prime Faker. You know, it really becomes a straight up, you know, it's a bloodbath type deal. It's dog eat dog. So I do think for RA, like you mentioned, some of that crucial stability that AL have been building up, look to try and destroy that perhaps, right? Go through the bottom side, and you know you've already got Assume down there. Make sure that iBoy is having a very uncomfortable laning phase. Make sure that, you know, you never really allow anyone's legend to play their game, keep Xiaohao on a leash, ensure that he's not attacking lanes, and you can very quickly, I feel like, hamstring anyone's legend.
Yeah, and now also looking at draft ahead of us, hopefully very soon, it is specifically looking at a lot of those mobile mids, a lot of the, you know, either the Xayah or the Jinx bot lane. What do we get in that fashion? But especially what we've kind of seen the meta mold to here recently, as we are already getting in for one of our second series of the day. We got RA on the blue side, that Lee Sin and LeBlanc ban already. So some specific targets towards Harder and Xiaohao. We also get the Jace and the Nidalee bans. So Lien's comfort of the Nidalee taken off the table, but also the flexibility of the Jace.
Yeah, definitely. But this does mean that a lot of the power picks could potentially be up, right? Things like the Nico, the Vi, all of the AD carries, the support picks. There's the Vi, so that's going to be taken off the table. Do anyone's legend just remove the Nico? You'd have to think they do, right? And then at that point, where do you go? No, they actually remove Assume's Draven. So does this just signal the instant B1 Nico here for RA? You'd have to think it does. And then it's about where AL decide to go from there on their 1-2.
Yeah, definitely want to take away Assume's comfort of the Draven. Something that he was a bit feared for, I feel like, to some extent when we've seen Draven rise in the meta, but it's also something that can just up into 2v2 in bottom lane that you definitely do not want to give over. We get the Nico, though, first pick, and this is something that I feel like hasn't made it through the draft that often here recently. But this is, on the other side, something that has in terms of flexibility. That's what I'm looking for AL to try to play through here, because Nico is already such a strong pick.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I feel like Azir is definitely a champion that has been rising in priority recently. Whilst I'm not personally a fan, I've been seeing like a lot of Crown Azir, which I've found a little bit strange, to be honest with you, Mazel.
I'm not a fan.
Not a fan either, but it seems to be the flavor of the month build on him. But I feel like into Nico definitely can match out. Maybe not necessarily the first couple of levels, but once you get to like level 6, level 7, you can actually start to match the wave clear and more importantly, clear the wave safely, right? That can be a lot of the issue for some of these mid lane mages that match into it. And the Tristana, of course, we've seen start to become a very prominent pick here in the meta. And speaking of prominent picks, we get the Renekton and the Wukong. So the top side of RA is effectively almost best in slot in terms of the priority picks that we see right now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those picks, but also just a small throwback. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more, but iBoy with the Tristana here, something that he was known for so much so in the 2 years that he was on RA, because RA, when iBoy was a part of RA, was literally storm at a teacup. Chaos is your name. Play fights like you're a headless chicken. And iBoy was a beautiful piece of that because he was on the Tristanas, going aggressive rocket jumps, fighting a lot of resets. I love to see that here against an old organization of his as well. It's going to be really fun to see as well with the Emilio paired up, because that combo is dirty. But as you were saying earlier, some meta to deal with for AL.
Yeah, a lot of strong meta, to be clear. So I feel like for AL, they go towards as well on the opposite end, the Emilio, which is certainly no stranger to the meta. And they're just going to remove away a couple of counter picks. Blitzcrank, definitely something that we started to see as a pretty consistent answer here into Emilio. And Sejuani, too, just trying to give as few engage options to Xiaohao as possible. I feel like AL now, if they want to remove one AD carry that they feel like they don't want to have to deal with, right? Perhaps the Aphelios, they certainly could from Assume, and I feel like that would also be a pretty worthwhile ban. Just in case you run into something like, you know, the Yuumi being up could mean Aphelios Yuumi, and even though RA wouldn't necessarily have the most engage, the strength of champion and the ability to kind of just peel back as well as then re-engage with Nico and Wukong could have been quite strong. They go towards Nautilus because they just want to keep RA off the engage tools. We'll see whether or not that's the option that RA end up leading towards once their picks come through.
I appreciate that.
Xiaohao's Nocturne as well, gone.
I think taking Feather out of the equation and those really, really big picks in terms of engages, things like that, is really big to try to take out the knees of RA. But a lot of focus bans towards Xiao Hao. They know how important it has been recently for Xiao Hao to really deliver those resources to the rest of the team or even have that agency of his own. AL, though, lock in the orange. So we'll get a final pick jungle for AL, and they get a lot of scaling for themselves.
Yeah, a lot of scaling, right? Over the top engage as well. One thing that Ornn you always love is just that non-committal engage. The fact that you can throw out the Ornn Horn and just fish for summoner spells, especially on their mobile targets, always feels quite good, and it could actually just entirely deter Assume off of that Felios pick. Hovering over the Varus for now as Kai'Sa? Alright, Kai'Sa, but what are you going to pair it with? Because Norlis is gone. We saw a fair amount of Alistar starting to come through. Rakan as well is also, yeah, it has to just be Rakan, right? There's not really, it's not much point in going anything else now that you mentioned it. And, you know, thematically, it would make sense. His name's Feather after all. But definitely, I think the strongest thing that you could go towards. Can't really get.
Does this happen only whenever you cast with me? You just get baited into doing puns and things. I love it. We get the Rel though for Feather. So this is honestly right as rain for me for RA. They got the engage they needed. It is a little bit, you know, full forward, but it works because that kind of goes in with their compositional strength. Like the plan is there from RA from all 5 picks.
Yeah, it is. But now I feel like for anyone's legend, this game has turned into one where, you know, you've got very, very strong peel tools. You've got the Milio. You've got, you know, 2 big knockbacks inside of the Buster Shot and the Emperor's Divide. So for anyone's legend, this is now a game of, all right, how do we take control of certain areas around objectives? Can we consistently secure lane priority around these neutrals and then force RA to come into us because they have to, right? And then just pick their team composition apart. We saw yesterday how effectively a Viego can tear apart a dive comp, especially with champions who have very strong base skills like RA's composition does. So I feel like RA are going to have to be very on the money with how they engage and ensure that they're also not giving over their lives willy-nilly, because if they do, Xiao Hao is going to take a form and he's going to start to turn the fight around back in the favor of anyone's legend.
Yeah, I've been so curious at how this AL roster has been functioning, how this win streak has developed. Can they push it even further? Can they make it a real thing by pushing it to 3? They seem like they found a comfortable iteration of the roster. Harder and iBoy have been the crucial pieces, but it also has relied on Xiao Hao to be that forward piece of AL when they found a lot of their wins. It is also at RA's side. A bit of a splash that they've had from Xiao Shu for their top laner, from Assume, who is over 30% of his team's damage. Lian needs to be a balancing act between these two, and he needs to find a way for them to get ahead. It's going to be a contested fight between these junglers. It's going to be a heck of a way to kick off our second series of the day. We're kicking off game 1 as we hit the rift. It's anyone's legend versus Rare Adam. Let those gyos ring.
Ring they do for our second series of today. You are certainly right, it's going to be hotly contested, I think, just because the way the compositions work, they have to be. They're going to butt heads. I think it might take past the first 5 levels. I think Ultimates might have to start getting involved. The early setup is on the weaker side, I feel like, across the board, unless people really are overextending and we start to see, you know, some blood in the water type situations. Xiao Hao or Liang get drawn over to a lane because there are some low health bars. Besides that, though, I do expect that RA AL will take this early game a little bit slow. Both junglers going to be starting on their red sides respectively.
No,
so...
Jamada, I don't want that. I say no. I have a say in this.
Look,
I don't have a say in this.
Neither do I. I don't want a slow game either, but I feel like for both these teams, it is to a point beneficial, right? If you're RA and you can find some early innings, sure, great, look for them. But as RA, you really do start to come aligned with your ultimates, right? Just pretty much across the board, it wholly enables everyone. And in some cases, even, you know, Lian having the Cyclone is then going to set up Assume to potentially dive into the backline. So there's even some additional synergies there, which would otherwise not be. As I say it, Harder does not want to wait much longer. Does miss out on that crash down, but the trade's not actually too bad as Assume sends that Q back flat.
Yeah, some heavy trades early on between these two duos in the bottom lane, but sure, as you said, we'll get those early contests. I expect actually around Dragon Thing is you kind of feel the water. If you can get an early dragon, that's huge. You can make that a win condition for you if you just start stacking those objectives. But it does feel like a moment where we're going to get this kind of opposite side pathing for both junglers. Maybe some early looks, but nothing else of it. And I think for me, Xiaohao is the one that needs to be answering. Feather is answering bot lane. Nice rocket jump buffer there from Feather to stop that getaway from iBoy. But Zora's right there with those warm hugs, and it feels good.
Yep, warm hugs always feel good. And it's going to be sums across the board, and that's definitely always just going to benefit RA with iBoy now not having flash or cleanse. You have to expect that Lian will try and make his way down there before those come back up. So
we were talking about you're saying warm hugs. It made me think. I did a piece of content the other day. It was like trying to recreate Emilio's abilities in real life. How would you give somebody a warm hug in the heat of battle?
In the heat of battle?
Yeah. Mine resulted in me holding my friend while he just like threw his hands.
That is an oddly specific question, Mazel.
But it happens every time we see Emilio.
That is true. All right, I'll get
I'm just saying.
Right?
It's a mental conundrum. That's all I'm saying. Twitch chat out there. If you got answers, you can at me with it because I think it's hilarious. I'm just trying to imagine Emilio like hugging people as they're trying to go in for fights.
By the way, that was really smart from Xiaohao. I'm not sure if they necessarily knew that ward was there, but like obviously a lot of the time you're not going to be looking over an area where a ward is, stealthing himself and then just going over what is a very common and popular warding spot means that he's not shown on the map. So that was a pretty sneaky way to get across the map. He's still going to be spotted on this Raptor ward, but still hid that information quite well. I'm still trying to think on this warm hugs question because
I love that you distracted for a little bit with trying to get some background thinking going, your subconscious, figure out how this warm hug situation. It was hilarious. It was hilarious to me. But we did actually see some roaming coming out from both these two, and that's what we were kind of talking about in the draft, right? A lot of connections needed for both Zora, but more specifically Feather for RA. To try to help Lian get that facilitation going, as we see a lot of trading in mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know about that trade from Harder because he's already like practically out of mana. He's teleported back to lane, so we'll see how that one works out. As
nice little ultra mega fire kick. Don't you love that ability, by the way?
It's a pretty cool ability. It feels bad, man. for Feather, though. That is kind of the annoyance of some of these engage tanks that have slightly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like telegraphed engage abilities because, it's very easy to just react and stop the engager from going in. So that's, of course, always something that Feather is going to have to be quite diligent about. And yeah, again, you see what I mean? Like,
God, that's just annoying, man. That's so annoying. Oh my God. It's just so funny because the ability for Rel looks so epic, and it's just this little tiny smiling fireball just stops it completely in its tracks.
Yeah, annoying.
Anyways, we do see AL actually make a little bit of move towards this vision around Dragon. I think RA had preemptively put a lot of vision. You see those double control wards there, but it doesn't look at early Dragon fight that I was kind of alluding to is going to be the case here. I was wondering if maybe that would be a foray. They will check it out because maybe they are trying to do it with the priority they had bot lane. But now that we got resets coming through, it should be all game.
Yeah, I do wonder how RA are going to look to prioritize this one because Assume is kind of half-ish HP and there's a wave stacking, but Lian's on the top side of the map on Skull right now. They do have mid lane priority, so Lian could technically finish the Skull, sprint all the way down, and move as a 2 with his mid laner, but I just wonder if it's going to be too late regardless, right? It seems like Assume's going back for a reset, so I'm not too interested in it. But again, the mid lane priority is so strong here for RA, even though Strive is actually just basic. Like, he's not actually looking to pressure this. It does force the Dragon to reset, and it's not going to amount in too much as it's going to be a reset into an immediate start back up. And with Assume and just about everybody else on RA who's relevant to this Dragon contest being in base, it will just be an Anyone's Legend first Dragon.
Wow.
Pretty much uncontested.
Pretty impressive, actually. And there was a lot of plays there where Zora was playing by himself, but playing with confidence. So RA backed off. And I actually think that was huge in setting up that early Dragon for AL. Now it is a question of getting Xiaohao towards the top side because we got a Rift Herald in about a minute. Would be nice for them to continue stacking this up here as well.
I want to keep the objective control snowballing. I think it's something that is I wouldn't say a full-on hard trend, but it's starting to become one. Where I feel like if one team does pick up the dragon, that same team seems to continue to go on to seize control of the first almost 3 objectives sometimes. Does often depend though. It's League of Legends very contextual, right? But I feel like it's definitely something I've started to notice to some degree.
Everything you say is the hard truth, Jemana. You have to realize that.
I know. You know, it's one of those unfortunate situations. About
As the
job.
CEO of ADC, hey, you kind of have some backing to your name.
I know. Look, it's one of those things where, especially, you know, we're in effectively public speaking. You know, so we say something, it has to be correct.
It's law.
100% of the
It's
time.
right.
It's the law. Yeah, exactly. There's no wiggle room to ever be slightly incorrect. But jokes aside, we did say, hey, sometimes the trend is if you pick up the first dragon, you often lean in to pick up the second herald or the first herald as well. In this case, because RA do have this Renekton up in the top side, and he is kind of battering ZDZ rather. It's Chaoshu doing the battering. This herald will be contested. AL aren't necessarily looking for a cross map or a dive or anything like that. However, so it will just be the herald. So it's effectively just a longer handshake, and we'll see exactly where this herald does end up being placed down. There's been a lot of pressure, pressure in the mid lane, which I feel like they could definitely look to put down even more.
I hear a pupper.
You do.
Hi, pupper.
He's
there's
mad.
no Pugmaw. There you go. That's the word. Pugmaw in this game. Got there. 3rd time's the charm, right? Maybe there will be a little bit of a doggy visit. I love to hear pupper. Hi, pupper. Anyways, it is that reset that did come through for Leon, and right now RA are just kind of chilling. I do wonder with this kind of deploy to the top side, still has a while in that Rift Herald where this kind of resource delivery is going to go. That will be crucial for RA, but they're sitting pretty right now with the kind of comp they grab for themselves.
Yeah, I certainly do feel like they are. If you're anyone's legend here, you are effectively running 3 hyperscaling lanes, right? So
see you in 35 minutes.
You know, see you in 35 minutes. Hey, see you in 25, where we win 1 team fight and get Baron. Smile. As I like the observers always hovering that ward. It's a very strange
that ward
to
is so
sometimes get down. It is. It can sometimes be a bit elusive. I'm not sure if it necessarily depends on like champion hitbox size or anything like that, but certainly one where you have to know how to get it down.
Oh, right on the tip of the knock up there. Xiaohao.
Oh, no.
That'll be the force flash out, but he didn't get the ulti off ZDZ. That's some question mark pings coming out. Luckily, he got some help. And Xiaohao will get first blood for anyone's legend.
Okay, I got it, Mazel. The reason why he missed the ram is because he then assumed that Xiaoshu would get confident and feel like he could turn the play around. See, it's all about the 5D chess, all right? That's all it is.
You can't beat Renekton normally, so you have to mental gap him. That's what it is.
Yes,
I
you have to outsmart him. Because, I can't keep that one going. If he hits the R, then the Xiaoshu just dies faster.
Just, you know, sometimes you don't want to control nature. You just want nature to run its course, okay?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel you, ZDZ.
Yeah.
Look, and it goes off into the beautiful pasture.
Look, I play a lot of Ornn. I'm going to be honest, considering where he was and where he hit the R, I feel like it should have actually redirected. So I'm going to give ZDZ the benefit of doubt there, because it's not like he was outside of the lines, to be honest with you. He kept it inside, but unfortunately, the game did not allow him to find that ram. Either way,
that
they pick up
usually
that
only
pick.
works with cars.
True. It also works with
and coloring, I guess.
Yeah, coloring.
Stay inside. No, you know what? You don't have to stay in the lines when you're coloring. You can color outside the lines. You hear that? You can be the beautiful colorer that you want to be. You color inside the lines or outside? Are you scribble scrabble, or are you like dedicated when you're coloring?
Honestly, I'm actually scribble scrabble and then refine. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know, you get a little bit creative. Yeah, a little more on the artistic side. You know. So make sure that you give yourself as much creative freedom as possible by doing that one. Herald was dropped in the mid lane, by the way, so they do get actually just 1 play. It's quite close to dropping below, so hopefully Strife can find that one for himself. But RA are certainly setting up quite heavily around this objective. They want AL to try and check into them, because anyone's picking up that first dragon could be quite tempted to look to contest this second one. There's one thing I do want to point out, because we're past the 10-minute mark. ZDZ, Xiaoshu, they both do have teleport, so this could be a 5v5 over this. If they
got
are
the static shift completed
commit.
for Assume, and I guess the Kraken Slayer for iBoy as well, but it looks like they're just going to use some of that pushing power from bot lane. to take this dragon. So this will be an even trade right now. AL don't look to want to contest.
Not right now. They are very, very scared, right? I think walking through that choke against Wukong Rail plus Nico, it just feels like a death sentence. You can't do it. If you're not in the objective first, mentioned, right? Like earlier, before we got into game, for these guys, if they're not there first, they have to be the ones that are setting up around these objectives. Otherwise, it just gets so scary dealing with Fog of War against what is effectively a full snap engage composition here from AL. And even though you've got the peel tools, it's just not necessarily a position you want to put yourself in unless you absolutely have to contest the objective. But with that dragon being picked up, it will be Cloud Rift and Soul, which I actually feel like for RA, pretty decent value considering you're wanting to go in and you want to stick to some of these targets. So not bad, and we'll see for how long these dragons stay on the map, as I feel like oftentimes, Mazel, they see a Cloud Dragon and Soul and Rift and they're like, we'll leave it be for now.
Nah, you got the go forward comp. You want to go forward even more forward, all right? Get that and say that 10 times fast. RA definitely, with a little bit of wind in their sails, could do a lot of damage. I would love to see that kind of readaptation from them, giving up that early one, but now trying to claim a lot of these objectives for themselves. Now that they're feeling a little bit more confident on the map, now that we've got item completions coming out, and you see constant move. We've already got the readaptation of lanes here as well, and Feather is now unlocked to really get a lot of these engages off.
And he is. And again, when you're RA, if you're controlling the lanes and being the first one to move off to sides, right, into the jungle, setting up vision, it becomes very, very spooky as Anyone's Legend to reclaim that territory and the vision back. So this is now, for me, RA's next port of call, right? Mid lane priority as much as they can, into sides, secure vision. And I don't think we'll be able to get a toggle, but for Anyone's Legend, this is all dark. They have no wards on this side of the jungle right now, so it's just scary. There you go. There's the toggle. They have no idea where anyone is, and now
Lian over the wall. Boy's gonna flash. Xiao's trying to stop the engage from Feather. Xiaoshu is on the other side, but ZDZ has also followed up. Double engage as well. Feather, it goes down. Boy's gonna get the resets. Watch Boy this entire time, as now 2 kills have gone over to AL's ADC, and it's a huge moment for Anyone's Legend to punish RA.
It is, and again, you know, we mentioned first kill for Anyone's Legend is going to be huge, because if it means Xiao Hao gets a reset, then he gets to take some very powerful champions with base abilities that are very, very strong. And it's set up for iBoy. There's a teleport behind because they still don't want to give this one up. RA, they get the steal!
Oh, Lian steals the rift. He got Strive on the backside as iBoy falls to the combo. RA in one fell swoop just knocked the wind all out of the lungs of AL.
It feels like AL caught RA with a jab, but the next one that they throw, it gets slipped, and an immediate haymaker, as that Herald now is going to be used to take down this tier 2, and that's going to be huge. We said for RA about how the setup is going to be a lot through the mid lane, right? Getting this priority, denying as much vision as possible, and making the game super awkward for Anyone's Legend to ever approach a neutral objective. This is huge for the game state now, as they're always going to be on the back foot. Anyone's Legend.
Sounds like either you lost me or you lost Yamada, as we're going to be taking a look at the replay here.
I'm still here.
Yeah, the buffer, it's pretty huge. But the ZDZ double knockup, triple knockup actually, because he got Xiaoshu as well. Definitely a bit of a difference maker. Giving a lot of tanky stats over to Xiao Hao as well. The Reset City comp coming to fruition for AL. But it was all good until it wasn't. And
hello?
Yeah, you're back. I hear you.
I'm not sure what happened, because I never lost anything. Feed, your sound, nothing.
Interesting.
But, you know, technology.
Maybe it was my side. Who knows?
It could have been your side.
That's the lovely part of remote broadcast.
Everyone just gets real scared. You know? I was like, well, I don't know if I'm still here. I'll just,
honestly,
you know,
I just start talking. If I don't hear anything, I just start talking, because maybe I'm coming through. But then the beautiful thing is, if we're both talking, it's still coming through. We're just talking over each other, and then we just get pure chaos, and it's great.
Yeah. I have no idea how that sounded on live, but I hope it was as good as I imagined. Me being confused, myself being like, well, I guess he's not here, so I'll just carry on speaking.
But speak forever.
Yeah, but it's a massive turnaround now for RA, and how they can play the game and start to control the map here against Anyone's Legend. I feel like it's going to take a while for AL now to actually come back in to this one. They do have a 2-kill Tristana who's on their way to a second item, but Assume is already there, and that's the important thing. They are teleporting the Azir down, so they still want to contest this next dragon. We'll see exactly how this one turns out for them. If they can actually take control of the river, it's huge, but they need to put the numbers on the wave first. And RA, they're looking to just maybe cut this one up straight away.
They have Xiaoshu on the flank there. The Sun Disc is still doing work there as a defensive structure for AL to play around, though. Xiaoshu a little bit out of position here, needs to refocus in and regroup with his comp as Dragon started up by anyone's legend.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're in the river first, so this is big now. RA have to turn this into a situation where they're pincering people, finding flanks, and they're looking for it. Lian's behind everyone.
Oh, they don't know.
Good.
They don't know. They know, but the rocket jump comes through, and now Assume he finds that killer instinct that we've known he's had inside of him, and the rest of anyone's legend falls apart. You've got one by one the dominoes falling as the Heartbreaker's just going to be used defensively. ZDZ gets chased down by a beautiful Prey Seeker. It's Assume who's off to the races, as is tradition for Rare Adam.
Always, always, always. Xiaoshu's going to clean up Zora on the back end as well. And this dragon will go over to Rare Adam. It was a pretty nice flank. And I mean, for anyone's legend, it felt like they'd finally achieved the first step. But the issue is because the objective is already there, RA, they can't necessarily always frontal engage, right? Dealing with all of the knockbacks, the disengage from the Milio, you have to turn it into a situation where you're coming in from multiple angles, and Lian's engage, whilst it did look a little bit stunted at first because of the Milio ult and the exhaust, the fact that Assume can fly through the team fight and then actually execute iBoy whilst the massive mixer is going on inside of this choke is huge because it removes on the damage carries immediately from this equation. And Harder as well, I think, gets pounced on by Strive and potentially someone else. Yeah, Flash Engage from Strive on the other side. And it's all of the divers, which means straight away, anyone's Legends damage dealers are just dead. It doesn't matter if Xiaohao finally gets this form of the Rel. There's no damage to follow up on the CC, and they have to disengage.
Feels good to have that Nashor's Tooth completed right before this fight as well. Assume is huge, and that now is a 2.5 item spike Kaisa. You see damage though, it was definitely all Xiaoshu all day long, and you can praise all the stats that he's had, but I know we said at the beginning, and something we still have to talk about, Xiaoshu has been that splash for RA, even with a lot of the consistent performances we've seen from Xiaohao on the other side, we've seen from Lian on his side, all the jungle focus we've had. Xiaoshu has been a really nice kept secret, it feels like, for RA.
That was a good belly flop, and into the backline he's always going, actually. He's just trying to land on top of ZDZ's head right now.
He's hungry, okay? Just wants some mutton.
ZDZ's
you know, crocodiles don't get mutton often, all right?
Nope.
And I guess he's not going to get it this time either.
No, actually, he's got another wave, so I think double
slice
dash.
and dice? Slice and dice?
Yeah.
Let's go! You go ahead and eat, King! No? No? God, why you got to hold the food right in front of him like that? Oh.
Yeah, that's sad. I think what could be sadder is the fact that Harder actually gets out of that one for the side of RA.
Chaotic.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's ZDZ forced back to base. Harder potentially with no ultimate and having to reposition himself. The pressure is really, really on now for anyone's legend because RA could look to consider a Baron relatively soon, right? They do have a Kai'Sa with 2 items. It's not necessarily the traditional AD carry Kai'Sa who can certainly mince through the Baron, but even this version of it will certainly still do a lot of damage, and they're going to kick this one up. And for anyone's legend, they're going to put down the blue, and they know it's been started, but how much can they actually achieve without ZDZ's ultimate being up?
All right, we're going to do a little bit of a 50-50, but look behind. You got Feather coming in for an engage on iBoy. He's a little bit low, but you got the Killer Instinct about to come up for Assume, but it's AL who pounced first, and once Reset City, you do not come out of it alive. Xiaohao gets the soul, but gets a pick for AL.
Yeah, okay, a little bit disjointed there from RA, right? You understand the angle from Feather, but the only person that can follow up on that is Assume, and he certainly wasn't willing to give his life over. He didn't hit his arc.
Well, he didn't have kill. It was like very close, within 5 seconds as Feather had gone in.
Okay, didn't quite catch that, so thank you for the eyes, Mazel. So without that, yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication overall then from RA, and we'll just give anyone's legend a little bit more breathing room for the next few minutes, but you can start to see already how quickly this pressure can start to amount for RA, so anyone's legend need to find some kind of answer. It's not going to come through the side lane, because we've seen how badly ZDZ has been getting bullied by Xiaoshu. It's going to have to somehow be through a 5v5, I think if you can catch RA with their pants down on a Baron, that's probably the best way that you do it. But again, even in this situation, ZDZ didn't have ult, right? So, I mean, even if he... Xiaoshu did cancel it. I was wondering there for a second because the channel was going quite far through. But you said,
So at this
nuclear
point,
instincts.
it's like, yeah.
Couple
Actually,
of
it
seconds,
looks like...
see. When the replays work off of this HUD, the cooldown like circle is a bit funny.
Okay.
So even
Yeah,
though it was,
because
like,
I
a
remember
quarter of the way,
looking
it
at
was
it like
actually, 3
as they went
seconds.
for that fight, it still had like a couple seconds left, and it came up right after Feather died. But anyways, we are now looking at a RA-dominated map. Everything's looking purple right now. You got Dragon coming up about 40 seconds. Would be a sole point for them in AL, just struggling to get to that late-game scaling that they've drafted themselves into.
And the question has to be asked. At what point do you start fighting, right? Because you've got now 2 items across the board on the side of Anyone's Legend. And despite the gold lead, they are actually item parry right now. So, you know, this is one of those moments where the gold lead is a little bit fake. ZDZ's also just handed out the upgraded Navori Quick Blades to iBoy. So, you know, item to item, pound for pound right now, they are actually equal. So all Anyone's Legend actually need to look for is a 5v5, a consistent one where they can sort of keep iBoy and Harder alive for more than 3 seconds. And they should actually have a fairly decent shot at this one. Toying around with just the Baron Vision for now. I doubt that actually look to start up unless they really want to bait.
They have to do this.
Okay,
Look at side lane. Xiaoshu is literally just pushing.
Right, they want his teleport. But there it is.
There it is. All right, so doing a little bit of damage, but wanting to call the bluff of Anyone's Legend. ZDZ stepped up right there, but look at the flank. Again, Lian, but he gets spotted out. The rocket jump has already come out. Now that's a lot of defensive tools that are a bit antsy, right, for AL. Oh my God! That's a huge pop blossom, and Anyone's Legend popped like a balloon.
Anyone's Legend just got rinsed by Strive and that flash engage. That was huge from the mid laner of Rare Atom. That's going to get them the Baron.
Week right
it's going to get them a Dragon, and it's definitely going to make its way onto the Play of the Week for next week's set of plays. Massive, massive performance, and yeah, for Anyone's Legend, that feels like the final nail in the coffin. I'm not going to lie, even though they do have the scaling composition, in terms of the agency that they can have, they're not going to have any left. It's just going to be RA making plays. And if they misstep, then Anyone's Legend can come back into this. But for now, it's all about RA and how they can actually look to remove the remaining structures and actually open up the base of Anyone's Legend.
And we always find ourselves here. Assume always is a crucial member that finds resources somehow, some way, even if his team isn't giving it to him. But this time around, this first game has been a beautiful iteration when they are functioning at top level for themselves. And it's more so getting Assume a lot of resources, but finding flanks with the other members, a nice execution of their team composition.
Yeah, and just goes in with a W flash in. No one can react in time. God. I mean, actually, only Harder had flash, so everyone in there was doomed to be knocked up. And it's just a complete mixing pot of chaos that Anyone's Legend are unfortunately not very happy to be in.
That is definitely one of those nails, as you were saying. But it is still a scaling comp. Maybe you see a little bit of something going on for AL. But right now they are under siege, and they have to batten down the hatches. As a very heavy siege composition has already come through. The amount of attack speed that Assume has as well, and the wave clear that he has just makes it so difficult to combat this. And AL do not have a lot of structures left on the map.
Now, this is where things can get tricky, right, for RA. Because they will certainly take all of the towers, right? Xiaoshu is going to get a fair chunk out of this mid lane tier 2 as well. In fact, RA could just all rotate over and just secure it, so it won't be a big deal for them. But they've only got 60 seconds left on the Baron as well, and there's a lot of wave clip on Anyone's Legend.
True.
So for RA, this now becomes a game of, all right, how feasibly can we dive a tower against this composition, which is now scaled up? And the answer is, it's going to be pretty flippy. Now, Strive just picked up a stopwatch. They're just a stopwatch on Xiaoshu. And those are the kind of tools that I'm looking towards to go, all right, this is what we need to actually make a dive work. But they do have the soul coming up in 3 minutes time. So they can just play it patiently. They can just suffocate anyone's legend out. They don't necessarily have to go for the aggressive option, but this is also RA. So I will wait and see how they handle. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Assume, you freaking beast!
What was that damage, man? Isolated Q from Assume as well.
Zora was right there.
What?
Zora was watched that happen. I just think you blink and you miss it, man. You're like, that thing is gone.
What the hell, man?
Dude, I love it. 3.5 items. Had that needlessly large rod in there. Just said, I bought the Dark Seal. I really want some stacks. So he has 2 now.
I'm sorry, that's actually left me kind of speechless. Xiaoshu certainly has a lot to say in this 2v1, however. As
I think AL like what he's saying, though. Maybe a little bit of discourse going through that they aren't appreciative of. We do have an engage on Shrive, though. They're trying to get a catch out. Reset City has maybe come to a town near you, but RA want to pop back as Pop Blossom comes out, but it's really the flank from RA. They just got to get iBoy, but the resets are starting to come out, and AL's starting to fight back. Arrive from the dead and pop those nails in their coffin is anyone's legend.
It's one overstep from RA, and all of a sudden, anyone's legend actually have a game to play. They hand over shutdowns, they hand over so many kills here. And it's just about the gold, right? Being able to claw back some of the items that they were starting to fall behind on is huge for this composition because they are so hyper-scaling. And for RA, it's a huge mistake to make. They were up quite a few more 1,000 gold than this. It's still a 5,000 gold lead, but it's actually a 5,000 gold lead, which, unlike before the Baron went down, actually does matter because of the items. Let's just look at this assassination because it's the Void Seeker that actually finds its mark. It's through a little bit of the overheal shield.
And he's like, okay, you're fine.
A shield from Milio, but what? It's auto.
Another W.
And a Q.
No, it's just
no,
the
W
Q and
doesn't even
the static shiv.
What?
That's insane, man.
That's disgusting.
Static shiv diff, baby. As this is AL's really nice fight, just timed beautifully. Because they get one pick and iBoy stays safe. It's huge. He flashed into the engage from Feather, but luckily he's able to stay alive. And the way that RA entered this fight made it really awkward for them.
Yeah, and it also made it really easy for Harder to just lay in all of this damage, right? The fact that iBoy also was just alive in melee range against all of these champions because the focus was turned around from RA also just gave them the window to actually operate. And that's kind of been the difference maker throughout a lot of these team fights, right? We haven't actually seen iBoy and Harder feasibly open up and actually get the DPS in that they need to and that their champions can. RA have been so good at denying that opportunity so far. And now they are hovering on the top side. The Baron and the Dragon actually spawn within quite close conjunction of one another. And it's AL with all of the control on the bottom side because they don't want to go over the soul. But it is RA on the top side with all of the vision.
This is hilarious.
Where they can deny the Baron. So
both teams are like hovering each other. Like, okay, guys, we don't know where they're at. We just got to figure out how this works for us. Okay, group up, heads in the safe game. It's water. Everybody's safe. Partner system. Let's go.
It's, you know, back in the day when I used to coach, I'd always have to ensure, you know, support jungle, hold hands. That's what I feel like I'm watching right now from anyone's legend. Ensure that you're never alone. Vision Cone is going to give them a lot of information, but anyone's legend, as you can see from the vision toggle, have not much idea about what's going on inside of the pit. Get the wall down so they know it's not been started up.
Assume does that very fast.
Yeah, he is
It's
actually
literally already half down. Harder on the other side, AL. They don't know that Xiaoshu's behind them. Here comes the flanks, though. He got in the pit. ZDZ's finding the engage. Xiaoshu's on the back, but he's all by himself. His GA is not going to be there. He goes down, but Pop Blossom again. Killer instinct from Assume. And just like that, AL on the back foot. You've got to get something going. You've got to make a ticket to Reset City, and it's starting to come alive. They have scaled into infinity and beyond.
Infinity and beyond is definitely the right way to put that one, Mazel. Anyone's legend are finally online again, even though our iBoy is found out in the middle of this mayhem of a team fight. It's Harder, who's still alive, finds himself triple kill. I was wondering for a second if it was actually Assume who was going to turn this potentially into another montage clip. But he gets killed off himself, and now Baron, the soul denial as well for RA is massive on the side of anyone's legend. The gold lead has basically been nullified. I didn't actually catch who hit the plant, but feels bad for ZDZ. He's just in the middle of the mixer here. He tries to take down Liana's. Xiaoshu does his best to just make as much zoning control, I guess, as he can, as Strive eventually follows up, but it's a little too late. Zora also and Harder don't get caught out in that Pop Blossom, and whilst it gives Assume access to iBoy, Feather on the front line, Lien on the front line, getting absolutely murdered by Harder, means that for Anyone's Legend, this is just an outright team fight win.
And I love the confidence coming out from Harder. He is saying you can be distracted all you want from the resets from iBoy, but I am the king of Shurima, the emperor, if you will. This is also the man that was the 1v1 king in the offseason in 2022. He knows what it's like to be a carry. We'll see if he can do that here as RA try to pounce. They've actually got a nice one. Re-engage gets stopped, but you got the triple cyclone here by RA. Xiaoshu's trying to make it, but Harder has arrived. And Reset City is a ticket that RA do not want to have, and it's already arrived in their ticketing department. We have a push in mid lane from AL, and it's looking like multiple towers are going to be falling here.
The ticket could be punched for the game, honestly. I mean, 2 members down the frontliners and no ultimates besides the Pop Blossom, which has to be huge. And honestly, if RA make it out of this one without losing more than the Nexus, then the next team fight that we see has to be Strive finding multiple members on the backline, because iBoy and Harder again go untouched. And it means that the team fight is just a little bit too easy. Okay, you kill off Zora, but it's not iBoy, it's not Harder. Those are the ones that are dishing out the damage on the return as you dive forward. They have to be killed.
They absolutely have to. You know exactly where you need to go. But we were talking about what happens when this AL comp gets to 35 minutes. Well, we're just about there, Jamada, and we're really starting to see them come online.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, initial engage looks great. Zora gets one shot. Feather actually gets Buster Shotted off. So the fact that he's not actually now Gravitum welling all of these people back, and he can't get back over, means that Strive can't necessarily find an angle. It means also that Assume can no longer continually, safely layer in auto attacks without a front line there. And Xiaoshu as well kind of just got one shot in the mixer. That was AL. So now...
That is a gold graph of all time, Jamada.
Yeah, I was about to say, we look at the most LPL gold graph of all time. It's an awkward game where RA had all of this control, but Anyone's Legend, the scaling, right, the just flat line scaling here has finally come online with the supers in the mid lane. They can just go and attack all of these side lane structures which haven't been taken down, which is just standing gold for them to continually claw a gold lead back open.
Yeah, they have like 3,000 now as well. Full items on Harder, getting very, very close for iBoy as well. But the thing is, about both these comps, that is what Swing has developed to, but there are still moments where RA could pounce and find those ends. If they Harder, they can target iBoy. You still have a lot of strength for this team. You got to see if they can give a fight back, because right now, holistically, control is fully in Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, absolutely is. Structures have been taken down across the board now. And Anyone's Legend spoke about coming into the draft how they want to be in the river first. They want to make sure that they're controlling chokes. They want to basically just have full information so they know where these engages from RA are coming from. And if they know where they're coming from, then they can prepare accordingly just because of how much peel they have across the board, right? Even to a point, like Viego loves champions coming into it just because there's the opportunity for finding a reset if the diver is particularly squishy. In this case, we've seen Feather go down, well, 5 times in this game, but certainly inside the team fights, it feels like he has to commit his life to an engage going well. And if Feather dies and all of a sudden it's Xiaohao who now has a rail combo, it could actually give the space to Harder and iBoy that they need. So Vision is basically the name of the game here for Anyone's Legend. Information is key, and for RA, just trying to slither their way in the best they can. And just finding as many pumped up members as they can look to actually knock up with their ultimates.
We did actually get full build there from Assume. So he does have his final item, and it was the Scepter. We'll see if he's able to make a difference with that additional asset in his toe. Won't be spotted. Okay, Loyan does actually get spotted out here while the siege is going down from Anyone's Legend. That's going to be a lot of damage, and the tier 2 goes down.
Yep. Now that's all of the towers outside of either base. Now dead here. So it's
no man's land now.
7-7 apiece. It's no man's land, you're right. And this is where things can start to get tense. Because
can I just
we are
say,
in one team fight territory.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I also just say, feel bad for all the supports and junglers out there. Everyone else is rich. Everyone else has got almost full items. You see, you know, Feather just completed his second item. We have 2 items for Zora there. I guess you have the support item as well, but give some shout outs to the people that need the gold, all right?
Look, man, we've been used to it for years. There's, like, you know, if there's one thing I will say, even though I am the CEO of ADC8, right? You know, I do have some issues as well with the support role. But if there's one thing that I can relate to as predominantly a jungler to supports is, yeah, we do end up very poor, especially in pro play. Does feel good for Xiaohao though, I guess. He is at 4 items, which is not something you often see unless you're basically playing Graves or Kindred or one of these really, really high CS per minute junglers.
Oh man.
They're kind of just charging out mid, but they don't have a super wave to do. But the reason why they're doing this is because they want to pull RA out of this chunk of the map safely and get them to respond. So they might just keep iBoy mid and force RA to actually find a response. They're on the Baron now.
Nah, you know,
oh my God,
boy, he
ooh,
wants to take the fisticuffs. The Baron is already gone. And now you got the engage from ZDZ. They are forcing it hard. They find him. Asuma's down, but you got to find that big engage. Harder gets it back. AL have found the ticket to this game. But you got Lien and Xiao Shu on the back. They're trying to make a difference, but the health bar speak a story. As anyone's legend do it again and again and again. And smash the face of RA into the wall of game 1.
And Harder's got teleport too. There it is. Even though this inhibitor is respawning with 3 members here, this should just be about enough. Lian and Feather should not be sufficient enough wave clear. And anyone's legend, after a bit of stall wall defense, should be able to close this one out. There's the knock up onto Lian.
Harder's just got to find the damage here under the tower, but he wants the kills instead. He's stepping forward, 8-2 and 6 on the Azir. And a big moment for anyone's legend as they came back into this game. We'll check that gold graph one more time, but anyone's legend streak looks real.
Game number 1. It was a slow start up, but man, once we got to those mid-game team fights, it was basically pace, 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 pace across the board. And for RA, gonna feel a little bit annoyed with themselves, surely, right? They had everything that they needed to end this game, but one big mistake on the bottom side of the map threw so much gold into the back pockets of the Anyone's Legend carries, and that just puts them in a position to come back into this one. It's a frustrating game, I think, for RA to really break down. Man. If you're Anyone's Legend, I feel like this was basically by design, right? You didn't want to fall as far behind as you did. Certainly not. But in terms of, you know, turtling out, making sure that you're not actually, you know, getting to a point where you're out of the game entirely, and then Azir, Tristana, they come online, that was certainly by design. So, a bit to think on from both sides. Because I think if you're Anyone's Legend, talking about how maybe not giving up so many objectives, not necessarily losing so much control of the map, the jungle, trying to actually ensure that they always have some kind of vision line going for themselves so they're not suffocated out as quickly as they were. I think from the side... though, of RA, it is certainly about just those finishing touches, because they did an excellent job of basically suffocating Anyone's Legend out of the game until they let it slip for about 3 seconds.
9,000 gold in the lead. And we've seen crazy stuff, man. We've seen Jackie Love take a 10K deficit fight on Zeri and come out on top. But my God, the disheartening feeling of watching a scaling team that you've seen from draft, knowing exactly where they're headed, make it to their destination, that is a feels bad, man. That's something RA are going to have to bounce back, right? They have had a very up and down season so far. They want to try to find some consistency. They just recently came off a 2 over TT. They cannot fall here to Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, no. If you fall over here to Anyone's Legend, I can't recall what their schedule is. I know they end with 2 really, really tough games.
It's V rough. All right, it's V rough.
It's actually, no, it is quite rough, because it's Top Esports after this, WE as well, who technically, you know, we're still kind of gauging where WE are, right? Because there's so many games behind. So I guess, you know, sitting at 5-3, they are technically still on the top half of the table. But NIP, JDG, OMG, for RA, they need this win. This is the must win.
God.
Right? If you're talking about somehow slipping into the top 10, this has to be a game you can't lose. For Anyone's Legend, this is also a game where, honestly, if given their schedule, they have to win every game that is in the top 4, right? And I do agree. It is, to a point, comp diff, right? Like, you didn't quite snowball as quickly as you want. You want that gold lead that RA have, you want that shifted back about 5 minutes. Then it looks fine. But the fact that it starts to actually build up after the 15-minute mark is a little bit too much time to give this composition, because you unfortunately fumbled the execution. You gave over all of that gold on the bottom side after you had the Baron, And we did say sieging was going to be tough. There was a lot of wave cleared. They were outranged. They have to dive, and tower diving bases is always going to be a very, very tough hill to overcome.
Yeah.
But they didn't quite get to it in the end. And Anyone's Legend,
Yeah.
very happy to catch all of the gold falling out of the sky from.
Couple things. iBoy ends up taking a dub against his old Oregon RA, game number 1 on his Tristana as well. But Xiaohao with a 19 KDA, man. This guy has been a lightning rod of success for Anyone's Legend when they do find it. So really, really love the combos there and being able to find that success through a carry-oriented jungler for Anyone's Legend. That's it for game number 1. We're going to sit to a little break and get ready for game 2. So don't you go anywhere.
A Mining, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está Magna Gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say. But they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off. That double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just ult to him though. The Hex Splash is too slow. But Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton. And that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của BJ và BJ đã phải nằm xuống mặc dù mất luôn cả tóc biến. Người tới ở phía sau là cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai và xả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấm máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của số bên cầu với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được rồi. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill, Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết là double kill và đây sẽ là đó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt wheel.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huki might lose it. Buki goes to the back with the twisted advance, and Licorice swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out. Stixay manages to blast one down. No Turtle here for no more damage. Stixay one into lock eyes with Gory. Oh, no. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill!
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, round ultimate. Meu Deus!
O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que iniciante maravilhosa do House! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o Tai Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains, que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go! Caps! Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'll scream out right now, I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down.
Welcome back to Shanghai and welcome back to the LPL Summer Split. I am Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada, and we are getting into our second game of our second series of the day. It's Anyone's Legend versus RA, and man, what a comeback from Anyone's Legend in game number 1 itself. Xiaohao will earn the MVP, and you know, there's a plethora of members I feel like it could have gone to, but I love that Xiaohao with his unkilled KDA comes out on top.
Yeah, 4-0-15, and I did kind of allude to the fact that when you're dealing with a dive comp like this, and you know, there's always one that has to give their life over in those dive comps. It does mean that Viego can very often be enabled, and in this case, you know, he was involved in 95% of the team's kills, which means he missed 2 kills, because if I recall correctly, Anyone's Legend got 20 in the end, so he was not involved in 2 kills throughout the entire run of this game. Kind of insane. And yeah, I feel like for me, there's not really, you know, you could definitely argue maybe you can give it to Zora for a lot of the disengages, but even then I feel like it's a bit of a long one to argue out. I think to me, Xiaohao really was the underlying glue in some of the comeback team fights that we got to. And you know, this game was long, and that Anyone's Legend didn't really have much to do for the first 30 minutes of this game. When the first clip of the B-roll starts at 28 minutes.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I will also point out, out of 9 game wins for Anyone's Legend, Xiaohao has had 6 out of 9 MVPs for those games. So pretty impressive stuff, but I will say it was a group effort. And along the lines of being able to execute on that kind of style of composition where you're very reactive to try to get these resets off, you had to have a lot of strength from Harder, who really showed up as well. So the duo of Xiaohao and Harder are off to the races here in this series.
Yeah, definitely agree. And for Anyone's Legend now, right? 1 game win, you need 1 more, you take down RA, right? Let's get the tinfoil hats back out. Then it's IG in 3 days. I was going to say 2 days. In 3 days, you got IG. You win that series, all you need to do is beat LNG, Weibo, OMG, or Top Esports.
I'm doing the good.
Yeah, and you know, there's a chance. All right, so you know, I'm here as the how do I say this? Like the
welcome to
Mazel's
Mazel's
2022
Emporium.
summer.
I've welcomed you into my home.
Do I think it's likely to happen? No. Would it be bloody hilarious if it did? Absolutely. So I'm here for the shenanigans, to be honest with you. And I think now, being 1-0 up, you got a pretty good read on RA's ability to close out the game. And I feel like comp to comp, obviously that also helps out. But RA were still kind of slow starters to the snowball, right? It was, I mentioned at that post-game breakdown, it took them 15 minutes to really start to actually build a sizable gold lead.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit quicker than that when you're dealing with that kind of compositional, you know, interaction where it's not only Anyone's Legend with flat, you know, hyperscaling basically across the board, but you're also dealing with full disengage whilst you have a dive comp. So you can't allow Anyone's Legend that space and that time. You have to suffocate them out sooner. Otherwise, these guys will, like we've just seen, wait for one good team fight and then turn it into so much more.
And again, coming into the series, just setting those expectations for both teams. Anyone's Legend, they were on a 2-win streak. My biggest question coming into this was like, is it real? was this a fluke? Is this actually a thing? And a 3-win streak solidifies that, right? They have already beaten RNG. They've taken down FPX. I would say that, you know, that's a pretty consistent record to take down some of the middling to bottom tier teams. But for RA on the other side, it has literally been whatever roller coaster ride you could imagine that is up and down, that one. Because they have had a bit of a rocky time here. And yes, they've had some consistent moments. They've had some big splashes, but it is coming down to figuring out how to find your advantages and close things out.
Yep, absolutely. I do agree. And, you know, I was to quickly draw us back because I am on the hopium, you know, train and whatnot.
Okay.
What's the reality of them actually like beating Weibo and OMG? Like, I feel like it's actually, I mean, even LNG have been like a little bit shaky-ish, you know, like this is not the worst top end of the table teams to be playing against. In fact, I would argue they're probably playing like the least consistent ones. So hey, you know what? I'm down. I can see it happening.
Okay, you're just on the Anyone's Legend hype train now?
I'm on the full hype train for now.
Is it the commitment to Harder and iBoy that really sold it for you so far, or what?
Nah, I'm more about Xiao Hao, and I'm also more about now personally ZDZ. I think ZDZ, even though he had, and this is going to be a really hard sell, so just bear with me for a second. Even though I know he had like a pretty rough spring, and I feel like he was kind of glued to predominantly those carries. I feel like the general flexibility of his champion pool throughout this summer is one that can start to and continue to grow into a pretty big asset for Anyone's Legend as we progress through the split. And hey, you know, if they do hold on to ZDZ moving into 2024, then also I think the same thing applies there as well, where he certainly can be basically every single role that you need. In this game, his Ornn was pretty useful, even though there was that one.
Yeah.
Actually, even then, you know, he mind controlled.
Yeah, don't worry about that. He was being
don't worry
one
about that
with the
one.
animals.
If you were watching the game, you know what we're talking about, right? If you were here when it happened, it's fine. He, you know that image of like the hand with the puppet strings over the one guy. That was him with Xiaoshu. Anyway, we're into picks and bans for game number 2. Anyone's Legend are still on the red side and RA are on blue, and Rare Atom do not want to deal with Harder's Azir. So that is now off the table, and we'll see exactly where they decide to go for this mid lane pick. I also feel like the consideration of a Nico ban this time around for Anyone's Legend would be pretty high yield, given how many high value ultimate Strive found, and there you go, off the table straight away, because that was definitely a key to success for RA in snowballing that game really hard.
I want to harken back to something we were talking about, just the little side point, you know. They are so far just trading the sides they like. RA really like blue side, AL really likes red side. So far we're so good. We do get that Melio band away towards Anyone Legend. Don't want to give that strength of a really sustainable support over to Zora. It looked really good. I do like the LeBlanc ban, since it wasn't banned by RA this time. They do want to make sure that's off the table and give that split pushing power a bit of a rest.
Yep, do agree. Vi's up though. Wukong as well. Do they really want to go Wukong over Vi? I mean, it's really up to them, right? Annie also, I think, went through the entire pick ban phase last game too. Don't remember it being banned. It certainly wasn't picked. So, alright, go towards the Wukong. Do Anyone's Legend just go Vi plus Annie and call it a day? Or do they actually look for something else? Do they want the Tristana, right? I think is probably the only other pick that I would imagine that they take over those. Zaira Khan, Ahri. If it's being hovered, then it gets locked in. Expect the Vi to come alongside it, or at the very least be picked at 3, because they already know the Wukong should be going in the jungle. And this is definitely the pool of call here for Anyone's Legend, and I think it just makes the most sense.
Okay, like that cohesion from mid lane to the rest of the map. Any mobility for Harder is something I really appreciate, even though the Azir looked so damn good last game. This would also be a picked more emphasis on Xiao Hao and gives him that agency we were kind of talking about. I still expect that to be kind of hover around, because you need an answer into Wukong. Lian will be looking to play those skirmishes, play those aggressive moments, so I need an answer Anyone's Legend. But right now, it is iBoy getting the Aphelios, which huge for them, just in terms of a late hyper-scaling ADC, but also something that can give you strength around those objectives.
Yeah, do definitely agree. I'm, to a point, kind of still surprised around Anyone's Legend not going towards the Vi. I feel like if you go towards the Vi, you can potentially avoid having to deal with Annie, maybe, right? Or at the very least, what I'm getting at is Aphelios can sometimes hate having to deal with Tibbers amongst the team fight, especially before he's like post 2 items or 3 items, where he can at the very least get to a point where he can kind of consistently kill it. But for now, RA, they actually forego the Renekton and they go towards the Cassante, so a slightly different taste of scaling here, and this does actually mean that anyone's legend, because they're somewhat locked into going Vi here, right? It's not a given, but if they don't pick it up, I think we'd all be surprised, even though are we on the nerfs now? I've been getting mixed up recently. I think it's 13-13 where the big Vi nerfs are. Either way, Xiaohao.
This was banned away in game number 1, and it does make it through. Right. So we got a bit of a light switch expert over here for Xiaohao on anyone's legend.
So things that immediately pop up into my mind here for the anyone's legend composition: Rakan and Kennen. Those will probably be the best in slot champions that they want. They remove away the Xayah. I think honestly, if Ari don't just ban Kennen and Rakan, I would be a bit surprised. I think if you give over either of these champions, it just enables what anyone's legend really want to achieve with something like Nocturne plus Ari. So Ari, they remove Ornn, which I feel like is kind of in a similar taste, right, for ZDZ in terms of over-the-top engage with all the lights coming off as well. That would be pretty scary. But I feel like you have to get the Rakan gone, even if it's a weak lane like 2v2 for anyone's legend. I think compositionally it just sucks to deal with. So we'll see what they end up doing. I think the 2 AD carry bans though definitely makes sense into Assume. Xayah for the safety, Kai'Sa for the dive. They're just covering top lane. Okay, so anyone's legend, even though ZDZ, I don't think he's played Kennen in a little while. Certainly not since spring. I don't remember him playing it in summer. It could definitely be the option for him. And of course, I've eyed up the Rakan. I think both these champions really round out the composition of AL, but Na also, similar-ish deal. A little more flexible though, I suppose, right? Gives you side lane, but always the possibility of having Mega Na find those big ultimates will be huge. Should win out into the Cassante when he's in Mega. Always, though, will find the windows, this Cassante, when the Na's in Mini, to potentially find those all in. So ZDZ is going to have to be careful about piloting that matchup. Assume. Toying with the Jinx. Worrying. We'll see where he goes.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've seen a lot of comfort already drafted for RA in the second game specifically. You get the Cassante for Xiaoshu. This is a pick that I do expect him to try to find advantages on in lane, because these are the kinds of moments where Xiaoshu has really stepped up. We also get the Jinx for Assume, which first and foremost has been an absolute comfort for him, but gives them the tempo to play around for RA if they can get him excited. We also get the Feather Rakan locked in, so a lot of engage, but peel back available to RA. Anyone's legend coming up now. We got counter pick support.
Yeah, counter pick support. Not often that you see R5 supports. We did start to see it a little bit actually, as I tell half a FIP last week, where the support R5 was kind of high value. It was like winning a lot of those games. But what I will also mention is, even though Assume has gone towards the Jinx, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see Tristana come out, right? Dealing with like half a dive comp here from anyone's legend. I feel like it's just something that Assume is not necessarily comfortable with playing, and anyone's legend kind of acknowledged that with their own bans as well. So anyone's legend, a lot of aggression, right? A lot of CC forward moving. I feel like for RA, a very similar-ish deal too, right? There's a lot of aggressive tools available, but I also feel like a fair amount of peel can be afforded to Assume via basically every champion on RA as well. So flexibility on both sides, but I feel like anyone's legend a little more keyed into going forward. We'll see exactly what the options are in the early game as well, because I feel like setup certainly available on the bottom side for iBoy and for Zora. On the opposite end, definitely a lot of defensive tools too. So I think could be in for another slow game, but once those ultimates come online, Mazel, we're certainly going to see blood.
And getting into game 2 here, it is a bit of a balancing act for Lien between Assume and Xiaoshu. He needs to be able to find that facilitation for him, find those aggressive trades as this Wukong, and really, honestly, get Assume ahead. Where on the other side, AL, they're comfortable with this iteration of the roster, finding carry moments from harder last game, and from the man himself in Xiaohao. He'll be on the Nocturne this time, and a little bit of tempo needed for anyone's legend as we're kicking off game 2 here. It's Rare Adam versus anyone's legend, and we'll hear those Gyos once more.
Or will we? Oh, there we are. I was waiting for him. Half a second's more patience, Mazel. Would have been paid off.
Silence is a wonderful tool. As we do hear the crowd ready to go to see the second game kick off. I specifically, after that first game, am now looking for RA as a bit of a punchback. I think the combo between Lian and Strive is also important here, just as on the other side, Xiaohao and Harder, because mobility out of mid lane and cohesion out of mid lane with jungle will set a lot of the pace of the early game.
Certainly will. And Ari, I think, have the tools to be on a bit of a big pace, to be honest with you, through the early game, through the mid-early game. But also, Xiaohao existing, having the Nocturne art. I'll say it pretty much every single time, like the broken record that I will like to beat. First couple of ultimates, first one in particular, right? You always kind of get a mild gauge on how successful the Nocturne pick may end up being. So, Xiaohao, want to see a lot of high impact after the level 6 mark. Can have a quiet early game, farm up, get to level 6 really quickly, but once he has it, I want to see him actually just get involved, right? Try and impact some of these lanes ASAP. Bottom side, I think, easy execution. You've got Zora. Drop your Archie on the Jinx and go in, right? Should be fairly easy. See how anyone's legend get on with it, though.
Yeah, you know, easy on paper, execution maybe a little bit different. I'm also curious because ZDZ, I do feel like you mentioned it earlier when we're getting into draft, had a really big influence actually on a lot of those engages and kind of spacing in game number 1. And I wonder how he does that on the Nara, especially against the Cassante here, where again, RA leaning very heavily into comfort for their game number 2 to try to get a leg up.
Yeah, I will say the Nara pick is a lot more about, you know, side lane pressure, I feel like, in the LPL here, where you're using the mini form really in the sort of mid stage of the game. We see a lot of Triforce into Hole Breaker, things of that nature, right? That's where the Gnar really strives. It's a little bit less about that space buying, but certainly in Mega Gnar he can do just that. Slightly different role to that Ornn. So we'll see exactly what anyone's legend and specifically ZDZ get out of this pick, because it's certainly one which I feel like has dropped out of favor for the most part here in the summer split compared to where it was in spring, where I feel like a lot of the time we saw Gnar be close to a priority pick, honestly.
I think the adaptation to like the heavy split pushing has been really interesting to split. As in the Wukong versus Doctor matchup, it looks like Wukong wins out a decent amount here, Javada.
Yeah. I don't read Mandarin, but I'm pretty sure that's what that statistic meant. Right?
I would expect it.
And not only that, I actually think it's kind of funny because it's like to be Wukong. Oh, hello. That was
a nice little lollipop there.
Yeah, it's always fun to see those spells hit. But yeah, I do think that is quite hilarious that we end up with Lian and Xiaohao on what I would call arguably some of their most comfortable champions. So I want, again, you know, Xiaohao going for the fast, what do you call it? Fast level 6 clear, where you start on Raptors and then the Raptors spawn up really quickly and Krugs will also come up. So this should be almost level 5 off the Krugs. It kind of depends. Sometimes it can be a bit funky if he soaked up a little bit of XP from the mid lane as he passed through, then could also be there for him. But Lian already having reset will mean that we'll have that double longsword advantage for now. And we'll see whether or not this is like an early dragon attempt or anything like that. But without very consistent hard CC across the board on almost both sides, right? We'll disregard Zora for that statement. The junglers of both RA and anyone's legend are going to be likely to just stay in their jungles for now and just continue to farm up unless something really pulls someone to a lane and someone's overextending.
See a little bit of action in top lane. Wet noodle fight. Xiaohao hovering up this way. We do have dragon spawning here pretty soon. Actually took pretty heavy importance last game. We do see Xiaoshu step up, and that's a preemptive flash from Xiaohao. We'll get the response from Xiaoshu.
Yeah, all right. Xiaoshu blowing his flash. It's actually it's a fairly big deal, actually, for this topside matchup, because Xiaoshu, if he's got the... Oh, okay. So I was going to say, if he's got the money for Sheen, expect him to go it, and then he'll actually have a fair amount of kill pressure here on ZDZ once the all-out becomes available. All he has to do is wait for Mini-Gnar to time out, and then, or Mega Gnar rather, to time out, and then he's in Mini and exhausted. He won't have access to the Mega Form, and the all-in window is actually one where you can find lethality quite easily, but sometimes you'll need the flash to close that gap. but without it, definitely loses some of that all-in potential. So ZDZ will feel a little bit safer in those 1v1s. Doubly so that Xiaoshu went for a more defensive basis.
Xiao Hao, you got to give yourself some thief protection. They just, you know, your wolves, they weren't safe. They weren't safe. Maybe I'll look into that. I can give him some recommendations. A little bit of aggression from Lian, and that's what you love to see. A little bit of forward step from RA, which we didn't get a lot of last game. In the end of things. In the beginning, looked fine. 9,000 gold lead. That was a lot of forward stepping.
It was on like both sides, right? It was like the first 15 minutes didn't really do much. 15 to like 35. My God, it was just like full-paced Usain Bolt. And then the Usain Bolt continued, but just unfortunately in the opposite direction, right? So
changed shirts during the race, switched to the AL logo, and just ended up winning. And now AL do get this first dragon, and an early Infernal Dragon, while it is important, and we see Harder getting a heavy trade mid lane against this Tibbers, that's first and foremost a good advantage for AL. They need to try to get as many advantages as possible, have Xiao Hao present on the map, and they have done so.
They have. And it's before level 6 as well from Nocturne, which feels quite good. And it means you can just focus now on clearing the top side, probably looking for a reset after those camps, and then coming back to the top side for this Herald. Whereas Lian, not quite level 6 yet, but it's going to get Dredgeline. That's a lot of burst damage.
That is
Whoa!
Flash, and that's the kill. Boy, with the lethality of his early damage comes through. And first blood for AL, maybe following it up as Zoom does get out with his flash, but AL are pressing.
Man, I love this from Zora. First finds the Dredgeline onto Feather, but then just immediately flashing forward to also get flash to flash from Assume. Really, really good levels of aggression, and now that's flashless bottom laners with a Nocturne who just hit level 6. That now means that if you want to give up the Herald, you can, and you can cross map on the bottom side super cleanly. Zora shouldn't be too far away from level 6 himself, right, as well, so feels really good as we get a look as to what actually... where did this burst damage come from? Because it felt like he was full HP Feather. So Chakram stacked so many Chakrams actually. And
yeah, he's already got him. And then the instant ignite there. Beautiful preemptive flash.
Great job, iBoy, stacking up all those Chakrams off of the Dusk Wave. I learned that.
Hey,
from,
you gotta show up when you're against your old org, all right?
Yeah.
They didn't necessarily always find so much success. They were always trying to be in contention. But it was a lot of that chaos that ended up being their downfall. But iBoy stepped it up.
Really, really good job. So now RA losing on the bottom side of the map. iBoy has 1 kill. We also have in the mid lane just picture-in-picture of how Harder had to use his Spirit Rush there, so no armor available through the mid lane. I think might put more emphasis, honestly, in my mind, than anyone's Legend looking for a cross map on the bottom side of the map. But RA preemptively read it. They're going to send Xiaoshu down there, and obviously he's the much harder target to die of the two. And now once Lian picks up this Herald, then it should go down for free, just because of how much control is available here. Harder.
Ooh, got the re-engage onto Harder here. Did have to burn the flash this time, so a lot of pressure, and there's that flash from Strive, following it up and making it so RA are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's just constant repeat pressure towards the mid lane here. First, Feather gets the Spirit Rush, then it's the flash, and also the kill follow-up from Strive. Xiaoshu being forced away here from this bottom wave, whilst iBoy also gets solo plates. He's also got decent guns to chew through this one with the Chakram, the Calibrum as well.
Yeah, he does.
So it will go down fairly quick, but now it's the response dive. He's about to hit Mega. So how safe is this dive really? It's level 6 available from Feather. If they can one-shot him somehow before, but I just don't see it happening. He should just
They're bringing Strive. This is very, very dicey. You've got Harder heading up the lane. He's got Spirit Rush coming up. CDC's got Meganar. Here we go. They turn off the lights. They still get him, though. And beautifully juggled into the turret plates. Assume is nicely getting some gold there. It will be responded on the other side. But RA are making decisive things happen.
Yeah, RA are making decisive things happen, but it's so far behind the play on anyone's Legend, because look at this tower. This is all iBoy getting pretty much 95% of this gold. They might have shared a bit once they dove.
Xiaoshu also died.
Xiaoshu died, right? And it's another kill into the Aphelios' back pocket. I wouldn't be surprised if the Observers swap over to the gold in a minute, because he has to be absolutely huge right now. So we'll see exactly where he's sat once he looks for the reset. And if matters weren't worse, he also just finished his coal, so he gets even more gold on this reset. That's going to be like the first item and then some. This replay is going to start all the way back at this kill onto Harder, and it's just repeat pressure. Harder has no business checking into the top side, to be honest with you. And Annie... Oh, the Q.
Thank you.
The
Thank
Q
you,
has a
observers.
little... Was that a ram? The Q. It's shaped like something, no? Anyway, that side.
Yeah.
Bottom side dive.
That's like the Ox Force one. The
Oh,
skin
of
or whatever.
course. Yeah. Right. Yeah, down there. There's not even really much to talk about. Xiaoshu just gets one shot underneath the tower. And he wishes he
You don't
could
want
be
to
a little
give
bit
some
tankier.
deep hitting analysis about that? Come on, you know? You know, talk about 5 minutes for that.
Sometimes things just don't need that hard hitting analysis. You know?
Saying sometimes not everything needs to be said. We learn something new every day. Anyways, RA have learned that they can go top lane to get a lot of gold, and they are doing so yet again. Rift Herald going to be spawned up here, want to answer the tower take, but Lien, pretty chunked out, does burn that Cyclone. Xiaohao is hovering. The charge goes through, a little bit of gold back to RA.
Yeah, but like the thing is, it goes into Xiaoshu and Lien's back pocket. Not that these guys aren't strong, but when you look at the gold on the side of your screen and you see that iBoy has 2,000 more gold than anyone in the game, not just like the enemy team or his team, anyone in the game, yeah, like that feels like it pales in comparison to what anyone's legend got out of that exchange. So not only that, if it couldn't get any worse, you're dealing with a Fed Aphelios, also 2 dragons going over to anyone's legend super early, means that this soul condition is going to be one that RA are going to have to fight into.
Love to rely on the experience of iBoy. He's been around for a long time, originally starting competitive, at least in the LPL, for EDG back in the day as well. EDG Revengers, if you will. And I expect a lot of that growth has come through. He took a little bit of time to maybe find himself, but there were some rocky moments in iBoy's past. But I love that they're trying to rely on a lot of that experience that he's had and a lot of that killer instinct that we've always known iBoy for, even if it does end up in his detriment. And coming alive against his former team in Rare Adam.
Yeah. I would say iBoy was on the unfortunate end of a couple of killer instincts from Assume, to be fair, but that didn't deter him or anyone's legend from winning game number 1. And like you mentioned, that veteran aspect of him certainly means that I feel like you're always going to be able to look over to him in some of these more difficult game states and situations where, I mean, let's be real, I think most of us thought RA were going to close out game 1, even with the compositional difference aside, but they didn't quite do it. So anyone's legend, know that they've got that leader to potentially look over to.
And now we see a bit of a stalemate going on, but AL definitely an advantage here. Maybe try to get iBoy some more plates in mid lane, but they've already gotten 2 dragons stacked up. You also get the stride breaker for Xiaohao completed here. And now that they have this kind of advantage, they also have iBoy mid lane. I'm looking at Xiaohao to all in as much as possible and keep that tempo up.
Yeah, definitely agree. I want to see anyone's legend really keep this pace super high with Xiaohao. Now that he's got that stride breaker, it's really, really difficult for RA to, get away from some of these plays, especially if Zora's around as well, the depth charge. So now anyone's legend, denial vision around this top side. I want to see them actually get mid lane priority and then move in as 3-4 members almost. But for now, RA are actually just kind of foregoing that mid lane priority a little bit and sitting in the river. As anyone's legend start to kind of converge around it though and move in, it will get a little bit more difficult to ignore. And with iBoy also swapping over to the Infernum, wave clear is very, very afforded to them. And they can look in if they want, but I like this from RA, just not showing on top wave. It means that also on the top side of your screen, you can see Xiaohao and Harder have to kind of hold hands temporarily to even go towards that top side of the map. It does kind of cheat the way that the flow of the game can often be played through a wave into vision into a wave again. And it just ensures
I'm
that they
starting
can
to get
keep them at
scared,
arm's
Lamada.
length. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a big lead developing in the side lane for ZDZ, and I'm like, yes, maybe there comes to a point that Xiaoshu can deal with that, but it just feels like ZDZ has all the control right now. And also, potentially, now that the Rift Herald spawn, we get another fight brewing. As actually Zora just preemptively goes in for that fight. iBoy gonna hit him with the Infernum, but AL full representation up here, it seems, as backs are gonna be stopped in bot lane.
Yeah, backs are being stopped. I think ZDZ has Triforce. That's what he's looking for the reset on. So that if this fight up here breaks out, he can have that item ready and available. Anyone's a legend. They are
Strive,
slowly
he
forcing their way
has
in.
the
It's so
tools.
scary. All right, Strive, Ultimates across the board from RA are just generally ones where if you're caught out as iBoy or Harder, you can just get one shot quite quickly. Oh, Harder!
Oh, they knew he was there. There is that decisiveness. And Assume comes up with the kill. That's Rift Herald for RA.
Yep, real nice second kill on the board now for Assume. Can definitely find a little bit of reprieve in what was earlier on a 2,000 gold difference between him and iBoy, so feels good. And that's just a little bit of that vision control that was set up for RA and held control of for so long, paying dividends a little bit, because Anyone's Legend couldn't quite clear out every single bit of information that was placed down. They lose the Herald as Anyone's Legend, but this dragon spawns in 50 seconds time. RA have to be on the money again to actually secure that one. ZDZ as well. Having the Triforce now and all of this priority on the top side in the split push is going to be something that RA are going to have to deal with too. They're going to probably lose this tower very slowly but surely. It is quite full HP, but ZDZ, once he drops back into the mini and then has the opportunity to stack up the Gnar, he'll be ready and rearing for either a fight
Big
or the
thing.
pressure.
We got 2 items for iBoy, not 2 items for Assume. We'll see if the 2 items spike Gale Force for iBoy can make a difference here, but it looks like Point and Present are AL around the dragon. As blue buff taken by Xiaoshu, making sure his jungle doesn't lose too much. And now we get back down to this bottom side. We have TPs for both Xiaoshu and ZDZ. We're about to pick off a fight if RA overextend.
Definitely will. They're just going to look for the Herald in the mid lane. Will they give up the dragon though? That's the key thing. R8, 3 members approaching this one. Where is Xiaoshu? Does he even have a good teleport angle? The answer is not really. So
There's
tower
so
in the
much
mid lane,
vision.
chunked out. It's not even going to get taken down. Maybe if they can hold off AO in the rotation, which doesn't even seem like is going to be the case. So third dragon goes over to Anyone's Legend. Pretty haphazardly, and they're looking for an engage now.
Flash from Zora. They got ZDZ on the other side. Nice engage, though, but it is golden for Strive as TP's coming down during the light switch here. We do have a ton of damage on Xiaoshu. He can't make it out of there now. You got a nice pushback from ZDZ. And Bo Combo has arrived. And AL, a dominating fight that was picked clean.
Not only was it picked clean, but they get all of the objectives that they want as well. Even if they lose this mid lane tier 1, they still trade it in kind. So it's kind of a whatever moment for Anyone's Legend. Plus they get more gold on top of it for RA. It's a detrimental team fight where now you do start to wonder how many more do they have left in them.
This was bold.
It was kind of a bold engage, right? They also didn't recognize that there was the stopwatch available to Strive. But Xiaoshu, where he teleports in, is just a little bit too aggressive, so he gets turned on, bursted out, and then ZDZ has the angle, finds 3, busts the wall up.
Assume
Massive.
used the cleanse a little early. Feels bad. Well, that is how the Wombo combo gets done there, says AL. And honestly, with the way they're taking advantage of this game, I'm starting to believe it's real here. Anyone's Legend have been gritty. They have been tough, and it feels like they finally have the solution, the compound to make it work. It is ZDZ setting up incredible flanks in back-to-back games, incredible engages, and the rest of the team following suit. Everyone on the same page. And we see everyone on the same page yet again. Xiaohao goes a little bit deep there. Does end up getting the Chicky Ducky as Moonlight Vigil hits the wall there. We got Harder coming in with the TP. A little bit of damage there, but mid lane push should be AL's.
Crucial thing though, because of the collapse of how RA actually started to respond to that paranoia, iBoy did have to blow the flash defensively over the wall. So now it's a flashless Aphelios, but he's got cleanse. If
Strive's
RA
about to
can
have flash.
find Lian, or if Lian can find iBoy rather, and he sets up for Feather and Strive, it's definitely a doable affair, but it still feels so far out of reach, doesn't it, at the same time. ZDZ is also going to get this tower down here. Demolish should ensure that that goes down. Mega Gnar, so much extra AD. Even if he gives his life, I mean, 600 gold feels good into your back pocket, and you can look to approach a second item with real good pace. I didn't actually quite catch whether or not he's going towards that Hull Breaker or the more aggressive or defensive option, I suppose. Which, with the extra Ruby Crystal, I think that means that he is going into the Sterax instead. No, Hull Breaker. Hull
Breaker.
He had a phase. Did he sell the Hull Breaker? The Ruby Crystal? The Hull Breaker? I think he did. That's kind of funny. Either way, Oh no, I'm silly. It has the movement speed attached to it. I always forget. It's got the the moon wing plate, so it's got a ruby crystal in its build path. Anyway, Hull Breaker picked up, powerful now and online for ZDZ. Just gives him extra stats that Xiaoshu can, you know, have to struggle to get through even more.
Now, this was a game where we were saying RA, they got a lot of comfort, right? Most played champion for Xiaoshu. They even have the most played champion for Assume. They have the decisiveness through Lien and Strive, Feather cohesing with the Rakan. But right now, it's Anyone's Legend who have found exactly what they've needed to early on. And I'm starting to see some of that decisiveness come through for RA, but you don't have the items coming through that you necessarily need to really hit that spike. You did finally get 2 for Assume, and you've got to hope that they're able to pull that one off.
Exactly. Jinx 2 items. Feels like anything is possible. All right, smile. But Anyone's Legend.
I gotta get you out of my Hopium Emporium. I think the Hopium's hitting you too hard, man.
Look, this is a pretty gnarly game state for RA to be in. But Anyone's Legend, I think, will be able to.
They don't have the same out as AL did in game 1.
I know, man.
They don't have the same out.
I know, it's really tough. And the dragon spawns in 30 seconds time. That's Soul for Anyone's Legend, and it's Hextech Soul as well, no less, right? It's the best early game Soul to pick up off of 4 Dragon Snowball. So Anyone's Legend can sit very comfortably if they pick that one up, and will have a much bigger edge in some of these skirmishes. CDZ now
You
is
just need
also
one
here.
thing. You just need one thing, one shot, one chance for RA, one set of excited moments from Assume to be the carry, but we'll see the engage kicked off by Zora. Like you said, all he's got to do is find that depth charge in, and they catch Lien out on the side. ZDZ goes for a big Mega Gnar ulti, but can't find it. They've already gotten the jungler out, and that means Soul in the eyes of AL.
Yeah, Pathmaker meant that they couldn't also get Xiaoshu with that ultimate from ZDZ, but jungler dead means this should be a pretty secure dragon. But can RA at the very least maybe pick off a couple of kills on the back end? They're face checking into all of this. The dragon's gone, and now re-engage could happen.
Woo, a little bit close. Zora says 9 out of 10 that hits, but now ZDZ trying to chase them down. RA should make it out of this, but it's transitioned straight across the mid lane for AL. Potentially looking to try and force this Baird here, but actually backs and playing a little bit more reserved with the gigantic lead that they have is Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, gold to spend, right? Probably across the board. A couple of key items ready to be locked in, but Lien gets forced back once, and because he uses the decoy here, I think it's still on cooldown. It's not actually being highlighted by the observers, but it is a fairly lengthy cooldown. So whilst he's on this mid lane wave,
you literally called it though. Like literally early in the game, you were like, Zora, all you gotta do is flash depth charge. And there you go, that's all that happens.
It's super simple. Like, don't get me wrong, sure, they actually pressed R on Strive, right? But honestly, Zora could have done the exact same thing on Lien, and it just ends up being worse.
The
for RA,
separation,
right? So,
that's all you need.
But exactly, what it does cause is that separation. It forces Strive further back, so there's no response as Lien's clone gets hooked in again. So, because there's no response, it means that Anyone's Legend pick up Lien for free, and that they could go back to base and pick up all of these core items now. Interestingly enough, I've always gone towards the GA, but I kind of like this. Because of the dive that's
me
there
too.
for RA, just being able to potentially resurrect, right? Or ensure that maybe as your teammates can come and reclaim the ground around where you're dead, or RA have to sit around and wait, it could very much turn the tide of a fight. So it's not necessarily, you know, an aggressive option like Bloodthirster or Lord Dominic's or anything like that to cut through the front line. I feel like it does give them a little more leeway in how they can approach the fights. And speaking of leeway, Ahri are getting none on this side lane because ZDZ has just broken open the base on the bottom lane wave. And now, Baron, are they considering it? I mean, it's good guns for iBoy. iBoy wants it, that's for sure. But Xiaohao is...
he knows what he wants.
Yeah, Xiaohao is saying, no, no, no. Wait a little longer.
Ooh, Horizon there for Harder. So actually hitting a little bit of a spike there, and Anyone's Legend, pedal to the metal. That's the name of the game here. You do have 4 minutes for an Elder Dragon to spawn, but you expect them to not rest on their laurels. In RA, they can find that decisive pick. That's their only way forward here.
Yeah, but the problem is, it just feels like Anyone's Legend have been first to the punch. Almost always, right? So how do you ever find a decisive engage if it's just Anyone's Legend turning off the lights and then Zora pressing his flash and his Arki, you know? It feels like you're just always going to be lacking the information result. That's the big problem for me. Is you can never be on target with one another.
Yeah, it makes it really hard. So Something that'd be really cool, a light switch skin for Nocturne. Definitely not a light switch. That's what it should be. Sure. Ooh, we get a little bit of bot lane action, but Feather is really where the action's at, as he gets turned into maybe a pillowcase or something along those lines. Something comfortable for anyone's legend. Feather's gone. That's a big engage gone.
Yep, and anyone's legend, go back to mid lane wave, push that one in, and now they're going to see Assume down here, and as soon as they see Assume, the Baron
Just
will
take
go
a
over.
1v2. No way.
No.
Okay, all out comes through. He is a little mini Gnar. They are getting the TP behind. He's trying to get out, but he can't do it. Flashes are coming through, and Xiaoshu gets the kill. Baron, though, is started and completed by anyone's legend. No contest from RA.
Nope, RA, they have to deal with the bottom side. They don't want to lose the inhibitor and the Baron. I think they should acknowledge that the Baron's probably gone more times than they get it, so stop that side lane pressure from being cascaded down on from the Baron. But the hilarity of the situation is ZDZ still got the tier 2. He got the gold for it.
Don't worry about it, okay?
So it's just...
Don't worry about it.
It's just worse.
Don't worry about it.
If it wasn't worse, ZDZ now also has a Black Cleaver. So he's going to get through Xiaoshu really, really easily. And anyone's legend, they can kind of pick and choose their lane here. Dragon spawns in 2 minutes time, right? So that'll be Elder. That's RA's way back in. The fact that anyone's legend have spawned in the Elder so soon, you never know. Maybe the flip is on the cards.
You know, I like me a good burger flip. And that right now is a way forward. I see almost 8,000 gold lead for anyone's legend. We've seen them close out really, really hard victories before, and they are on that 2-win streak. Huge for them and swinging off of that momentum. This is another tier 2 down.
Extra 600 gold towards Lord Dominic's here for iBoy, who in fact probably
He's gotta have 4th item.
isn't too isn't too far from it, to be fair. And then
he's gotta have
they're just
it
gonna
right
wait.
now.
Yeah,
He's
he's
backing.
resetting, so they're waiting for it. They don't want to overfight without it. And whilst I will say it's a much more, you know, meticulous Baron, at the end of the day, you still get your items on Aphelios, and that's going to be you guys ready for that Elder Dragon.
We got 52 seconds. Start the countdown right now till fight night, round whatever. As they actually take the fight early, they're fighting them before the actual event kicks off. But iBoy says, I will shut you down 10 times out of 10. A double kill already has come through for the extremely fed AD carry, and Harder even gets his name in the hat, as that's a fight that RA did not want to take, and they took it anyways. That is a push to the end for anyone's legend, and a continuation of a streak here being built.
Almost certainly. 20 seconds on Strive, 15 on Lian. Will they just get inhib and look towards the Elder? There was a very defensive take on them the first time.
They're
But
feeling themselves.
They've got Baron
Let's
for 40
go,
seconds.
let's
and
go.
Soul. I'm down for the flip end.
He's got the green-white. They're burning through these towers. Anyone's
There you
legend,
go.
they want the win. They don't care about their KDAs. They go on that 3-win streak. Damned if you do. Anyone's legend. You better start believing now in a bit of a comeback for these players. That's 3 in a row off of certain defeat of a season. Incredible stuff. You see the smiles on their faces.
Choo, all aboard the AL hype train, baby. 3 in a row. Definitely feels quite good for them. And, you know, especially when you go back, right? Not to be super duper on narrative straight away off the win moment, but you go back. They were losing so many games. They find 1 series win, and you can see how much it means to them. You can even see Harder there. I think Harder's really struggling to keep it together. I don't blame him to a win. You can tell what it means to these guys time and time again. So being 3 on a 3-win streak now, 4 and 7, their next game is IG, who comically enough we're going to see take on Top Esports now that this series has concluded. You're going into, you know, an IG who could be coming off the back of what is a very rough series, depending on how Top Esports do. Look, it's set up, right? You get yourselves up to that 5th win, then you just need 2 out of 2. But it's against some of the stronger teams in the league. We'll see how things pan out for them. For RA, though, just a moment of condolences, I suppose, right? Definitely feels quite bad to lose this game, you know, against an Anyone's Legend who, if you went back literally a week and a half ago, you would have been looking at this as RA and going, right, this is our...
They're literally tied.
This should be our freebie win, you know? If you're RA, this is like, okay, this is how we can potentially bounce into the conversation for playoffs. Yeah, then it starts to not happen. And now, you know, they're tied with anyone's legend, and
They're
whilst they do
literally
have,
tied. Like,
whilst they
what?
do have a arguably easier schedule, it's also not that much different to anyone's legend either. So now that they're tied, it's huge for, you know, RA's potential chances of maybe having slipped into the top 10, but also for an anyone's legend team who are on a potential come up.
True. And that's the thing. The 3-win streak, it is reality now. It wasn't just a fluke. They have now taken down RNG, FPX, and now, unfortunately for RA. But iBoy getting it done against his former team, a team that he spent 2 years on, and feeling good to represent in that fashion. But also just the way they did it. It was relying a lot on the fact that we had Xiaohao with the extremely aggressive matchups in jungle and keeping priority in lanes. That's what we set from the beginning, and that's what we got. Which, honestly, I really like to see that AL not only are committing to the harder and iBoy comp, but it's also playing to a style that they are feeling confident and comfortable with.
Yeah, and what I really liked here was that we got 2 different flavors of AL in this series, right? There was one where they were very happy to just kind of sit back. They acknowledged, okay, if we can scale here into what was hyper aggression from RA, then we can start to look to play the game, you know, after that 25, 30-ish minute mark. And that's what they did. This game here, a lot more decisive tools, a lot more agency for members like ZDZ, who, you know, I personally, for one, highlighted as a player who can take things into his own hands if he's given the right kind of matchup this time around. Given that right kind of matchup inside of the Gnar, made things super awkward for RA in terms of decision making around those neutrals because he was always pressuring those towers. So I feel like for anyone's legend, things certainly starting to look to come together. They certainly do still, in my mind, need to bring the overall level up if they are to try and cross this 10th place finish line. But these are all still very positive signs and outlooks moving forward for the remainder of the regular split.
And man, I don't know who's going to get MVP for this last one, but gotta give a shout out to ZDZ. If they get engagers or pressure for ZDZ, it makes it that much easier to win these games for anyone's legend. He was on the Ornn in game 1. He was looking damn good, but then the split pushing Gnar as well in game 2. Feels really nice to have some of that stability, but also versatility from the top side for anyone's legend.
Yeah, as much as I would like to say that ZDZ will get this MVP, I feel like the reality of the situation is iBoy's going to get it because he was, you know, given a pretty handy lead. I do wonder if sometimes when the MVPs get handed out, things like this get considered, you know, because iBoy kind of had this game handed to him on a platter. You know, he was given a bunch of free plates whilst RA were kind of, you know, twiddling with their thumbs, picking up the Herald, then deciding whether they wanted to dive ZDZ. Then eventually they did. Whilst that happened, there might have been a small TT 2,000 gold lead that was given to iBoy off of it. So, yeah, we'll see who actually ends up getting the MVP. But for now, I believe we've got an interview with Xiaohao.
I'm so excited we get to hear from Xiaohao. Let's go ahead and hit it over to Wendy. We'll see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, guys, and Xiaohao, congratulations for today's 2-0 victory. And after today's game, AL, you guys are on 3 consecutive wins, and it feels like the whole team is really on a very high note. So how would you evaluate on the growth and adjustments made by the team in order to have such a great performance on stage? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是很漂亮的2-0。其实，在赢下今天以后，整个队伍也来到了3连胜嘛，感觉整个队伍的状态都变得非常好。所以说，可能在这个过程当中，你们有进行怎么样的改变和调整吗？能够在舞台上带来这么精彩的发挥？
我们拿下3连胜的话，就我们现在对线期打得比之前好很多了，失误比较少，然后打到团战，我们就会发挥我们自己的能力。
I feels like the reason why we're able to get 3 consecutive wins is because we just made less mistakes in the laning phase, and for the laning phase we just performed better and better, and also after that maybe in the team fight we can really show our abilities to all of you. And I totally agree with that, because in game 1 you guys were able to bounce back with your perfect team fights, and also in the mid game the opponent team they got 9,000 gold lead. We know you guys have the late game draft, but I must say in the mid game it can be a bit troublesome from the opponents. So how did you manage to bounce back in game 1? 那其实也想问一下关于第一局的内容。第一局你们也是靠着非常漂亮的一个团战来翻盘的嘛？但是呢，其实中期对面也是拿到了9000的经济领先，而且确实他们也是给你们造成了一定的压力。虽然你们是有个后期阵容，可能在那个时候也会让人小小的捏一把汗。在当时你们是怎么来找到机会的呢？来完成翻盘的？
其实第一把打的时候没有想到劣势这么大吧？就我们其实第一把阵容选的就有点奇怪吧，就没有想到会选成这样。但是其实我们打的发育稳住了，就对面送了一波吧，然后就翻盘了。
And I must say, first of all, we didn't expect that we put ourselves in such a huge disadvantage in game 1. And also, we have made a kind of a very weird draft, weird combo in composition in game 1. But after that, we just try to calm down, to try to skill up to the late game. And after that, the opponents just made the mistakes. We punished them with their mistakes. And after that, we were just able to bounce back and win the game 1. And also, in game 2, both teams have the very aggressive drafts, but and I feels like both teams, you guys have so many skills to make the hard engage. But for all the team fights, it feels like AL, you are the one be able to get more leads to snowboard the whole game. So what's the early game plan from you guys? 那其实说到第二局的话，我们感觉到双方其实都是有一个比较进攻性的阵容，有非常多的开团手段。但是呢，每一波的团战总是你们能够获得更多，一点点滚起雪球。所以说，可能在第二局的时候，你们前期的一些节奏或者说游戏内的想法是怎么样的呢？
第二把的话，我们阵容选的就比第一局好很多吧，就碾压对面的阵容吧。然后我们打的就比较不着急，就等6局慢慢找机会就赢了。
I must say, in game 2, we just have the much better draft after the ban pick phase, and our draft is somehow can smash the opponent's draft. And also, we just wait until level 6. It feels like after level 6, it can just be a very easy win for us. And definitely, and you performed super good in both games. It feels like you can always be the key player, be the super carry for the team. And now, AL, you guys have got a win for 4 best of 3s, and you got 6 MVPs. So how would you evaluate on your personal or individual growth in this summer? 那其实也想问一下，其实关于你个人的一些成长。其实现在 AL 是一共赢下了4个 BO3，在其中你是6次拿下 MVP， 而且在今天也是掌控住了整个野区的节奏。你怎么评价在这个夏天自己个人的成长呢？
这个赛季可能跟之前赛季有不同吧，因为队友兑现能力比较弱吧，然后我就得做更多了，因为必须得做更多的事情，所以说成长比较快吧，就指挥啊什么方面都比之前强很多。
Yeah, I must say we have a very different situation, the split, because for the split, other laners, they may not be that strong in the laning phase, so that means that I really need to do more. So in terms of the short calls and other game plans, I feels like I make a huge improvements, and definitely I perform better in this split. And congratulations again, and thank you for the sharing. 再次恭喜你们，后面要加油。And back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Incredible questions as always. But man, there was one thing I could not take my eyes off of, and it was that smile on Xiaohao's face, man. The cheeky little grin the entire time. It feels really good when we've seen this kind of growth literally within one split, in a very gauntlet style split. And hear all that positivity come out, and hear that he knows that a lot of the wins, a lot of the success for anyone's legend comes off of his back, comes off of focusing for himself and trying to help the lanes get out of lane and get into team fights.
Yeah, and it's got to be a massive like mental boost, just generally, right? Knowing that you're performing well and knowing that you are, I beg your pardon, a big factor as to why your team is succeeding, right? And I think more importantly, you mentioned the smile, right? That has to be reverberating throughout the entirety of anyone's legend right now. It certainly feels like it from their gameplay. And speaking of very, very positive gameplay in which you can smile about, iBoy, first MVP of the split here, but 100% KP, 505. I mean, this game, we said it. Look, we could talk about ZDZ. We knew he was going to get MVP here because this game was really set up for him to succeed.
I think iBoy showed up when it mattered. He had to come away with an MVP against RA. Again, hearkening back to his days of the storm in the teacup, as I call them, the chaotic fights that we saw from them. This was a honed edge by iBoy. He got kills early. He knew exactly what to do with it. And that's where Anyone's Legend has been relying on that experience, right? Harder, a little bit, not, I guess, new in the scene, but really trying to make a splash in the LPL. And iBoy is the carry that you can always rely on for Anyone's Legend because you know he'll be able to get those high pressure moments. So really impressive stuff from Anyone's Legend. Right now, the sky's the limit because it feels like weights are off, right? You're not at the beginning of split. You're not necessarily contesting for that top of the rung. You're trying to make it into playoffs anyways, and maybe a miracle run starts to happen.
Yeah, maybe that miracle run starts to happen, right? We've said it. It's a tough schedule, but you've got IG, who, funnily enough, we're going to a break very soon. W Esports will be playing against right now. If they come into that series, get smashed, maybe, you know, it's a mental diff, right? And then you've just got 4 series, hard series, right?
Yeah.
But 4 hard series, which could see your way into a top 10 position and into playoffs.
It's going to be a fun one. We have our final series kicking off very shortly, and it's going to be a banger. It is IG versus Top Esports. It's Jackie Love and Rookie versus their organization where they delivered a world championship. We'll see what happens, though, on the other side of this break, and we'll see you there.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's looking for something now. With the flash available to him, they can see they're trying to corral everyone around here, and they will be able to get something going, and I think WE recognize something is in the air. Nice ultimate, good flash.
Not going to come and steal plate gold. Just going to keep on mentioning that. Lien is Fofo. He's found Baolan, and we know he's going down. Fofo grabs a kill as Lien re-engages it. Mako has to flash away, stride with a chain as well. Fofo the target for now. As Uzi is kind of alone on the top side, but they don't really focus him, and Strive's in trouble instead. Uzi's just charging at them, and Strive forced away. Assume now under the tower on his own. Root goes wide, but the minion wave is moving on in, and Uzi's behind him. Featherstorm comes out, and the pull's gonna be good. Uzi is surfing on RA. It is brutal.
Gonna pause though, Forge in a bit of trouble. There's the flash. Oh my god! A level 2 solo kill. Scout does it again.
3K gold lead for 4 FPX. They've had full map control for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, hang on, why is Cam? What? Just solo kill Jojo in front of the team and he's out!
Oh, they're just gonna pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what BLG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Blast is too slow, but Bin turns them into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's gonna be game.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I died in my own mind. and it's built through truth. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Just as hopes were fading, the dream lived on. Yeah. Of better times. In a world gone wrong. You don't need to worry. You know you'll see the day. The revolution's coming. We waited for the change. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place so high there ain't no stopping. First stars blinded, and now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're a place take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're a place take off the subs and watch us fly.
turn on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you.
Just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. Want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the pipe?
常规赛仅剩3周，季后赛迫在眉睫。友情提醒一下，诸位剑指 S13的战队，兜里藏着的公交票、高铁票、飞机票和泳裤赶紧掏出吧！再不亮剑，怕是真没有机会了。哎，说的就是你 WBG。本周5的第1场比赛就是他们对阵目前排名中游的 NIP。在连续不敌 BLG 与 FPX 之后，被寄予厚望的银河战舰前往世界赛的机会已经略显渺茫。如果说战胜 JDG 让人们看见了这支 WBG 的上限，那么当翔哥不但守住，甚至反杀的那一刻，则让人们看到了他的下限。而本场比赛 WBG 又一次面对旧将 Angel， 哎，你说会不会是更棒的一天呢？莫道仁川不销魂，同是巴黎沦落人，和 WBG 一样，队内选手荣誉等身的 TES 也在本周遭遇了2连败。回首春季赛，似乎又到了他们开启一场不输挺进季后赛的节点，甚至还早了几轮。这个周末 TES 将先后对战 IG 与 RA， 不知道届时的剧情是
我买了件很性感的泳衣，
还是
悠悠苍天河伯与我。
周六的焦点之战来自7点档 EDG 与 WE 的对决。如今的 EDG 并没有迎来人们预想中的柳暗花明，先是被启动的元神复刻了一波当年的 RP， 而面对排名靠后的 RA， 甚至先丢一局，只能说圣光尚未点亮，骑士仍需自强。反观 WE 则是一派欣欣向荣，本赛季在赛程的加持下，成为了保持不败金身最久的战队。若能保持这样的状态，
你相信他们今年不用去卖票吗？微信。 本周末的压轴大战将由 LNG 对阵 OMG， 两支队伍都是今年世界赛资格的有力竞争者。星球之光1年来的成长，大家有目共睹。而相比之下 ，LNG 近来的战绩则是有些起伏，尤其是0-2终结 IG 的连败，让人一度怀疑他们遭到了神罚。无论如何，本赛季的 LPL 已经来到了关键的节点，不知道大家对本赛季阿南的节目有什么宝贵的意见？在这里，我先统一回复一下。你说的对，但这就是棺材指弹，攻击力石破巧灵的玩梗摆烂节目。中间忘了啊，出院。
Welcome back to the LPL and welcome back to the breakneck pace that we're going to be having for the remaining weeks that we have here. And it is incredible that now we arrive at IG versus Top Esports. Some familiar names across the board. As I am Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada. We're going to be kicking off the last series of our day. And it's Jackie Love, it's Rookie versus Invictus Gaming. Again, I tweeted it. They have not known true success since their world championship. They have known nothing, honestly, but heartbreak. And it's incredible to see them back here in the midst of a very tight-knit season where Top Esports needs every possible win they can get. It's got to come down to IG.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad hurdle to get over, right, as Top Esports, but it does feel like they are so often and recently so the team that is built on confidence, right? So hopefully, having just dropped these 2 series back-to-back, that confidence is still there, because dropping a game to IG... There's no other way to put it. It would suck for their chances, at the very least, of making like top 2. So they have to get over this hurdle of an IG who has been struggling to find that spring form, right? Even though there was a lot of, hey, IG's early schedule was super easy. That's why they ended up where they were. There's a lot more, there was a lot of additional hype around them, which potentially shouldn't have been there. This version of IG with Tianjin and Crying is, in my mind, actually stronger than potentially the spring split version, but they've not quite been able to find the correct kind of gear, I feel like, has been my big thing for them. Plus, yeah, they are just objectively, in terms of the score, compared to where they were in spring to where they are now in summer, in a much worse position. So for Top Esports, this has to be someone that you kind of just dominate quickly.
It's the rockiness, the change-ups, all the shifting roster. I mean, that affects things very much so. And also, IG are a team who have only had 1 series go to 3 games. It's been 2-0s everywhere else, which is actually kind of incredible. But Top Esports, they're looking to 2-0 IG tonight. Not only are Rookie and Jackie Love trying to make good on their relationships with IG, but it's Top Esports trying to make good on this season, trying to make good on the promise of this super team, and trying to find success once again, and wanting to get themselves to that 8 record, still be at that upper echelon. But for me, it's about being a little bit introspective for this team, figuring out how this works. We know that Rookie and Jackie Love can carry. We've seen them do it time after time. Jackie Love is almost at 35% damage done for his team, but it's about everything else around them. Wayward, Tien, and Mark making things work.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be that consistency returning now post that 2-0 set. Different emotions definitely flying through the heads here of Top Esports. Very relaxed before going on stage, that's for sure. And a lot of focus in Rookie's eyes, that's for sure.
Man.
Tien
I love the smile,
smiling,
man. I love it.
No matter what, I feel like he's just always got the smile on his face. Doesn't matter where Top Esports are, or whether he's even on the first team right now. Of course, that was one of the big things. You mentioned a lot of that stability mentioned of Top Esports. There was some questions around, sort of the back end of spring and then even the start of this split where it was like, Jing Tian, okay, no, it's actually Wayward and Wayward is back. So anyway, that aside, always nice to see him smiling. Feel like we've kind of hit a lot of the big points already for me, like Top Esports, if they want to make it into those top 2 spots, especially considering that the rest of their schedule, it's not that bad. We're at the part of the split where we will start to speak about schedule a lot, right? It's basically BLG, OMG. Those are the 2 big contenders that they have to take down to catch back up to those front runners. Outside of those guys, it's RA, it's Ultra Prime, it's Anyone's Legend. These are Anyone's Legend. I don't know. Maybe I have to hold my breath. But they have to take down these.
You bought the ticket early.
But they have to take these teams down, right? That should be a given for a team like Top Esports. Those other front runners, they have to catch up to them.
Exactly. Again, both of these organizations in different trajectories, right? TES have Worlds aspirations. They have to make it to Worlds at this point. And IG are trying to make things work, right? And that is where the big difference comes down. But for IG, the big focus for me is solo lanes are kind of the pulse of this team. How solo lanes go is kind of how they go early on, especially. And On is absolutely still the hammer. There's a reason why On and Wink have been a part of this organization for a decent track record now. But it is still something where if they don't have any of those priority lanes, if they don't have anything to kind of work with Tianjin, it's just going to be difficult.
Yeah, no, I agree. Obviously, On and Wink, very, very critical parts to this puzzle, but it does 100% feel like if YSKM's not in a comfortable matchup and he's falling behind, he definitely loses a lot of his mid-game direction. And then same thing to a point for Cryan, right, who is this player that we kind of expected to be, for IG at the very least, this kind of like, I don't know, almost the king that like kind of keeps everyone stable and afloat and ensuring that, all right, even if we're having a rough time in the bottom side, even if we're having a bad matchup in the top side 1v1, we should almost always have Cryan in a position where he can bring us back into it. It's not always been the case, but if you give him those correct kind of matchups, or in other cases where I feel like you saw it from time to time on IG, you put him on these facilitative roles, right? Where I feel like that can be better for younger rosters like this if you give the experienced player, the one with the initiative, the one to who can actually start up the fights, to let these younger players flourish, then you can end up in really strong positions too.
And I love Cryan being a part of the roster because it does just give that solidity in the mid lane. Also, you know, knowing him from his time on RNG feels kind of good in the end of things, especially with the success they had in 2021 with him. So really want to see that be an emphasis, at least for IG, to build around, to try to make things work around. And again, that solo lane success needs to be played through from Tianjin, who does typically like to go for very aggressive junglers in his own right. There is YSKM, or You Should Know Me, finding his place triumphantly back, a little bit chaotically back. Had some top plays of the week, though, from him last time around on his Aurelia, which actually was really, really awesome to see. But again, this is where the big focuses go, because we know On and Wink if they get to a place of power, but it's all question marks for the top side of the map.
Yeah, it is definitely still question marks for the top side of the map. 100% agree with you, Marcel, because YSKM, as much as we've, you know, I feels like sometimes we give one hand take for the other with YSKM. Like, we love watching this guy play because he is aggressive. He loves his bruises / borderline on occasion, you know, I don't want to say assassin. Assassin is a strong word, but, you know, these backline divers who can basically just 1v1 anyone. It does often come with that same breath of, man, it sucks when it doesn't work out, right? And it looks terrible. It does feel worse than, you know, just playing something like Sion or Ornn and then just having a bit of a bad laning phase, because you always know at the very least if you're on these frontline picks, then you can provide some utility. The kind of player that YSKM is, because he wants to lean on these carry picks more, he wants to really hands check his opponent. It means that if you start to fall behind, all of a sudden, not only are you behind in the 1v1 matchup, it often leans into what can you even provide for the rest of your team. The often answer is not too much. And against an opponent and against teams like not just Wayward but top esports, that is something that you can't afford to be doing today.
Yeah. And every time this top esports team takes to the stage, I always have to talk about, because it's the elephant in the room, and I know everybody hates narrative. I know. But this top esports team is a super team. You have so much international experience, championships, awards, everything you could think of on this team. But they have not been able to make it work in the highest moments, in the biggest times. And I think that's still a mark on top esports until they make it happen. And this is a season where I feel like they really have come into their strength. They've realized where they need to kind of deliver resources, win, how they get these picks early on. And yes, it comes with a lot of comfort picks for them. But if it's open, make it work, right? Like, you can find the comforts and execute even better on it. So right now, all eyes are on IG. What do they do in this underdog fight? Because top esports are looking ahead.
And you know what, Mazel? Do you know how we can underline your, like, this is a super roster team? Everyone was like, man, top esports 2022, such a strong roster. Obviously, they didn't quite, you know, give us the highs that we wanted at Worlds. They then just add Rookie to the roster. So, like, you know, if it doesn't solidify in your mind that this should be a super roster, then I feel like the fact that they went from Knight to Rookie, and obviously, you know, Knight did go on to, you know, win
Yeah,
MSI and Spring and all that.
yo,
So
one side worked out better than the other.
One side, you know, one team definitely ended up with a better trade deal than the other. We'll say that, right? But at the end of the day, everyone felt like if it wasn't at the very least a side grade, it was an upgrade at the time, right? Picking up a rookie. So it has to work for Top Esports. Obviously here against an opponent like IG should just come to fruition. But for IG, again, we've spoken about, you know, the trials and tribulations that have been this split for them. This is a matchup where, sure, we don't necessarily anticipate that they'll win, but we want to see them still have positive moments.
There's been 3 top laners on the roster for IG, if that's just showing an inkling to what's been going on with them. But feels like they're actually finding their groove here, specifically just with at least the roster itself. But I'm looking for them to give that grit that we really see from some of those other bottom tier teams where, you know, anyone's legend is now on a win streak, but they're able to pull games off of top teams, and especially things that will be comfort for IG coming to this one. I want to see Wink be able to pull out the Blitzcrank, things like that. I want to see maybe even the Rengar come out for Tianzhen, but especially cohesion with Cryan in the mid lane if he goes for picks like that. So draft is going to be of utmost importance, I feel like, for IG, where a lot of reliance on meta picks, comfort will end up coming through, I'm sure, for top.
All right, now this is the part where I start to cook, because I think we've got the narrative stuff out of the way. And I think everyone is relatively
paid the Mazel tax
with, we paid the Mazel tax.
The Mazel narrative tax every time has to be paid.
Okay, so now that we've paid the Mazel tax, guys, and I know how much that on occasion as esports watchers we don't want to deal. We don't want to deal with the narrative stuff. I get it. What did you see? Were you just commenting on?
No,
on what
it's just.
saying, or did I miss something?
It's not so bad now.
I know it does, but like just sometimes just how it is, Mazel, you know, right? IG, we're on 13-12 now. Even though Rengar is banned a lot, do you know what's really been popular recently? Ivern. Rengar. You hear what I'm saying?
I'm just saying the last time I personally got to cast that pick, Kanavi literally made a log cabin out of Ivern with Belveth, and it was shaded purple. So yeah, I'm here for it. I'm here for what you're cooking. We'll see if those logs are up to any heat though. As IG on the blue side, Top Esports on the red, there are some very, very honed in bans here. We get the Renekton, the Maokai, the LeBlanc ban from IG, but the Rengar specifically targeting Tianzhen. We also get the Jax and the Vi. First pick of the Nico, responded to by the Sejuani for Tien.
Yeah, Sejuani for Tien. So stable jungle pick, engage. We know what it does. It's more about how the solo lanes will more likely be paired up with it, and with the Nico being locked in, you should always have a very strong mid lane matchup. We did see this Azir get picked into the Nico earlier. It didn't look like the best matchup in the world inside of the lane itself, but obviously outside of it, Azir can always thrive on a lot of members moving forward. As IG go Nocturne on 2, Gwen on 3, Gwen on 3, and now they're saying, all right, Wayward, you want to pick Cassante? Go for it, buddy. I will run you over, so you best find something in your pool which isn't gonna just get obliterated by this side lane threat.
I feel like there could still be some answers here, but I really like this forward foot IG are putting on. But I will say this comes with the caveat. Every time you see the Nocturne, you don't want to just be a paranoia bot. The Gnar comes in. We saw ZDZ in our previous series pilot this one very well. We'll see Wayward with that stability we've always talked about him for. See if he can pull this out.
Yeah, exactly. We need to see Wayward. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like for the stability for Wayward, it's been up and down, but I feel like since he's been back this summer, it's definitely been a lot better, right? I think that was the biggest point of criticism that a lot of analysts had for Wayward. It was some of that, you know, his willingness to flip some burgers. But now that he's...
There's a reason Qingtian, you know,
yeah,
was part
let's
of
just
the
say
roster
there was
for
a
while,
reason why
right?
Qingtian was in spring and why Wayward's here in summer. It felt like he was kind of put on the bench a little bit to just, you know, cool off, find some of that maturing edge, and now that he's definitely found it. For now, though, we're returning to the bans and talk of how these compositions are going to look to come together. Top Esports removing away the Rakan. Just probably wouldn't be surprised to see them also remove away something like the Nautilus as well. We saw how powerful the Nautilus plus the Nocturne could be in terms of lights off, depth charge, one target, blow them up. But another engage tool being removed away by Top Esports wouldn't be much of a surprise. For IG, seeing the Xayah taken off the board is also one that yeah, dealing with single target and dive, obviously she is pretty good at. I wouldn't even be surprised if IG throw, I was going to say, a wayward Ezreal band towards JackeyLove, because it's something that he would lean on in a situation like this. Even blind Tristana as well. Either option, right? Really powerful at just self-peeling. So seeing the Kai'Sa, whilst it, you know, Kai'Sa kind of surprised me because it's not necessarily in the same vein as where Top Esports' comp is going towards, and now you're dealing with this Tristana lane who can self-peel for itself, so that's another difficult target now for IG to actually have to dive onto.
And I think it's just trying to take away tools that, you know, JackeyLove will pop off on. I don't know how many have of him this split already in insane scenarios, especially on the Aphelios specifically. But really just incredible mechanical moments from this guy. And you're looking at these team fights like he can pick them apart like a science project. We do get that Aphelios for On, though, so giving some stability to a team fight for IG. But there will be a counter pick support yet again, my friend. We'll see what IG want to go ahead and grab for that bottom lane first.
Well, we're going to see it in a few seconds, but I feel like IG are in a bit of a hole right now, because if they go hard engage like Nautilus, then they just get Braum'd on, and I think that sucks. Braum, Sejuani, Tristana on the bottom side, you're just going to get stomped in the 3v3 and the 2v2.
Really rough, yeah.
You could also just go Milio too, because it's up, right? And this is actually the pick I was going to suggest for Wink, because I think it's the most neutral pick left up and available they could have gone. But then you also go off theme with the rest of your composition, so I feel like they're in a bit of a catch-22. IG, they opt to just go towards the hard engage because it's kind of where their composition is teetering off into, and Top Esports, I was going to say, with a brief of Zarel, where they're going to actually consider locking in, but they've held the Milio.
I think this combo is so strong, right? You get just the inherent synergy of the increased range for both of them, and it just becomes very oppressive to go into, especially when JackeyLove has been performing mechanically. This is going to be a tough task for IG, but that was always the case in this series, let alone this first game here.
Yeah, exactly. It's always just nameplates on going to be an uphill battle, but I feel like they have a couple of strong tools, and more importantly, I think comfort across the board pretty much on the side of IG, whether it's WiseKM on the Gwen or just Arn having his hands on the Aphelios. They should feel pretty alright with the draft, but I will say Top Esports, it feels a lot more cohesive in comparison on paper to what IG have. So I feel like we could actually see a soft repeat of that game one from AL and Anyone's Legend, where, you know, or RA and Anyone's Legend, sorry, where you have one side with dive and the other side with a little more time to scale and generally just a lot of peel. We'll see how these teams interact with one another, because I think IG have to make things work in the early game, or we see a repeat of that game one from the previous series.
Both teams on different trajectories, but it all comes down to one series tonight at least, and it is a heck of a game one setup that we have. Top Esports looking at the upper echelons of the LPL, and IG just trying to make something stick, make something happen. As JackeyLove and Rookie go against their old organization, the one they know success with, that world championship holding in their memory for a lifetime, a mark as a legacy for both these two players. Now they got to make good on going against Invictus. We get to game number one of this last series, and we'll hear those Gyos from Shanghai ring true.
Expect them to be loud as well for Top Esports. I can't tell. This is dysfunctional, Gyio, actually.
I like it. But as we get to it, you know how it goes. You know, sometimes they're based on the same page, and that's
maybe
okay.
maybe we missed it. Maybe we missed it. There is also that chance that we missed it coming.
We know there are people in the audience, so they're cheering, no doubt. But I do want to hone in on this one, because I think first and foremost, all eyes Tianjin on this Nocturne. Needs to get that level 6, needs to get going. We saw that absolute need for Anyone's Legend in their previous series. They made it work, but now you're facing against Top Esports and Tien, who looks to stranglehold the jungle. That is the biggest focus right now for me.
Yeah, I will say, however, we didn't really get to touch on it in terms of Tien's ability to actually impact some of these lanes, but there is such a lack of setup for him across the board. It is going to have to be, you know, mispositioning from these IG laners, which, to be fair, from certain members, depending on who you're talking about, it's not going to be a hard ask. Obviously, specifically WiseKM sometimes, a little bit over-aggressive. Of course, Wink as well. Being on the Nautilus, we could see him step once or twice too far ahead of his mark, but there are no melee champions for Tien to actually work on, right? It's just going to be Wayward whenever he hits Megadar, and that's not exactly a consistent timer to work off of, so could have a slow early game. What it would actually mean is, in reality, he's just going to have to track Tianjin, right? Make sure he has a very limited impact on the early lanes of top esports.
See, actually some decent pressure being provided. The level 2 does come first for top esports on the bottom side, and we also see both junglers heading down to the bottom side as well. So big eyes to where they want to get early vision down for. I know Tien always loves to go for some aggressive paths, go for some sneaky jungling. Here, I do feel like top esports are literally just sitting at their desk waiting, watching, wanting to see what this IG can do and have a lot of responses to it.
You know, in this jungle matchup, we have Tien and Tianjin. Feels like, you know, Tianjin, I don't know how familiar you are with Dragon Ball, but like Dragon Ball, you know, they just get infinite amounts of different forms, right? I feel like, you know, Tien is like, Tianjin is like maybe like Super Saiyan 2 or something. Anyway, silly tangent thought aside.
All right.
Tien is going to have to keep his name, I won't say brother, but cousin, I guess, at bay a lot, as it's a very fast first clear here for Tianjin. I think Tien is going to be close to finishing up that blue, but this angle could be pretty good for an early gank.
Oh, that's a flash. That's huge. Jackie Love, he won't have the distance here. The Gravitum connects. Jackie Love's going to go down first. Blood for Invictus. And Mark has to flash away. Tien was nowhere near, and that's huge for IG.
Nocturne finding a gank before level 6 is a big positive sign for IG. The fact that it's successful is huge. We'll see whether or not he can actually secure this topside skull. Was Cryin
playing a little bit with the fire there. Tianjin, though, made the transition towards mid lane and is able to defend there. Tien and Rookie will just try to push this one out, because right now that's all top esports can really do.
Exactly. And we'll give Tien double skull at the very least, so we'll feel quite good about that. He also has his Raptor camp up, so he can return to his jungle immediately and just cycle these camps back out. He will hit level 6 quite quickly. And the other end of it, though, is that Tianjin did pick up first blood, and we'll get a look at that right now. As, yeah, Tien. So the reason is, I'm not actually sure if his smite is up. I think the way that the icons work like this means that they are up. So he just opted to smite it relatively late, and that means that he's not here immediately to potentially repounce on this gank. But even in saying that, I think that the reality is Jackie Love probably dies every single time. It's just about whether or not they can actually answer out in the same play. Instead, it just ends up being a longer form one where they get Rookie mid-shove, they get double skull, and Tien's going to be able to just clear out a lot more jungle camps before his first reset.
And again, that was just very aggressive side from top esports. They will have push in that situation, especially because they had the level 2 mark, but they were definitely playing with a knife's edge there. See if they can hone that one a little bit more for them. We got to see a little bit of that stats there between the mid lane matchup, Cryin and Rookie. I think it'll be really interesting to keep an eye on here, but right now we do see a bit of aggressive pathing from Tianjin, maybe going for some vision into Tien's jungle.
Yep, goes onto the chicken camp. He's been spotted out. There's a lot of pings there, obviously, from that ward on our screen. So
how many pings is enough pings?
How many pings is enough pings? Personally, I think 3.
3,
no, 4,
okay.
4 is the most. 3 should be enough.
What's
5 is your not trying to make the game time you out from pinging more. So you ping 5 times, wait 3 seconds or 4 seconds, then you ping 5 more times. That's
the meta.
Don't ask why I know that information. Don't ask why I know.
No personal experience, but we do have some personal experience being had by the bot laners of both these two teams. Tianjin will be spotted out here as pressure is mounting on Jackie Love and Mark. Got Tien hovering again. So it's been constant hovering of this 3v3 as Dragon started up by IG.
Ooh. Wow, and if Wink found that dredge line, I think it would have been actually detrimental to what IG are looking for, which is this Dragon. Mid lane, a little bit even. The issue is actually Tien is here.
He's all by himself, though.
Exactly, it's a bit of an awkward collapse.
Oh, nice engage. You got Mark with the burn down, red, white for
Cryin.
Pop Blossom as well. And IG have shown up strong. A double kill for Cryin. And that's first Dragon to Invictus as well.
Yeah, they should get it unless Tien maybe forces his way in, but Wink will just bodyguard the entrance. And yeah, Jackie Love, Mark not having flash, walking up, Cryin finds a double tangle barb, and that's it. It's easy pickings. Rookie's never going to be able to move first in this lane. And in this case, Top Esports had pretty express information that he was never going to be there first because Cryin was already in front of the Dragon. So it feels like a really awkward contest that Top Esports felt like they could potentially have just because of the potential like pincer angle, right? But Cryan's already here. Flash
Why
forward,
were they
tangle
up
barb.
so far?
I don't know. Yeah, it feels like mixed comms on the side of Top Esports, and they feel like the immediate turn will be really, really strong, but it's just not at this point. And Rookie and Tien kind of left to watch their bottom lane get run over by Cryan's ultimate, whilst they also lose the dragon.
Feeling a little bit rough now with a nice advantage for Cryan in the mid lane. This Nico really working out. That's why that priority of first pick was given over. And right now you have a lot of also decision-making power coming up for IG. Level 6 for Tianjin just acquired. Paranoia got to be a little bit scared for Top Esports.
Speaking of Paranoia, look at the minimap. There's 2 Nocturnes, actually, so I have to think about that a lot. As
missed that
lights
engage
are off.
there. That is the light switch flicked by IG. A little bit of 2v2 action. Jackie Love now level 6 as well down in the bottom side. They will try to push this tower in and get a play for Jackie Love. Moonlight Vigil will go wide from On. As Wink with an engage can make a difference, but just want to see if Jackie Love can get some plates.
Yeah, and speaking of lights, my monitor where I have the live feed on has turned off. So
oh no! Well, hey,
give me a minute to reconnect.
Anyways, we get to see a little bit of the jungle play coming through. It was Cryan who was baiting out Tien, ended up having to burn his flash, but YSKM has overextended in the top lane. He's going to need to take a 1v2 here. Wayward and Tien have shown up, and this could be huge for side lane pressure. The needlework's not enough, and you've sewed yourself into a body bag. As YSKM goes down, you got to fight in the 2v2. Jackie Love gets caught. Breath of Life is not enough, as well as the cleanse. He finally is able to get out of the CC lockdown that IG were putting in, and now that sustain goes to work.
Yeah, sustain goes to work. Back yet, Mazel. But
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
I got you. I got you. I'll lift you. You figure out your stuff. We did see actually Tianjin getting a bit of a invade here. He will take the Gromp. He will take the blue from Tien. So Tien's actually had a bit of a rough time. Will be responding with a Rift Herald for Top Esports, though. And that'll be really huge. Need to get that down bottom lane, though. With the amount of pressure that Jackie Love's been able to put down, would love to see that Rift Herald go into the pockets of the carry that we know will be there. But it is a bit of a reset city for Top Esports and IG right now.
Yeah, soft reset on the map for now. I've returned. I never technically left. I just lost my feed, and it's my fault. So don't worry.
Nice.
But Top Esports having that Herald, like you mentioned, should be a nice cash injection to one of these carries, and that pick on the top side now means that Wayward is going to have a much easier time at the end of YSKM for a prolonged period. We do still know that there will come a point where, like many Gwen matchups, she will kind of just outscale her opponent. So there is still somewhat a soft timer where if it's not in the side lane where she pops off, she will turn up to a team fight and mince people with the needlework. So Top Esports have helped that train for now, but still something that IG will have in their back pocket as play.
Ooh, delivery! Cryan's going to try to pop the Pop Blossom, but Mark is right there around the corner just to be a bodyguard. Rookie gets the kill, and that's huge for the mid lane.
Yeah, massive swing. Not only is it a shutdown kill, but Rookie's now going to get 2 plates if he wants it.
Yes.
He's there. All right, just about. The range on the mid lane is quite awkward as Wayward.
Oh, YSKM saying you don't got teammates here this time to help you out. Wayward's trying to kite him out here. The last needlework will connect, but not enough damage.
Yeah, exactly. Bone Playing also came up and just blocked the majority of that final proc of the needlework. So health bar basically didn't move, and unfortunately, Wayward, for the side of YSKM, isn't able to be picked off, but he does get his flash, and the Ghost is a slightly shorter cooldown, so that is always the window that you're looking at in a matchup like that, where you have the Ghost and you can run down your opponent, and you always want to try and trade Ghost for flash and then find that 90-second window. It's very precise, but one that YSKM, I'm sure, will be very, very familiar with trying to abuse. Wink, speaking of, is trying to abuse vision, but can't stay inside the bush.
Don't worry about it, okay, man?
Don't worry about it, okay? Look,
like that. Come on.
Look, it's
man,
not
our
my
observers do enough of that.
It's not my fault he doesn't know how to right-click the bush.
Speaking
okay?
about throwing under the bus, it just ran over Jackie Love and then reversed back over him. IG are punishing the bottom lane of Top Esports.
Yeah, 0-3, Jackie Love. We said, you know what, great. He's on Tristana, self-pill, gonna be fantastic. He's just not been able to use it this game, has he? He's been killed so quickly all 3 times. This Dragon should go over, but it's not gonna be without contest here. Cryan has Flash and Pop Blossom though, so I feel like if you're top esports and you stay too long, you just get collapsed on a little bit too easily. They're still
even
fishing.
with the item completions, right? Like the Sunfire is kind of big, the Leandries for rookies kind of big, but they actually are forcing Tianjin here to stop his back. IG had to stay around to make sure their jungler could get out.
Yeah, they were a little bit concerned for Tianjin, but he does manage to make his way out of that one. As this 1 kill has certainly set Wayward to a pretty comfortable position. He's going to get a second plate here. R will fly wide, but no ghost, no ult from White's Care means, yeah, pretty unlikely perhaps. He was ever going to turn that into it, so let's get a look. So this is just
oh man, what a
Jackie Love's
cheeky.
perspective. Look at how thin the vision. Okay, you know, that's unfortunate. You know, sometimes you feel like you're working with perfect information, and then you're just not. You know, so Jackie Love 0-3. We'll see how he can find his way back into the game, because fortunately his brother-in-arms rookie is in a pretty solid position right now in the mid lane. Thank you, observers.
And if it's not one, it's the other. Always.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing with top esports. You have to cut both heads of the Hydra off, or they will bite you. And that's where maybe not cutting, but being a hammer. I was talking about On is the hammer for IG. It's all about what the solo lanes can do to get him into a position of success. And while he hasn't gotten any kills necessarily, he's gotten a bunch of assists, he's still got a decent CS lead, and he's still on the Aphelios, waiting for that 2-item spike to really make IG's miracles happen.
Not to be the, you know, the mythos nerd here, but even if you cut off both heads of the Hydra, doesn't they both just...
You know what? We don't need to go that far, all right? We don't need to go that far. Top esports, okay, maybe they're only a 2-headed Hydra, you know?
My bad. I, you know,
don't tell Hercules.
Too hard about the analogy. Don't tell Hercules, though. Keep him out of it, it's fine. 60 seconds, a little bit more than that, 70 really, until the Herald respawns. I think for IG, they'll probably be quite happy to contest it if they have some of their core items start to come in, right? Cryenge picked up the Rocket Belt. YSKM shouldn't be too far away from the Riftmaker either, and there's first item plus a little bit of extra on Arn. So this is actually a pretty good timer for IG to start to look for some skirmishes here. There you go, there's the Riftmaker. So if they want to contest top esports, they definitely can. It's not like the items aren't there for top esports, but I feel like when you're talking about strength of the champion, this is where you start to feel really, really good about IG's composition. So looking to try and just push the envelope on trying to build a bit of a lead here will definitely feel good, and go the distance too.
Speaking of going the distance, we were mentioning Hercules, and I immediately start thinking about Hercules, the Disney movie. What's your favorite song from Hercules? Do you have one? Hint, one of them is called Go the Distance. All right?
Okay, so I think the Hercules movie might have come out before I was born. There is a chance. There is a chance.
Oh my God. Well, 0 to hero goes Tianjin, as it is a pick out on a Wayward and Rookie's TP to the side lane.
Yeah. All right. Well, that
I just
feels pretty good for
song,
IG.
by the way.
And
okay. I'm gonna get all the Hercules song names out here this time around.
Yeah, so for clarity, I think the Disney Hercules film came out in 1997. I'm a 99 kid, man. I was
Does it
not
mean
alive
you
when
can't watch what? As soon as you're born, it's just you can't watch anything from before that? You're just not allowed.
That is exactly
You're not allowed.
Anyway,
How dare you.
IG, they're still contesting this Herald. I think they should be able to get it, but Top Esports have actually got more numbers in the river right now. The ultimates, I think the fact that Paranoia is down is actually hamstringing IG a lot in terms of what they can get done, but Cryan on the bottom side can teleport in, and he's got flash, and he's got ult as well.
I won't say I'm in love with the situation, but he got a nice hit burst divide coming back. Pop Blossom onto the back line, though, and IG are trying to make something happen. Tien gets caught, but he blast codes out. What a nice escape plan, but On wants to make it happen. He goes with the Graviton, one more shot, one more auto, but he doesn't have the distance. In Top Esports, they come out bloody, but they're okay.
No, I don't think they are, Mazel, because Top Esports didn't even get the Herald. If they got the Herald, I'd say, yeah, sure, why not? I guess if they pick up this tier 1, it feels good. It's always kind of one of those things where you can start to open up the map a bit if you regain priority here. Question is, will they be able to do that with Jackie Love being behind, if we go back into that also default setting of AD carries being in the mid lane, we'll have to see. So look at the replay. It's engage here onto Mark. And if you can blow him up entirely, then you can obviously kind of forego the ultimate, potentially saving you from what could have been a very disastrous position. Rookie's able to flash out of it. Rookie doesn't quite have the same reaction time. TN out into Blast Cone. Chemtech Soul definitely saving him. If that's the reduced or the regular sized one, he probably dies. So feels good on the roll. Dragon up. Top esports are actually on top of it, but IG have more numbers and they're collapsing fast.
See them actually move around this. They do get the TP in as well. The Rift Herald, a bit of a distraction in mid lane, but the lights go out and IG pounce on the Dragon. Engage there onto Wayward, but you got to follow it up. Rookie has a nice little angle, and so does Jackie Love. If Jackie Love starts getting resets, that's huge. Wayward gets the stun down. One might go down here. Emperor's Divide to the Pop Blossom. That's huge. P-Sports, this might be the moment, but YSKM was immune for a moment. It'll be a double kill for Jackie Love.
All right, if we're playing Silver Lining for top esports, even though they don't get the Dragon, 2 kills back in Jackie Love has got to feel good, right? You were so far behind, AD carry to AD carry, picking up this little bit of gold injection. Tianjin might have even been a shutdown. He was 3-1 as well. Definitely going to be a step in the right direction for bringing him back online. Rookie, though, massive Emperor's Divide stopped the Crying ultimate from connecting onto multiple members potentially. And again, we run into the same position in the RA and AL series where it was full peel, right, with the Azir and with the Tristana on one side, and full engage in this case with Nocturne and tools like the Nico to just consistently be pushed back. Tianjin unfortunately finds himself on top of Tien, and yeah, he's not killing that target, that's for sure. Whereas on the opposite side, YSKM also finds himself trying to just cut through Wayward's health bar. Not necessarily the best target, but bought a lot of time and space for the rest of IG to maneuver that team fight.
Still need to keep the pedal to the metal here for IG, though. Tianjin keeping active, keeping going. Got second item with the Evan Shroud for Tien. A little bit more tankiness, but also a little bit more utility there for his team. The setup now is getting vision around the Baron pit because Baron is on the table, and you do have a decent amount of strength when you hit those 2 item spikes. We get a 1v1 in the side lane right now that Wayward does not want a part of. Does end up burning that flash.
Yep, flash gone. YSKM.
Flash for Ghost.
A lot of pressure, and again, right, it's always going to be about that window. Now that Flash is down, you should have a much easier time running Wayward down, and if you can also just find that 90-second gap, right, where you have Ghost and Wayward doesn't have Flash on the side lane, you certainly can look to abuse it, but for now, it will just be YSKM pressuring the 1v1, but not necessarily the objectives, the towers, right? That's where Wayward's really thrived. He chunked out this top side tower, which is now going to be worked on by Rookie, and bottom side tower as well, chunked out, but won't be oppressed on as YSKM approaches that. So top esports pick up another objective on the map in terms of the towers. Feels good. We'll see exactly where they can go, as Chemtech Soul is definitely the, you know, it's an annoying soul to roll if you're trying to snowball, right? Because theoretically, you shouldn't really be low HP, and, you know, the damage reduction isn't something that you're necessarily going to get to abuse a whole amount. You know, there are a couple of exceptions to the rule, you know, healing champions and a couple of other diving champions, stuff like Olaf, maybe Rakan or whatever, but these champions aren't often tanky enough to get that one done. So it's not Hex Soul, and that's definitely something to, you know, smile about, I guess, for your top esports. A little bit of reprieve there. And we'll see if the Soul comes into fruition, and not only the Soul, but potentially even the Elder Dragon as we move further and further into this game.
And are we saying the top esports are putting a timer on themselves, 2 minutes until they need to take a fight around this Dragon Pit? Maybe try to preemptively make something happen?
I mean, again, I feel like the Soul is one thing that they would be
just let it go to Elder.
giving. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it's the same kind of situation as when lights are.
Okay.
Maybe
Let's turn the lights out.
Maybe
Let me turn back on.
Yeah, I think the LPL didn't pay their electricity bill or something. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, I think for the side of IG, maybe I'm in a situation where if you take the Dragon, then you spawn Elder. What if you get outscaled, right? And then you lose the Elder fight. It's a genuine concern. It's a genuine concern. Like, it's a genuine concern. You would occasionally see teams when they would get like, if there was a Cloud Soul on the map, they'd be like, man, this is like a lose con. Let's actually keep this off the map. Let's not take it.
And we've seen it recently too.
Yeah, it's not like it doesn't happen often. So, what was the option here? Did they see someone very briefly?
Oh, they thought he was gonna come into the wave, maybe?
Did he just
maybe
want? Yeah,
I don't know.
I think the observers don't know either because you come out of that replay onto Tianjin, so something's clearly being spoken about right now. And I get you. Chinese casters on the other side who we don't get to communicate with very often. IG getting engaged on the
preemptive
Tien.
though. Tien wants to go in.
Oh,
Crying 4-man Pop Blossom. Is it going to be enough though? Rookie doesn't get caught. Rookie finally goes down to Tianjin, but it's the Jackie Love show right now, and the resets have come, and more kills go the way of Top Esports. That's Baron buff now, and they're about to be wearing purple capes.
This engage was great from IG, from Cryan specifically, but why did Ard flash in and go melee range against Gnar and Azir, man? If he just stays over the wall, just positioned slightly differently, he can actually DPS out. I don't get it. He has to be the world's biggest Jackie Love fan. That's the only thing I can think about. As now, Tianjin force back and flashing.
That up.
That's a just right. If
We
you
gotta
didn't
look
see
at
it,
this again.
If you didn't see it in live, just look at Arn as he approaches the bottom side of the fight, because Cryan does a great job at redirecting this engage, but then he's about to make an it's just a hard watch. There's nothing else I can say. If he's alive and he's able to hit the front line, this is an amazing fight for IG. But the fact that he basically suicides is a team fight losing. And now, not only a Baron losing, but given where Top Esports are in the scaling department, maybe even a game-losing moment for IG.
You know, I called him a hammer. I just didn't say which way the hammer falls all the time, as that is a bit unfortunate, but it's also something that Top Esports will take and run with. They now get their first dragon of the game. They are looking at taking all these standing towers out and now banging on the door of tier 2s and the enemy jungle here.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how many structures this Baron can net Top Esports. For now, it's actually a negative as Cryan picks up the tier 1 in the top side, but tier 2 picked up, and Top Esports can continue to look, right? They do outrange IG. It's IG that have to go into them. They have to look for the engages. Paranoia, will it be popped? Vision toggles, you can tell by the positioning they're considering it, right? There you go.
There we go. They got the TP behind. Nobody can see this. We got Cryan with a Puff Blossom. Is this the moment that IG were fishing for? They got Rookie down. That's huge, but a TP has started to come in, and Wayward wants to make a difference. Why is Canvas going? But Puff Blossom again from Cryan. But again, it might not even matter. On is the only one. You can get Puff Blossoms all damn day, but not against Top Esports. They won't let it matter.
Top Esports don't care. That's the second or third time they've been hit with a 3-4-man Pop Blossom. But the turn just doesn't work. And Top Esports, they're just going to end the game off the back of this Baron.
One fell swoop, one moment. Top Esports take and domineer a victory out of IG. Culminating out of almost nothing here. Jackie Love and Rookie will make good in game 1 against their previous organization, but it was a stellar performance from Jackie Love.
He got bullied out in the early stages.
It was 0-3. Talk about bully.
IG took his lunch money like 5 times, man. And it wasn't even
and then they came back 10 years later, and he's sitting there, the buffest guy in the room, and he just faced.
Exactly. Man, oh man. That's going to be a rough loss, though, for IG. I mean, hell, forget IG. Cryan, man. That was such a strong performance on the Nico. I think Top Esports were genuinely disrespecting how much impact a Nico could have in some of those team fights, but it didn't matter. Not only because, you know, the first team fight there in front of the Baron, where Arn obviously kind of just gets himself killed, but the second time around, it just felt like too much dive from YSKM. So, you know, back to back, we have 2 situations where members are just overstepping their bounds, whilst we have Cryan, who, you know, we spoke about as that glue, trying to keep things together, but unfortunately, IG, or rather Top Esports, I guess, just able to pull things apart enough to ensure that they can break this game open in what was a ridiculous turnaround, right? It felt like IG were in control literally 5 minutes ago.
They were. That's the whole thing. It's like literally it was all on IG's side, but that's where, when we look into perspective of when we were coming into the series, there is a goal for Top Esports. It is to win this 2-0 and keep trucking along. IG were the ones that needed to stun us, needed to give us the spotlight. We got that, actually. But it was something where Top Esports are always a beast, right? They're the multi-headed Hydra. as hopefully you can count how many Hercules references I got in there at the end. But it was really something interesting where no matter what happened, you were trying to catch out one member, you were trying to get these big moments, but it didn't matter because another member was right there. And that's the power you get when you have Rookie and Jackie Love, but also the support around them. And that's where the other three members, Wayward, Tien, and Mark, are still so crucial to the functionality of top esports.
Exactly, right? Jackie Love, Rookie, they will always be the carries of this roster, but the stability around them, often found from Tien, Wayward, and Mark, is crucial. And man, even I've got to say, just as we know, we're gonna wax lyrical about how good top esports are. I think that goes without saying. IG, however, very strong performance from Arn outside of that one step forward. But of course, we have to highlight Cryan because he was an absolute monster in those team fights, but couldn't quite get his team across the finish line. Unfortunately, as top esports a little bit too powerful for them, and we spoke about because we saw a very similar set of compositions play out in the previous series where it was dive, dive, dive one side, peel, peel, peel on the other. If you fall flat on your face with the execution, the team that's got the peel is likely to come out on top. But not only that, in this case where they outscale just flat out DPS, you're just going to end up losing the game. This was just a much faster turnaround than in that series prior.
Yeah, I think top esports were coming this for like, okay, we're scaled for another oh, wait, we can end the game? Oh, let's just do that then. We'll see, though, what IG can muster up in the tank going into game number 2. We're stepping away for a bit of a break. Go get some water, go get hydrated, and come right back here.
A Mining, Shuhari que hace el aguante desde la distancia, saca en medio del sacrificio. Ojo, teleportación.
No va a alcanzar, no va a alcanzar. No hay torretas en la base Six Arma. No creo que alcance. Sería imposible que lo haga. A menos que Shuhari haga el milagro. No te lo creo. Segundo intento Dorus. Esta es la buena. Esta es la que brilla. Ahí está Magna Gana. Ahí está. Y cuenta Valero.
Oh, they're just going to pull him in. He can't ult if he's dead. That's what the LG say, but they all die as well. Scout doing so much work as Gala jumps in to finish off that double kill for Gala as he looks for Bin as well. That's GA, but no reset to try and get onto On. He can just auto him though. The Hex Splash is too slow, but Bin turns him into shreds. Triple kill instantly on the Renekton, and that's going to be game.
Đó là vị trí của BJ và BJ đã phải nằm xuống mất luôn cả tông biến. Người tới ở phía sau là cô Tịch, anh ta làm kén không được ai và xả bắn đến từ Artemis là có rất thấp máu. Cô Tịch đã phải lùi về rồi. Phía bên kia thì vị trí của Sogen cộng với Rocky đang chơi khá tốt, dứt điểm thành công được Rory. Artemis cũng đang bắn tốt ở phía sau. Artemis có được double kill, Artemis có được triple kill. Artemis đang cố gắng bắn hết là double kill và đây sẽ là nó không phải là beta nhưng là quét sạch cho tuyệt well.
Tried to strip that purple from Golden Guardians, and Huhi might lose it. Boogie goes into the back with the twisted advance, and Liquor swings away to get a lock on the Chime, who flashes on forward. Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out. Stixay manages to blast one down. No Turtle here for no more damage. Stixay one into lock eyes with Gory. Oh, no. Upon the members of TSM. Triple kill. Stixay with the quadro. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill!
Pra buscar essas lutas, tinham condição de novo de executar isso e não fizeram. Vamos ver se vai agora.
Ui, pronto, round ultimate. Meu Deus! O engage do fluxo é mortal! O Brace faz o triple! Quadra kill!
Que iniciante maravilhosa do Alves! Conseguiu pegar todo mundo, logo em seguida o TES Flash Ultimate, triple kill pro Brains que conseguiu depois correr atrás.
If he doesn't get that ult off, I think Vitality might wipe them. See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it just stands there hitting them. Look at him go. What the hell, Caps? Oh! What? Yeah, stop push. Maybe if you pressed it, he could have lived, but my god.
Please, I know what you want, and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb my hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me mad.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb my hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside.
Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From New York to South Korea, everything is just okay. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From Japan to New Orleans, where do you wanna stay? We stop at the greatest parties, we shop around the clock. We hop to the hardest parties, we rock and roll and rock. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From LA to Tokyo, where do you wanna stay?
Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
我对 Crying 的选手的评价就是他是一名特别稳定，然后又能 C 的选手吧。然后我对阵他的话，就是很需要自己的状态。下期赛就继续打好自己，然后就拿到世界赛门票。我想跟 Crying 选手说，一起加油。
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split. I am Hazel. I'm joined by Jemana. We got to hear some words from Rookie there against his matchup into Cryin. But we do have an MVP to give out for that first game, and it was
Yeah,
Tien.
and it's Cryin. It's Cryin. Yeah, that's right. Pull up the Cryin.
Was it? Was it?
No, it wasn't because they lost. It's Tien. Tien got the MVP. But I think rightfully so. At the end of the day, you can't give most valuable player to losing.
I guess you could. There's got to be a world.
I guess you could. To be honest,
If
I
there
feel like
was
we
gonna
might
be
have to
one.
reevaluate. I'm gonna be honest. I think we should reevaluate how the MVPs get handed out at times, because this is maybe one of those situations where I would give the MVP.
I'm going to stop you there because the beautiful thing is we don't have any say at all.
That's
MVP
true.
vote, so, you know, we're just sitting here floating the boat just like you.
Yeah, exactly. No, but anyway, it's Tiancos that gets MVP. And yeah, I mean,
just
set
call
up
him
for a couple of different
Tiancos?
things. I did call him Tiancos.
Why?
Isn't it? Because it's
Is it
the
funny?
comparison.
But doesn't Tien deserve his own respect?
Yeah, of course.
The man is a world champion.
I know he is.
How you gonna do Tien like that? I love Yankos. I love you, Yankos, if you ever watch this. But
Hey, look, all I'm saying is Yankos has almost made the same climb. All right? Just throwing it out there.
I see.
Actually, wasn't it? No, they lost their FPS.
Yep.
Anyway.
I was just waiting for it.
Anyway,
waiting for you to put the dots together.
But point is, anyway, Tien had obviously a very stellar game. Both of his engages, shut down Wise Kim in the early game, so he wasn't a side lane threat, and then just in the team fights was an absolute frontline monster. Yeah, absolutely.
It took one visit to top lane.
He took one visit to top lane.
visit.
Look, all I'm saying is top lane as a role sucks, because that's all it takes. One visit from the jungler, lane over. No more interaction, always lose. To be fair, he actually put down a lot of pressure onto Wayward post that. And I guess we can start speaking about game 2, because we finished talking about the MVP. Topside was one point for me where IG didn't really play through too much, and I wonder if they could have looked to do it more. I feel like, you know, when you're in the position of IG and you do something as bold as blind pick the, I beg your pardon, the Gwen, and you've got a Nocturne, it should be relatively easy pickings as soon as Wayward's in Mininar, right? So, you know, I want to see, you know, more forced execution on that front, perhaps, if they look for a comp as aggressive as that. Because I feel like that is when IG look the best to me. When they have, you know, specifically, obviously, it was the Rengar. You abuse those side lanes, man. Wait for them to, like, be out of position. It's kind of just their bread and butter.
Yeah, it's literally the heartbeat of IG. Like, if their solo lanes are going well, it doesn't matter what On and Wink can accomplish at 2v2. We saw, actually, IG pretty much holistically focus into that bot lane to try to get them ahead in 2v2. But if you don't have stability in the other pieces, it makes it a little bit difficult. And you got to also be able to execute it, right? I would say Cryon was probably the most stable piece there, always fighting the engages. But now going into a game 2 where draft might be a little bit different, things will be taken off the board. I expect that Nico, if it's because top are on red side, if it makes it through the left side ban, it is not making it through the right side ban. Like, there's no way that Cryon is getting that pick again.
There's no way that. Yeah, let's just be real. If Nico goes through after what Cryon just did, I didn't actually catch side select.
You're asking to lose.
You're actually just asking for, like, negative LP, or at the very least, I guess, a game 3, which, I don't know, maybe IG, I mean, maybe Top Esports, you know, they want a little more practice. They've been a little bit out of sorts recently. Extra game on Summer's Rift, extra stage game, you know. We have a little bit of fun in this game too. Anyway, yeah, I think just more of that out of Top Esports, right? It was a very stable early game. Maybe less of Jackie Love getting murdered and having his lunch money taken every 3 seconds. But that aside, they felt...
Is that one of the trade memes, though? Is it just, you know, Jackie Love goes 0-3, but you win the game? Like, honestly, maybe you take that.
Maybe you do take that. We'll see. We'll see what the focus is overall from both these teams, right? I think for Top Esports, more scaling, more just let IG outplay themselves, maybe. And as IG, just looking to shore up the level of execution that was shown here in that game number 1, because they were certainly starting to pick apart a Top Esports who have been struggling in recent weeks. We know what's been going on. There's been some very strong words publicly, not only here on the broadcast from, you know, the players, from Rookie and from Jackie Love, but also just abroad on streams, right? And hearing that they are, you know, pretty disappointed, but they don't want to repeat the woes of Spring Split. You know, these emotions are weighing in on them as we move into game number 2. They are on the same side. Surely it's Nico, right, Mazel? Surely, no, they still ban the bias. So
nope,
okay,
it's still there. All right, first pick goes straight through. Why not?
Salty run back. Anybody? Did anybody hear Salty run back?
Run
okay,
back.
look, the insta locking.
So,
all right, so Gwen,
I will just say, if we're gonna get this back, there is something in this game that I want to see an uptick of. And yes, we had early movement, we had early priority and proactivity from Tianjin, but this is a guy that I want to see confidence built out of, right? Because when he's playing confidently, he looks like a different player. And I want to see that come alive against Tien. They will get the Kaisa here as well for IG, so rounding out their first trio.
I actually think they should have stayed on the top side picks, because now if Top Esports want to, Jackie Love can just go Xayah, and this just feels like it feels bad. Like, because... Yeah, need I really say? Because then Top Esports don't have to ban Rakan. They can first pick it on 4 rather. So then IG have to ban it, and then they might even have to ban an additional like defensive support as well, like Braum, and that's gonna suck. Or they'll have to go towards Millia. I think Braum probably makes more sense. Top Esports are just gonna remove away the divers, with the exception of Rakan, because they know that Arn has to ban it.
The Cassante is the first one. All right, so focusing topside matchup a little bit. There still is some really good topside matchups for both sides, I feel like, available on the table. I do expect Top Esports to be focusing down towards that duo down there. Maybe give Jackie Love a little bit of a break, and Mark as well.
Yeah, definitely. What's your second ban here as top esports though? Do you really feel like you need to send a ban to YSKM? Do you feel like the Nautilus ban is enough? Okay, they go towards the Blitzcrank. So this just says to me that they really want Milio. And I'm going to be honest, if I'm IG, it's a pretty annoying circumstance. But again, you threw out a ban to Cassante. You should have just thrown the Rakan ban in first and then seen where you had landed, in my opinion. But because of the order, they now are forced into that Rakan ban. And top esports, if they want to, I mean, just go Milio, and they feel pretty okay about the bottom side matchup almost always. Rel as well. If they want engage, like re-engage, they can do this Rel. If they want like a very stable in the middle pick, they can go towards the Milio. But of course, they can just hold it till 5. And I think for top esports, their read is just simply the bottom side matchup is more important than a top side matchup for us. So we can just blind pick this Nah. YSKM tried to go Gwen blind. This time he's probably gonna go Camille because it's YSKM. And then look, yeah, actually, Irelia hover as well. I think either of these options are pretty strong, obviously 1-to-1. I think Camille offers a little bit more in terms of lockdown for the team fights, and that's probably where IG are gonna start to bleed into. And now for Wink, with the Rakan gone and a lot of the aggressive options also banned off the table, what more can you go towards, right? There is the Rel, but you go Rel, then you get Braum Bomb. So I think that's, or even worse, actually, Alistar. Oh, Alistar. Alistar is maybe where you go, because at the very least, Alistar can actually deal with the Braum lane, depending on how you actually maneuver. And then it's just about the team fights and how well you find engages. I actually think this could be a bit of a sleeper pick for IG if they're considering it. There you go. Good stuff, IG.
There it is.
And now,
all right, so you get the combos there for sure.
Yeah, now top esports, even if they go the Milio, even if they go the Renard, even if they go the Rel, these are all very okay options into Alistar. You know, you're still going to have those mid-game team fights and those snap engages here from IG, which are going to be particularly powerful. And look, I don't like to talk about hovers often, but, you know, Taric being hovered into a full dive comp is sending waves, Mazel. It's sending waves, but they're not going to do it. They will just go towards the Renard, and this is obviously the more stable pick in terms of just that big AoE ultimate to just kind of be the spacing tool for the rest of top esports, whilst IG have to try not to kill each other off the auto attacks.
You gotta hope so. You got a lot of aggression just labeled on the foreheads of IG right now. They need to find a comeback in this series, and it can start off of, again, going back to comfort, but also just going all in on an all-in composition. I expect YSKM and Tianjin to really get connected. Again, heartbeat of IG has been these solo lanes, even if On is the one that ends up carrying a lot of the games. And on top esports' side, you had some rough things happen early on. You don't want that to happen again. Clean up early game and try to sweep a 2-0 here is in their mindset.
Exactly. Should be a lot easier to pilot a stable early game with these lanes on the bottom side specifically, but also I think the top lane is one where YSKM can't really get a massive advantage by himself until level 6, right? And even then, Wayward really has to overstep. So for top esports, this should be a much better look than game number 1 in the early stages, and then it's about how you team fight in the mid game and then try to negate IG's ability to find snap engages, because they're going to have to turn off the lights, and then it's going to be about flanking from every single angle from every member here of IG.
We're headed on to the Rift for the second game of the last series of the day. Can IG push us to 3, or will Jackie Love and Rookie say goodbye to their old organization and their world championship memories with Invictus Gaming after the end of this series? We're getting onto the Rift here shortly, and hopefully hearing a loud cheer for both these sides, but give some extra momentum to IG so we can actually get a third game tonight and not end on 6. We are getting some fun stuff in this last one. A lot of prio bans came out from top esports to try to pick away the comfort of IG, but here is their attempt at coming back.
Strong IOs. Definitely more so for top esports than IG. IG, I imagine, still have a pretty big fan base in China, given that they were world champions once upon a time. It's weird to think it's almost been 5 years, isn't it, Mazel?
It's crazy, man.
That particular
it's
tournament.
literally so crazy.
Time does fly.
I posted the picture of their like trophy lifting moment on the post for Twitter today, and it just, I had to sit there for a minute and look at it and just think back on that crazy worlds, man. One of my favorite worlds of all time for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Such fun worlds. I actually think this most recent MSI was so fun as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a little bit of recency bias. Generally, you always tend to remember the most recent things first and a little more fondly, but I think seeing BLG go through that particular journey to... Ooh, nice game. I like this E-start. I like the attempt. Doesn't quite find the mark there. As what does
Got
find
the
the mark
double
is that.
engage from Wink, though, and Jackie Love's looking a little bit like game one. There's no way out of here if you're going to burn that flash. He does get the healing from the potion, and On is in trouble as well. Playing on that knife's edge again. Jackie Love able to thread that needle.
Yeah, so close, so close. Wink, really, really nice moment. Finds his way in. I'm actually not entirely sure.
Flash handshake. Ooh, good flash from On. Really, really good heads-up play.
Yeah, it felt like, I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to get a re-look at it. I might actually pull it up on the side here, but it felt like On missed an auto attack. Like he either autoed Mark or he autoed a minion, because Jackie Love's health bar stopped going down for like longer than it should have. Maybe it was spacing, I'm actually not entirely sure. But the all-in attempt was good from IG, but they don't get Jackie Love's flash, and the fact that On doesn't have his could make him a very easy target as Rookie actually goes in, but there's no one actually around to punish for now.
Just trying to press the advantage because Tien was going for an invade here. Tien, though, doesn't want that smoke, as the smoke screen did come through, and Tianjin will fight him out of his own jungle.
Yeah, exactly. Just forces him back. Will continue to full clear. That does put Tien technically behind on the pacing, right? He's obviously only now returning to his bottom side camps. He should still secure Scar, though, because look at all this priority. Big wave, actually 15 seconds, maybe that wave dies, maybe things get a little bit awkward and a reset's coming out from Jackie Love and Mark, so see how things go. YSKM. Ooh, okay.
Is that a situation where Sorry, go ahead.
No, it doesn't matter because...
Maybe not?
Wink. All right, ask your question first, then I'll talk about the top side stuff.
Was that a read from Tien, thinking that Tianjin was going to try to combine with the Camille super early and try to get a dive on the Mini-Gnar because he was going for like a vertical jungle style to try to do it, but Tianjin just ended up going for a full clear?
No, I don't think so. I think Tien
I feel
was
like the cohesion for Nocturne is huge with YSKM.
Yeah, I do agree, but I feel like it's about the level 6 mark, right? Between YSKM and Tianjin, that's when you can really abuse the Gnar, because, you know, Gnar, you get locked down by the ult, and then it's like, okay, now where do you go when you're getting paranoid, right? It just feels really, really rough. But YSKM, I'm loving these aggressive trades. What he tried to do as well underneath the tower, land the hook shot, get the auto attack, and then just back out, let the tower shot get absorbed by the shield passive, but he just stepped out a little bit too soon. The shield dips off, and then he actually takes the tower shot anyway. So, little small mechanics you can maybe look to abuse if you're a Camille player in solo queue. YSKM certainly knows the ins and outs of this matchup, as he knows so many when it comes to these carries. As Tianjin, just watch Tien clear his Raptors. He should actually know that it's going to be the Krugs that come up next. But it's just about whether or not he actually decides to look for this invade. Remember, his red buff was also delayed on the takedown, so he's still got this buff for a while. But it's
he's
Rookie.
looking to go for a flash play on the Rookie.
Oh boy.
Rookie gets tagged!
Wow.
And those Bramble Thorns, they hurt! Crying gets first blood for IG.
Yeah. Stung by the nettle. Rookie doesn't even get to flash. So, good job Crying. Flash forward with the Tangle Barbs. And even Tianjin manages, he paths through both the tier 1 and the tier 2 through the mid lane, by the way, because of how the dive happened. Picks himself up an assist, feels good for IG. And again, you know, off to the races a little bit, another pre-6 appearance from the Nocturne, just adding a little bit of damage. See whether or not this can be a dive? I feel like the answer is no. It should just be Tien taking away a couple of jungle camps. Maybe Tianjin just skips all the way up there, goes past his Gromp. There's no smite on Tien, remember, but there's smite available to Tianjin. Where is Tianjin going? Where's he?
You go for the long path all the way around. Does see the Scuttle Crab was taken.
Yeah, so he wanted the Scuttle. Now he's going to run into Tien, but with no
I think
Q.
you saw him around the corner there.
Yeah.
Some missing pings coming through.
They're dancing around each other, Mazel. But unfortunately, they're not dancing with each other, not butting heads.
Now I'm just thinking of Nocturne trying to dance with Sejuani.
No, I'm actually
that doesn't work.
How does
she's riding a mount?
No. Even worse. How does Nocturne dance without legs?
Exactly. Well, we saw the dance between Vid and the big first blood for IG, though. Now we're looking back in a 2v2 turning into a 3v2.
Yeah, cleanse blown.
Just getting active before the 6 mark. Jackie Love only has flash.
Jackie's dead.
He saved it. Is he going to be able to get it? There's that fear. Tien's going to be here to respond, but Jackie Love, he needs to try to get a bailout. He can't get it, and Tien can't find that engage.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of the Alistar pick in a moment like this. He's set up for the play as Tianjin was coming in, and by the time it's wrapping up, his cooldowns come back up. He's able to knock Tien up and just knock him away, able to play both facets, right? Either both engage, disengage, really strong as well from Tianjin. Just getting active before 6 is just not something you're going to expect as top esports here. Finds himself another gank.
I didn't get enough of a lead last game. We gotta go more. That's what he's saying here.
Pace,
Tien's actually in the dragon. Yeah, pace. Just keep going. Wise Cam is looking. Talk about pace. They are moving consistently around the map. The top esports will take advantage of this lack of presence on bottom side to take the dragon.
Yeah, resets obviously had to come out, right? And with that in mind, top esports just acknowledge that they can pick up this dragon for free. And that's exactly what it is, a freebie. Top esports, dragon number 1. Tianjin will trade some camps on the top side, and these are going to be like third rotation. So the fact he's level 5, these should give him a fair amount of XP. Yeah, Raptors give him a third of his level, so if he can steal away this whole top side here, it should give him level 6. And maybe with the wave pushing in, if Wayward oversteps, they could pick him up. But I think because he just uses ult to clear the wave, you'll likely just reset. Yep, so that's not going to be an angle for them. And Tianjin actually comes off the red, so nothing will occur. So let's get a look at this engage, because I imagine it's just Wink again finds either Jackie Love and Mark, or just Jackie Love as they aggress underneath the tower. Just Jackie Love is the answer. And even though the cleanse does reduce the duration of the stun, do you know what he now doesn't have cleanse for? This flash fear that Tianjin finds.
Yeah,
there's just no real angle
He's just a
for him.
little bit behind Tianjin, so he can't outflash the fear range.
Exactly. Nice spell shield as well to stop himself from being rooted, but it definitely wouldn't have caused him his death, just saving the health bar at that point. And Jackie Love goes down. Kill goes into Arn's back pocket. Very curious to see what build we get as well, because we saw, you know, that basically full AP build earlier on today with the Static Shiv. But I've definitely seen closer to hybrid builds. I've seen 80 builds on Kai'Sa when, you know, the game demands it. Excited to see exactly how much damage Arn ends up dealing on this Kai'Sa, because, man, can it sometimes put in work once it starts to get ahead.
Oh yeah, it can. Static Shiv is a hell of a drug at that point, but you do have a Rift Herald Coven, or has been up for about a minute. A lot of increased presence from IG towards this top side, and Tianjin already starting it up.
Yeah, Tianjin on top of it, but priority, I think, for Wayward, and Tien's actually moving in through the top side.
I think they can do this.
It's going to be a bit awkward. I mean, I think the time is actually there, because Wayward just lost his Meganar, and there's a Paranoia available.
There's 2 Alistairs coming at you, but there's an Emperor's Divide right back at him.
Yeah, worst of the 2 targets there, but they do get Rookie's Emperor's Divide. The issue is that Tianjin not only chunked out, but with no ultimate, he now becomes a little bit useless to this play. They even brought Arn up as a potential rotation, so they're giving Jackie Love some free time on the bottom side of the map. No, I think he's fine. I think he's fine. Should have another spell shield as well.
Prison. No, I don't think he can. I think he dies here, but Tien might have overextended for it. He does get it back. He just says, I needed something. As the Pop Blossom comes out, Tien will just go down to Wink.
Okay, jungle for jungle. But the kill goes over to Cryan, so I don't know, man. I feel like this play just isn't really worth it to Tien. It feels like a bit of a tilt play, to be honest with you. Engage Rookie.
Mark is here.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of savior syndrome going on. Rookie popped down, though, trying to trade back with Cryan.
Yeah, trying to trade back. Both junglers, or mid laners rather, on low HP. I actually correct myself. I think Wink got that kill, so it's an even weirder play now. Because, like, okay, so deep breath. Tianjin on top of this ward. So this is what actually gives them the opportunity to engage, and also highlighted there by the observers because they clicked on it. Spell Shield was down because it was used on the Herald Charger, which is something you can do. I wonder if that actually has any impact. It feels like this play goes on for a while. Yeah, so if he has the Spell Shield,
if he had it, yep,
he can go through. Yeah, he can go through the Emperor's Divide. So that's the first part of the play. Now the second part is whatever the hell happens here from Tien. He just sees red. I don't know, man. Sure, he gets the kill, but he uses his flash. The only saving grace is that Wink picks up that kill, to be honest with you. So, yeah, very strange. Herald still on the map. Second dragon 90 seconds away. I'm not sure if we'll even see the Herald go down. We'll have to see, as Tien is on the bottom side of the map, and so is Tianjin. So no focus around the Herald for now. Again, for IG, my big frustration, as it always is when you have teams with strong top laners or matchups, why has Wayward not died like 2 times yet? you know? Like,
yeah, very true.
You've got Camille into Gnar. As soon as he's in mini, it should just be like instant ult from both, and you just immediately run over this lane. I do understand, you know, you don't want to necessarily use the ult economy if it's not going to net you something like a Rift Herald, but hell, getting Camille into a position where she can 1v9 in a game like this feels pretty plausible.
I also do want to highlight the crown completion for Rookie. I know we were talking earlier, we didn't like the crown for Azir, but I actually think right here it's really good because besides kind of the Prey Seeker for On, there's not a lot that can bust down that crown early in those big engages. It literally will get popped as they go in.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot harder. It's, you know, if you're a rookie, you want to just sit back. There's two things as well. It's actually the Prey Seeker, but also then the Rocket Belt once it gets completed by Cryan. You'll see a lot of the times Rocket Belt mid laners or top laners will just throw their Rocket Belt out just to get rid of the crown so that that target can be bursted down. So we'll see whether that comes to fruition. I do agree though, whilst I typically don't like the crown, pretty okay spot for it now as Rookie. Could he find the sweep?
Rookie, they got the light switch out. Oh, Tianzi just goes in straight onto Jackie Love. Nice little double knockup, but the hostile takeover has gone through, and now Wink is being turned into shredded beef. Rookie tries to go with the big play. Pop Blossom comes across, but Cryan yet again can't find backup. A double kill goes to Rookie, and it was Jackie Love in game 1, and we're looking at Rookie now with 2 kills here and a dragon for top esports.
Yeah, same thing as before, where Rookie's able to pull out some very strong-looking team fights. Looks like WiseCam couldn't get involved, so he's going to pick himself up 2 plates in the mid lane for his troubles, but top esports pick up the second dragon, and that team fight was so close to being pretty okay for IG, to be honest with you. But there's a couple of core things that go wrong. For one, Wink's re-engage, he doesn't find everyone. It's still 2 members, right? That feels all right. Here's the engage initially. The tether still connects, even though Jackie Love's in the air, so he gets feared, but Wink can't quite find both Mark and Jackie Love, and I think that's crucial. But not only that, the ultimate hits Cryan, it stops him from moving forward, then he gets hit by the ultimate of the Sejuani, and then he gets Narvaned, right? Not a Azir wall from Wayward. Feels really, really bad. So Cryan just cannot move.
And that's not to say he hasn't looked good.
No!
Like, he literally has been the holy grail for IG in this series. But it just doesn't matter every time you get these knockups, every time you get these big pop blossoms. I do love IG, though, capitalizing on the downtime, getting this Rift Herald. They can at least maybe get some resources either into Cryan or WiseCam. I would love to see some top lane focus like you were hovering earlier.
Yeah, I do wonder how soon, like, if you wait, like, because this is kind of the window now where I feel like WiseCam, if he didn't buy tier 2 boots, he should have Sundra or Triforce, depending on how he's feeling. Yeah, he has magical footwear, even better. So now he's on Spike. Go play towards it, man. Like, I'm going to be honest, a Camille can kind of make a game like this really, really awkward, even with some of the peel tools available to top esports. You know, Emperor's Divide, Featherstorm, all that stuff. The Camille ultimate can circumvent some of these issues quite heavily, and can very easily duel, or at the very least, make space and make room and distraction for things like Cryan to continue to find those massive ultimates. But for now, IG continue to just tussle with top esports on the bottom side, and they're continuing to lose out here. Finally, up here, and look how easy it is. Look, he's dead.
They got the
he's dead.
Look at that. Oh, they burned some flashes.
Right. So
okay, but it still matters.
Like, even with botched execution, it's mildly easy as a...
Oh big
boy.
Feather Storm, but the Pop Blossom is actually really big in return. Tien's tanking up the tower here. Cryan will eventually go down to Rookie. It's really good juggling, but now Tien is left out on his lonesome.
Yeah, exactly. They pick up the kill on the back end. I mean, we just spoke about how the execution of the dive on the top side wasn't the best. It wasn't actually that good either from top esports down here. Herald will get 2 towers though.
This is
massive.
Wanted.
This is, it's like, look, IG, sure they're trading out 2 towers, but it's 2 towers split between 3 members. Sure, Rookie and Jackie Love are actually also getting gold. That's very, very important. But at the end of the day, you're already on the back foot. 2 tower trade, that's an up trade in a game state like this. It's kind of just how it is. So even though it's flat value the same, it still feels good because of the game state as we get a look back at this dive. So what went wrong? Why did they not quite find the lethal?
Thought he was going to get out there.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'll have a look back at it as well on my right-hand side. But down here, it's all about the fact... I think the fact that Mark pulls him in actually kind of sets this top person up. It's a bit unfortunate because you want to bring him into range to be damaged, but that's just how it works out. And Tien also, yeah, just ends up falling. So what ends up happening? I'm just trying to take a look. looks like top side, the reason why that dive doesn't quite go the way they want it to and they have to expend both flashes, the fear just takes a little bit longer to channel up than they perhaps want it. That's pretty much it. So Wayward is always going to be a vulnerable target whenever he's a mini. It's just about whether or not IG can actually look to abuse it. And again, we have a Chemtech Soul. These guys are feeling pretty toxic, I guess. A little bit poisonous. Oh, hello.
Look at this.
But
Look
he's
what
Mega
happens. They know where to go now. They have been shown the way forward like a light over the horizon. And it is all through Wayward. Pick up your gold, pick up your items, get everything you want from the Wayward store for IG.
Now, look, I don't want to be that guy, but pro teams, please, if you put your top laner on a carry pick, just send numbers to it, man. Just send numbers. That's all it needs. That's all it needs.
But no.
But
Top lane doesn't matter, remember? Top lane doesn't matter.
AD carries, top lane doesn't matter. Anyway.
You said that earlier, though, in this podcast.
What did I say? What?
It depends on the top laner, right?
It certainly does depend on the top laner. But I feel like YSKM is the kind of player that you just want to give resources to. If you give him matchups as aggressive as this, like, give him money, man. I don't know. Anyway.
Give the man money.
I'm just...
As we do have this dragon spotting about 15 seconds. This is look at all top esports. His backs are coming through from IG.
Yeah, it should be top esports here. And if there is no action, Mazel, I just want to bring attention to something because I just looked over. Like I said, I have the stream up on the right hand side, so I get to have a second look at replays and such. You know how you said top esports, Wayward, he's the store, right? We've also said top esports award. So what if the store is actually Wayward selling awards for top esports? So he's on the side lane. Yeah, you see where I'm going with it?
Man, it just all makes sense. All of a sudden, it's like the puzzle pieces have come together after years and years of trying to make it work. Man.
Yeah, he's the top esports award on the side lane, and he's giving gold, hence IG going to the store. It's perfect. They're clearing the ward. They're just clearing the ward. They're just clearing the ward, Mazel. It's that easy.
He's a human being, okay? He's a human being. He's not a ward.
Gosh, all I can think about now is like the days of TSM where like Bjergsen was still the best performing player, and Bjergsen was like 1v9ing, but his rosters around him weren't necessarily performing the best. And everyone's like, man, it's Bjergsen at 4 war. Sorry, don't know why that popped into my head.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Dark days are coming. But maybe IG looking to put a little brightness on their side of those dark days. Is 2-0 for YSKM. He also has 2 items now.
Mazel,
pretty big. Looks like they're hovering around the side,
I hate to be
too.
the bearer of bad news, but they have Nocturne. They're turning the lights off. They don't want light.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm in a silly goofy mood right now.
I like it. Yeah. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Until we get the definitely not a light switch skin, though. That's what I'm waiting for.
True.
Why is that not existent? Why is there not a light switch Nocturne skin?
I just
makes me so sad.
All right. Let's go down this rabbit hole whilst these teams are kind of just staring at each other because that's all they can do right now, to be fair.
Lovingly.
How would you design said light switch skin?
I feel like he would just look like a normal person. And he just, I don't know, when he uses abilities, there's like a little animated light switch that comes. I don't know. I'm just the ideas man, all right? I'm not the execution man.
Sure.
You figure out how to put light switches in a Nocturne, okay? Or maybe the only change, it's a normal Nocturne skin. Yeah. When he ults, you just hear a really loud flick of a light switch. That's it. That's the only change.
What if, right? Okay, no, I actually had an entirely different skin line in my head. Crown.
Okay.
Crown?
He's got to wait for the crown. Oh. Both of them are like, cool.
That's
but Rookie actually burned that Emperor's Device. Pretty big.
Yeah, not only that, top esports blowing the teleport there of Wayward. Now YSKM has the opportunity to have a pretty free side lane to push into. Could be huge. I just thought, what if instead of Nocturne ulting, it makes Now, granted, the near side effect would obviously still be there. But what if instead of everything going dark, everything just gets brighter on your screen?
Oh god, just get flashbang.
You just get flashbang.
Oh my god, that's awful. Sounds terrifying.
That might be a pay-to-win skin. Actually, never mind.
It might be. But Nocturne ult's over, but I still can't see anything. What happened?
But do you know what I did just think of though on a different idea? What if we had Sandstorm Nocturne? I feel like that would be a really cool idea, right? Nearsighted by dust.
Yeah.
Like
Still like Light Switch Nocturne better, but I like where your head's at. I like where your head's
look,
at.
all I'm saying is, Skin Team, if for whatever reason you're listening to the English LPL broadcast, and I go on to see a Sandstorm Nocturne skin, I know where the idea came from. YSKM has a funny idea that Top Esports are coming to collapse, and he's going to get off that tower, though, so Top Esports won't find him, and that's going to be a continual pain in the backside. Now that Camille's online 2 items, it should be a continued trend that he wins the side lane. I wouldn't even be surprised if Wayward, like, he has the items to go Hull Breaker. I think he should just go Sterax and look to just play team fight. Like, I'm not gonna lie, he's gonna lose anyway. I feel like if you continue to itemize into side lane, you're just kind of itemizing to lose. So, just a penny for my thoughts anyway. They also are 50 seconds away from the Chemtech Soul, so that is also something I imagine they're going to look to heavily prioritize.
That's the next fight, right?
Yeah.
That's got to be the next setup here. You already see a lot of vision. The resets now beautifully timed coming through for Top Esports. Now this is a situation where, to some extent, there's a world where we see a give, and Elder Dragon is the new timer. But it seems like IG want to contest.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't want to give over Soul, right? Chemtech Soul, in this context, kind of annoying. You're playing a dive comp. You don't want any damage reduction to come through at all. Shielding and healing power is going to be to a minimal here for Top Esports, but again, you know, you're trying to execute targets. There's a lot of burst damage though on IG, so I don't know how effective it realistically will be. Ooh, okay. Why is Chem expended teleport? Yeah, why is Chem's on the bottom side of TP? Now he is Camille, so hookshot over walls and stuff, but it's still a long walk up here, and there's zoning tools. They're going on Rookie.
They found Rookie. They're trying to get Rookie on the side. He goes gold. He's buying time. Wink. This is such a split by Cryin. He finds a big one. Wayward's trying to get Mega, but he can't find it. Now Rookie has made it out of everything, and Jackie Love! He gets one. He's caught, though, as the lockdown comes through. Can IG pull this one out of a rabbit's hat? No! It's not going to happen unless YSKM and Cryin. YSKM, the only one left. The Hydra has come alive, and Hercules is slain. IG are out of it, and that's a big moment from Rookie.
Rookie comes up clutch in that team fight. He was the one that got engaged on, but he's the last one standing alongside TN, and now they will get this dragon as well. Chemtech Soul is going to be massive for stopping IG from diving as successfully as they almost did here. Big issue for me. It's just about the rest of IG being able to follow up on Rookie, right? Rookie's separated. He's Sonya's is up. Cryan's ultimate doesn't get as much value as at face value it looks like it would. It's just onto Wayward and Mark, and then Mark's not really in a position, or Wayward rather, in a position to die. Whilst all this is going on, YSKM eventually shows up, but he doesn't necessarily have as much immediate impact as he would want. He goes on to Jackie Love here. Good stopwatch to stop the Feathers from pulling back and killing him. Finds the kill onto Jackie Love here, and then flashes over the wall, but Rookie goes in, dodges out.
Forgot about Dre.
Yeah, never forget about Dre. As yeah, not even Cryin can find the route onto Rookie to lock him down, and fortunately, they all fall in front of them. And now with Sol,
that all started with Rookie.
Yep.
That literally they just all end on a Rookie, and he still is the biggest factor in the end of that fight. But now we're right back to round 2, as fisticuffs have been drawn. And we have a Baron started by IG. They got it down about 4,000, but they're pulling out of this one now. They just wanted to get the attention of Top Esports, and they did get the TP from Wayward.
Yeah, the issue is with YSKM not having teleport, side laning just becomes a little bit more awkward, right? You want him on the bottom side, but you can't really do that if he doesn't have teleport. So they get Wayward's out. That feels good. Now Top Esports is going to likely group very heavily. YSKM's teleport a little bit under 2 minutes, so about 90 seconds. It's going to be a while until he can freely access the bottom lane without threat of Top Esports just burning the Baron down. So you move away from the Baron
straight
for now.
to it.
And maybe, yeah, actually, I say they move
That's
away.
3 items fight for Rookie.
Yeah, it would go down quite quickly. I think they want the 3rd item on Jackie Love, though, before they really look to take this one. And he is farming up this mid wave. Maybe they just go back to it. Loads of pings flying. And even IG a little bit apprehensive about the approach.
See, they're actually not going to commit fully to this. Does get that Prey Seeker into Wayward, spotting him out. Baron pulled off of, but now Top Esports are just hungry, searching for somebody to catch out. YSKM still very strong in the moment. The back should come through the reset at least. Not actually going to be pulled off, so maybe just waiting around to see if they can use Jackie Love as a bit of a bait. The Top Esports, they will take this Baron so fast.
They will. I think both sides really have a very, very fast Baron in my mind, so neither Top Esports or IG can fall asleep at the wheel. Otherwise, the Purple Worm will certainly fall quickly. And one thing I want to see, YSKM, he has teleport almost, but I think the fact that we have Cryan showing on this wave down here just means that Top Esports, yeah, everyone's bot. This is a really, really big issue for IG. I think the Baron's going to die. Even if it doesn't, they're going to be late IG.
Tianjin. He's buying time. They're trying to get something going. YSKM goes in. There's Tianjin. Can he make it? No, the Meganar ulti into the wall. The TES reset city set comp. Big Pop Blossom goes through, but Jackie Love with the Feather Storm makes it happen. And it's IG that crumble apart in the might of Top Esports.
Yeah, triple kill for Jackie Love, Baron in tow. They've got another minion wave on the way. I don't know if the death times are long enough for them to end, but they're certainly going to try. And they're in full control of this game, of this series. IG has been very, very valiant from start to end. But unfortunately, the execution back-to-back games has just fallen flat on its face. Top Esports looking to take this 2-0.
They might look a little bit dicey here, but they're trying to put a finishing touch. Rookie and Jackie Love against the organization that they've known their highest success with that World Championship. The star that's on IG's jerseys that belongs to Rookie and Jackie Love. And they'll take this series just like that, 2-0.
2-0 on the day. Very strong look in the mid-game team fights. Yes, it got a bit dicey here and there. And certainly, I think the earliest points of the game for Top Esports are things that are certainly going to have to be looked at when it comes to taking on some of the remainder of their stronger opponents. But in the mid-game, in the later stages for Top Esports, still very much there, very much on click with one another. And looking very, very strong. Take a bow. But I know internally, they're still going to be thinking, right? As we heard, very, very strong words on their own performances from Jackie Love, from Rookie, that the early games for them are likely still going to not quite be up to par. But for IG, I think it has to be said, they can walk away moderately happy with this series. I feel like they really did take it to Top Esports in the early parts of this game. They really did kind of make Top Esports sweat for it. It came down to three big unfortunate fights, which lead to Barons into ends, right? So for them, still a lot to work on, but if they just lean on the aggression, I feel like that's when IG feel and look the best. And one final note from me, play for YSKM if you give him a counter matchup like that, man. Like, we saw how quickly things started to change on their part when they started to focus down Wayward because it was such easy lockdown.
Yeah.
It's all well and good playing towards the bottom side because you have Arn and Wink, or because we're in a bot side centric meta, but if you have such a lopsided matchup where you can make the game awkward, play for it. I think that's something that we don't see enough teams do in general when you give such a, what should be realistically one-sided matchup in the top lane, enable it.
Yeah. And that's definitely something for IG to kind of pull away from this one. But when we were coming to this, you had to set the stakes, right? There are different trajectories that these two organizations are on right now. Top Esports are all looking at Worlds. They're looking at a high performance here in the LPL, trying to make it to one of those 4 spots that'll represent the LPL. And IG, they just are trying to make something work. And they came out with a game plan, and it actually looked pretty damn good against one of our top teams. So continuing to opt into that, find refinements, find ways to follow up Cryan when you give him this Nico, man. But just finding ways to be cohesive is what I'm looking for IG, even if the season is a little bit doom and gloom from them moving forward.
Yeah, it's just about working on that team synergy, right? Being on the same page, making sure that calls are being followed. Having plans, I feel like, is just a very important thing that is going to sound very silly, but if you're not familiar with how, like, you know, professional play works, typically you're planning ahead to maybe even as far as 3 minutes into the game. That's how you should be operating, you know? If you know you're going to take the first, if you want to, like, take the first dragon, you should be planning from, hopefully, you know, in the first dragon's case, the first 5 minutes. If it's Herald, from like 5 minutes to 8, etc., etc. Stuff like that, going back to the bread and butter for IG, and just ensuring that, you know, hey, we want Herald, okay, we need to have a positive top side state and a positive mid lane state so that we can actually contest it, and we know who our key targets are, we know who we want to engage, and we know who we want at the fight, things of that nature. Top Esports, even though the early games are a little bit shaky, certainly seem to have that part nailed down in terms of the mid-game portions of who they want to execute on and who exactly needs to be played for and who needs to be played against in case of who is diving in on top of them.
Yeah. And again, solo lanes are literally the heartbeat of IG, it feels like. Doesn't matter what else happens, but they've got to find success through solo lanes. But on the other side, Rookie and Jackie Love, man, what more can you say about these guys? If the want isn't there, they are showing the skills, because these two guys have felt like, I know you were bringing up Dragon Ball Z earlier, but they have literally been training, and now all the weights are off and they're going to the highest form, because these two guys are literally the crux that TES have found a lot of their successes split with, and it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, they've been in the gravity room, haven't they? Both of them, Rookie and Jackie Love. And it feels like the weight's off and they feel really, really confident when they are put in these positions. I do feel like, for me, again, very, very big mojo team. If they lose confidence in themselves, I think it reflects very heavily inside of the gameplay. Not just Rookie and Jackie Love, but honestly the entirety of top esports. But it's such an important thing that they are feeling confident. And, you know, yes, it's just IG, but coming into a series like this and taking down IG in the manner in which you should be, right? 2 games which are sub 30 minutes, relatively competitive to a point, I guess, but even then, once Top Esports had control, it was pretty much done.
It was indeed, but we get to send it back over to Wendy, who gets to talk to Rookie, so let's go hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, guys. And Rookie, congratulations on the very clean 2-0 victory. And you guys were able to use this win to end up the losing streak for Top Esports. And for today's game, you guys really shown us a very solid in-game content. So any special preparations or adaptations before today's game? 首先，恭喜你们，今天是很漂亮2-0，干净利落拿下比赛的胜利，也是终结了滔博的一个连败嘛。然后呢，今天其实整体打的是非常的稳健，而且是非常漂亮的游戏内容。所以说，可能在今天比赛开始之前，有进行怎么样的调整，或者说特别的准备吗？
因为我们刚就是两连败的状态的时候，就是我们在赛训就跟就是队内都觉得我们对版本的理解不够高。所以我们尽量往这个方向去改变。然后今天的话，可能使用到沙皇，然后很多就是列娜塔这些英雄嘛，就是这个版本还是不停着变，我们要跟着他们一起走，而不是一直玩以前擅长的阵容。
Yeah, well, we were on a losing streak. We have so many feedbacks together with our coaching staff, and we feels like we didn't manage to have a very good meta read. We didn't manage to have very good understanding towards the meta. For example, for today's game, we would like to give something new a try, like this Azir mid and also Renata support. We would like to just have some changes in our ban pick in the draft. We would like to try new stuffs instead of just maintaining the previous choices in the ban pick phase. So I think these are some changes and adaptations we have made for the whole team. And yes, your Azir, you have mentioned that, and I must say for today's, you really have the perfect Azir game, and also you can play dominantly in the laning phase, and also in all the team fights, you can make the hard engage with the armor to help the team. So how would you like to evaluate your Azir performance, and how about the Azir in this meta? 那其实也想问一下关于你的沙皇嘛，你刚才也提到今天也是用了2局的沙皇，确实无论是在团战端也好，还是在对线，其实都表现得非常具有统治力，然后在后期也能帮助队伍很好的来开团。你怎么评价今天自己沙皇的一个表现？觉得沙皇在当前版本的强度如何呢？
可能是从以前开始，我对这个英雄的，就是玩的次数比较多吧，然后包括这个版本的中单，慢慢就是就选一种就是兜底的，就是后期大核有能力的英雄。然后沙皇的话，他也是在不停地改变嘛。以前的话对线能力比较强势一点，那现在的话，他前期是完全就发育英雄，然后后期大核这种感觉，所以他很需要前期度过就是对线起，然后慢慢的去跟队友节奏下去，然后发育不能停着，这样的话后面他能力还是有的。
I must say from previously, I really played a lot of other games. I'm quite comfortable with this pick, and also Azir changed a lot. Maybe previously he's quite strong and he could be quite dominant in the laning phase, but now I must say Azir is more about the late game carry position, and also maybe for now we really need to have a bit hard in the laning phase, and after that together with the jungle and other teammates, I really need to secure my Azir. I can skill up so well, can do a lot of farming. And after that, I can just take care of the other teammates in the late game team fights. So that's my perspective towards Azir, this champion. And also, I would like to talk a little bit more about game 1, because we feels like IG were able to play quite dominantly from the early game. They were able to grab the early game tempo, but you guys were able to make the comeback through the late game team fights. So what's your focus for the late game team fights in game 1?那其实说到第一局，感觉其实 IG 是有掌握到比较多的前期的一个节奏，包括说也有打得比较的主动，但是呢，你们却凭借后期的团战很漂亮的完成了翻盘。所以说，可能你们后期团战关注的重点是什么呢？
因为我们阵容是有沙皇这英雄嘛，所以我们就算前面稍微劣势一点，也是只要沙皇发育不差就可以赢。所以我也是一直往只要不死就能赢这种想法去打的。但是第二局的话，可能前面有一点失误。就我那个沙皇也死了一波嘛，那波也是不该出现的场面。然后以后的话，我会玩这个英雄的时候，也尽量不死为主，比较就稳定一点。
I feels like in game 1, although they got some leads in the early game, but we got Azir this champion. So if I just didn't been caught in game 1, we can still got a chance to just bounce back to win the game. But I must say that that's happened in game 1. In game 1, Azir performed quite good, but in terms of game 2, I got caught in the laning phase in game 2. So I feels like this is a mistake I should avoid in the future. And so maybe in the future, if I just play Azir this champion, I need to really take care of myself more in the early game, in the laning phase, to secure that I didn't been killed, I didn't been caught. So that's my perspective, and also this is my mission with Azir, I must say. And my very last question, and now Top Esports, you guys still got a few games to continue in the regular season. What's your expectation? What's your goals for the following matches? 那其实你们的常规赛还剩几场嘛？所以说，作为队内的一个老大哥，对接下来的比赛，对常规赛的比赛有什么样的期待呢？
其实从前2场开始一直在连败嘛，然后最近的我们的状态也并不是特别稳定，所以我们会剩下的比赛尽量就是就让粉丝们看着不要太难受吧，然后希望我们的版本理解跟就是对每个就是阵容的理解要提高一些，这样不管是输赢都会看着比较没那么难受嘛。但是我觉得前2场输的有点难看。所以我希望我们自己也好，然后我们队友也好，我们粉丝们也好，就尽量加油，然后剩下的比赛好好打下去。
Yeah, because previously we lost 2 best-of-3s in a row, and it feels like previously we didn't manage to have a very stable performance on stage, and now it feels like we don't want to disappoint our fans. We would like to show you guys a better performance, because previously, to be honest, I must say those matches are not good. We didn't manage to show the very solid in-game contents, but we would like to try our best to have a very good meta read, to try to have a better understanding towards all the draft, all the compositions, all the champions that we're going to use. And also, we would like to, together with all the teammates, with all the fans, we would like to just show you guys the better performance, the better fights, the better game contents. Yeah, let's go. Peace. Looking forward to Top Esports more in the future. And thank you for the sharing and best of luck. 后面继续加油. And back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and getting to hear from Rookie, huge stuff. But we're always our own biggest critics, and Rookie is definitely one there, just saying he wants to clean up things. You might be wondering what happened to Jamada. He has a picture. He's not there. He's not right there. He's not there. It's just me. He had a power outage. So I'm going to be guiding you through the end of the day. Hopefully we'll be getting to an MVP here shortly, but Top Esports, really interesting way of approaching the series tonight. TN was the one that actually gets the MVP, I believe, as we'll be bringing that one up, but they themselves, the biggest critics, and TN picks up the nice little double MVP tonight, but it was something where they were able to pilot a style that they've been honing very, very thoroughly. And moving forward, I think Top Esports will be facing off against RA next, then BLG, then OMG. A lot of tough things and tough asks for them, but this one right here, this was a huge difference maker for me. And getting Rookie as the main aggressive factor, the fact that he was the one that everybody engaged on, and he still makes it out, and he becomes the most important person in this fight and literally wins it for them. Incredible stuff from Rookie, incredible stuff from Jackie Love. I know me and Jamada were talking earlier about how these two guys have really been showing up for their team, but I still always love to highlight that Wayward, Tien, and Mark are just as important because you need to have those stable pieces around you. And no matter how many times Cryan came asking with all those Pop Blossoms, it didn't matter because the Pop Blossoms don't make the difference. The team does. In Top Esports, huge stuff. Again, Tien, double MVP here, back-to-back. Really, really impressive stuff. And that is a pretty short night of the LPL, honestly. Pretty incredible stuff. 2 O's across the board. We'll be getting to the round out stuff here pretty soon. But as I was saying earlier, kind of Top Esports needing to continue this momentum forward to some extent. Did take that tough loss against WE, but now they have real momentum. They feel really good against IG. They need to take down RA next. They need to take down BLG. That's going to be probably their toughest test. And OMG has been rising in the ranks. And then they finish the season off against Ultra Prime and AL. So maybe AL, if they're streaking at that point, that becomes a heckin' match of the week. But Top Esports came out and they handled business just as business needed to be done tonight. We got Weibo with the 2-0 over NIP to kick us off. Then we had Anyone's Legend with a 3-win streak now. Going 2-0 over RA. Disappointing for Rare Atom fans, but IG fought hard against Top Esports in the 2-0, but it still ended up all top all day. And we'll be now at least looking at the standings coming into it. BLG still at the tippy top. They got 9-win streak for JDG right behind them. And it feels like fate that these two are aligned here, but it's the rest of the board that really gets my eye. You got EDG on a 2-win streak now, trying to make the run, trying to find solidification for themselves. NIP taking a downturn, something I felt like wasn't going to happen, something you started feeling NIP could find positives in the end of things. But it's really the neck and neck battle between 3 and 6 that has me intrigued. OMG on a 6-win streak themselves. Really impressive stuff. And then we get to tomorrow's games where we have a huge slugfest on the docket. It's another super day here in the LPL. We got TT versus RNG kicking it off in Shanghai. And then we got JDG versus Ultra Prime in Beijing. And in WE's home arena of Xi'an, we got EDG taking them on Uzi. Trying to take down Hope. Should be a fun one here. That is a lot of fun action ahead of us. I still have lovely poster of Jamada here, but it is something where the schedule doesn't stop. The players are tired. The players are working. You got to hear Uzi's statements the other night saying, you know, I am tired, but as long as it makes it worth it, and all of this hopefully culminates in some great berths to the World Championship. Now, this has been it for our wonderful day here in the LPL. Now, we'll see you again tomorrow, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
Thank